socialist, communist,
radical left influencer,
Hasan Piker,
dirtbag left,
Hasan Piker,
pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas,
Hasan Piker,
Hasan Piker,
Hasan Piker, going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbra Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
We won't condemn Hasan Piker. Remember that shit?
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
the assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where
El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan,
appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
the man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the government evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker, even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Melak Kuros, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh.
What's going on, man?
What's up, dude? Good to see you again. And I really enjoyed that, yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get put out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is, American flag blue suit day, American flag blue tie day. Now, I will tell you something very funny about this tie that I'm wearing. This tie is both green and blue. I'm not even kidding. It changes color. This is one of those unique ties. My dad got it for me. He brought it from Turkey. And this tie, unironically, is both green and blue. It changes color depending on the light hitting it. Okay? I'm not even kidding. Shut up, newsboy. We want Kaya time, please. Okay, well, Kaya time is all the time. Anyway, so in honor of the reflecting pool being both American flag blue and also maybe, according to liberals, green, I just wanted to wear the mood. I wanted to wear the mood perfectly. So it's just one color? Yeah, technically one color. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. We're live 77 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California, stolen Tongva territory. I'm Hasan Piker. It is Tuesday, July 14th, 2026. We're almost a week out from my birthday. Going to be 35 years old. I am really feeling it. I played basketball this morning, and I feel it in my bones. This TRT time, baby, is coming up. Redditruetide, TRT. You know what I mean? 93 in Florida, fuck you. Well, I live here. It's you guys are underwater. We're on fire. So that's just the gamble. That's the calculation we both individually made. Do you have matching pants? Yes, I do. You can see my matching pants on my Instagram stories. Maya is waiting for what? I'm 41. Get ready to get bald. Took my Reddit last night, baby. I'm 6'9", former college hooper. If your team needs a center, hell yeah. I don't know what team we're setting up, but okay. You You've been looking skinty. Thank you. Very nice of you to say. All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, but you already guessed it. I'm a chud-ass loser. And therefore, as a chud-ass loser, I did nothing. Absolutely nothing. I'm just hanging out with family. I'm just hanging out with family, baby. I'm 46 with a hairline like Zeus. Nice. That's all I do. That's all I do, baby. Why are you saying same suit? When's the last time I wore the suit? I feel like I rotate it sufficiently. Do I not? It's been like a week. Yeah, it was when Nick came on. Which was when? Last week, right? Around this time last week? Flexing family on us is crazy. Yeah, that's how it is, baby. I'm flexing. But yeah, chud-ass loser. You already know. Not much going on in my life. Went to sleep early. Woke up early. Played basketball. Did an interview with a Chinese outlet. And that's it. And I'm here. And I'm ready. And I'm early. And I'm feeling good. Burnout speedrun. Oh, yeah. Did you see Jeremy Scale interview Roe? I haven't watched it yet, but Jeremy sent it to me and said, you'll really appreciate this.
Representative.
Because I brought up your interview with him. He said, I think Ro Khanna is movable on this issue. Some people don't trust him. I think he's movable on this issue. I say we don't need to trust him. He's a politician. I have a very cold attitude about stuff like this. And I think it will be, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how he reacted to Jeremy. But I'm saying, like, in general, I think we can move him. Anyway, I'm not going to watch the Oxford Union, Jank, Chunky, Weigert, Hasan Piker combo at Oxford Union. He had a contentious interview with Jeremy Scale. Yeah. We're obviously going to situation monitor and stuff like that. But before we do that, let's blast the freak off. Okay. Let's blast the heck off, folks. China news outlet. Yeah, I forget what outlet it is, but it was some like lifestyle outlet in China, which was cool. I do stuff like that from time to time. Countdown episode claiming Ethan Klein's lawsuit against DEMS has officially been dismissed without prejudice. What the heliante? What the hell? What is this? Just showed up on my timeline. What the hell? Okay, we'll take a look at that in a second. Is that good news? Anyway, we'll blast off. Toby Durden was asked about you. Shut up. He was not. Shut up. Shut up. That's not real. Who got me? Zyn packets are carcinogenic. Wait, what? Check Zyn Health News. Wait, hold on. Zinbert? Am I dead? If Zyn packets are carcinogenic, I'm done. I'm fucking cooked. Daddy's so hot without the glasses. Yeah. Well, I can't see without them. So sometimes I should just take them off because it's better that I don't see. It's better that I don't see the nasty business that you guys get into in the chat. The color combo today is great. Thank you. Thank you. I've worked really hard for it. Anyway, where was I? All right, let's blast off. We got ICE killing in Maine. Obviously, we were talking about that. Memorandum of misunderstanding, ceasefire over situation, monitor straight close, right-wing Dems panic in Michigan. They're coming after our boy Abdul hard. Get in now. I've seen enough. What is this? Zyn nicotine pouches without knowing that what they were made of, says former agency scientist. FDA authorized it. Toxicologist says agency failed to consider whether the pouch material could shed microplastics. Oh, shit. Oh, then it's fine. It's making my mouth gay. The microplastics have been making my mouth gay this whole time without me knowing. This person says, fuck me, please. No. But also, do we have a blast off meme? There's an MMA fighter called Cody Durden. Who's this imposter? Who's this imposter? My main man, Toby. And now they're trying to be like Toby. Cody Durden. Get him the hell out of here. Get him the hell out of here. Only one Durden out there that I know and recognize, and God dang it, his name is Toby. Not Kobe Dirty. Is that good? Did you guys get it out of your system? I certainly did. All right, let's blast off and let's continue. All right, we got the blast offs here. We got Zoran and Mario Kart style situation. We got Israel comes to me in my dreams. Anyway, blasting off. It made me more anxious for some reason. What are the odds that the Senate rams through the NDAA and then after that we're fucked with that? They say Mitch is dead. I don't know anymore, man. I feel like we're kind of fucked no matter what, you know? Not to get too discouraged here. But the Israel-American military merger thing is probably one of the most black-pilling things I've seen American Congress try to pull off, because we're at the precipice of a turning point with America's relationship with Israel. This is an 80-year relationship at this point, and it's gotten it's gotten so out of hand. Some account named Potato is spreading misinfo about you as being signal boosted by Bad Empanada. Please stop. Who cares, man? Let them fucking chirp, please. They're just I'm done. I'm done with the schizo left. We got the American Congress straight up merging its military with the Israeli military, and you're over here being like, hey, there's this schizophrenic Australian guy who has made it his life's mission to just fucking slander your reputation. It's like, get in fucking line, man. Get in line. You know what I say to that? I say, what gives? At least every moment that he's doing that, he's not being like weirdly racist for some fucking strange reason. What gives? You know what I say to that? Behind me is the Gordie Howe Bridge. And right here is the Ambassador Bridge. One was built by Trump's biggest donor, Matty Maroon. Trump's biggest donor, Matty Maroon. What gives? We're facing down the American years of lead. Why do we give a shit about Bad Empanada? It's because he wants to be an active participant in the American years of lead, but also as like a psyop and a left wrecker and someone who can hopefully MK Ultra style activate one of his like schizo Iowan Maoists to go and assassinate like left candidates potentially. So yeah, that's part of the reason why it's fucking annoying. Maddie Maroon. Okay. I think you're a funny guy, Hasan, or maybe I'm just stoned. I think American politics it can be funny. I mean, think about it this way. We have a plague doctor responsible for like American health all together, okay? All around. RFK Jr. is basically the manifestation of illness and disease. And now he's in charge of the HHS, right? And what has he done? Paired up with the Doge cuts that came with Elon Musk's team of crypto fash weirdos, we now have a crisis of explosive diarrhea in the country. Okay? Mr. Pestilence himself has taken it upon himself to give every American diarrhea. How do you not laugh at that? I mean, it's devastating and it can be dangerous. It can be even deadly. But now Americans, by the tens of thousands, are experiencing ass blasting, explosive diarrhea. A San Diego infectious disease doctor says it's probably best to stay away from fresh produce for the next week or so. Because even if you wash it, a fecal parasite illness known as cyclosporiasis has now reached California. That's what's going on. It's making you dookie. It's making you pee-pee out of your butt. Okay. Now, what's crazy about this? What's crazy about this? I love salads. I eat salads all the time. I luckily have not been hit with the explosive dookie wave. Allah korusun. But here's the problem. We brought this upon ourselves and we destroyed the one mechanism that could identify where this fucking parasite was coming from, because the FDA is crippled. So what do? It's been a multifaceted approach. We are destructive in every way, shape, and form. And therefore, not only do we have a bunch of dumbasses in charge of the health stuff, we've also destroyed our capabilities of combating disease like this. But also on the other side, we've destroyed the capabilities of identifying where this kind of disease is coming from in our food supply. And I guess in some respects, it's a little funny. What are we to do? The inmates are running the asylum, folks. Anyway, that's just the situation that we have in front of ourselves. It's a beautiful day. We're going to talk about all of that and more. Let's just dive right into it, folks, because there's not really much else going on in my personal news. Let's dive right into it. We're diving into the Strait of Hormuz. We're taking a big gulp. The Hormuzi is plugged right now. It's very much closed. Now, of course, if you listen to Donald Trump, he'll say it's open, but also at the same time, he's going to plug it himself. That's where we're at.
The stakes in the war with Iran by announcing a new blockade of Iranian ports and saying the U.S. will impose a fee on cargo ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. and Iran traded air and missile strikes for the third night in a row, and for the first time ever, American forces used an explosive sea drone to destroy an Iranian dock. Weijia Jiang is at the White House this morning. Weijia, good morning.
Good morning, Vlad. Good morning, everybody. At President Trump's direction, the U.S. will also resume blocking ship traffic from entering or exiting Iranian ports this afternoon. It follows those escalating attacks between the U.S. and Iran, with more than 50,000 U.S. troops currently deployed across the Middle East. Both sides now are saying they want to control the strait and get paid for it. As the exchanges of fire continue, so do threats from President Trump, who vows to keep striking Iran.
We're attacking Iran right now as we speak, and they deserve it.
Late last night, the U.S. says it successfully hit military targets across Iran during a 5-hour mission. In response, Iran launched retaliatory missile strikes in Bahrain. Iran is using aggression in the Strait of Hormuz as leverage, but Trump now says the U.S. will control the waterway and impose a 20% fee on cargo shipments.
We're protecting a very rich portion of the world.
You forget the wisdom of Don Su. That which cannot be opened must be closed tighter. Yeah, it's like a Chinese finger trap. Art of the deal, art of the steal. Okay? Sometimes in order to get out of a Chinese finger trap, you got to push further. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what he's doing. He's decided if your opponent has closed the Strait of Hormuz, if your opponent has closed an important pathway for global commerce, what you have to do is close it even harder. And what you have to do is charge even more than your opponent is charging to make your opposition look better in comparison. These are the brilliant tactics of a man, a warlord with a lot of experience. Okay? Yamamoto fit check, please. It's Yoji. He looks tough. He looks tough. The X looks a little strange.
We're spending money.
I like
and so
it.
what we've done is we are going to be reimbursed for protection.
Iran's foreign minister responded in an X post that Iran has always been the guardian of the Strait and will remain so forever, adding 20% is, of course, too much. We will be fair. Just last month, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the idea of any nation charging tolls on the Strait is illegal.
No country is allowed to charge tolls or fees on an international waterway. That's existing international law.
Patrick DeHaan, the head of petroleum analysis for GasBuddy, says a 20% toll could increase the price of oil by $15 a barrel.
That would be catastrophic to global oil prices. It could send them up dramatically if it is pulled off. And it would have a major negative in restraining the flow of oil through the Strait. Not only oil, but gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel at a time of year that demand tends to be highest.
In a letter obtained by CBS News.
Isn't he coming after the ICC for upholding international law? Yes. Yes, he is. What is this? If Bob El Mandeb closes, China can't help. What is Mr. Global 2025, chatter? Chatter, what the hell did you just link me, bro? I'm sorry. We have to have a little bit more discipline with the linking, okay? I know that you have the privilege. If you are subscribed to me, if you've subscribed to independent media, Piker Broadcasting Service, People's Broadcasting Service, then you can send me videos. You can send me links. This is wild. This is a wild link to send. I'm going to keep it at $1.50, even if this is really good analysis. He's an oil and gas expert. Even if it's really, really good analysis, I can't get over the Mr. Global 2025. Especially because the PFP and the Thumbo have the same face. No, Mr. Global is actually a valid industry source. Okay, fuck it. We're watching it. God damn it.
Well, the war between the United States and Iran is now a war involving, 10 countries now?
Man, I would rather read, man. Stop. I would rather read. Just give me something to read, man. That's too much. My dad loves this guy. Hell yeah. Did you see Jeremy Scale go beast mode this morning? I did not, but apparently there's a follow-up to my interview with Congressman Ro Khanna from our boy Jeremy Scahill, who identified some of the inherent contradictions in Ro Khanna's messaging, where he on the one hand is trying to be a bold and sometimes lone voice against Israel in Congress, but also on the other hand, probably doesn't want to be like assassinated or something, or, you know, I guess like wants to maintain a posture that is like J Street appropriate. And that's an inherently contradictory position. So Ro Khanna asked him, not Ro Khanna, sorry, Jeremy Scahill asked him some questions about, some of the statements that Congressman Ro Khanna had made on my broadcast. Let's take a look.
I want to say, I think objectively, a lot of people who have been deeply concerned about the apartheid state of Israel, the genocide in Gaza, find it refreshing to hear a member of Congress speak in this way. And the fact that you also have used this opportunity to try to highlight specific cases of Palestinians. I want to ask you, though, what you think the consequences for Israel should be, not just of these actions, but also for the mass murder of a documented roughly 80,000 people. It's probably much higher than that in Gaza, a significant portion of whom are children. I've heard you talk about sanctioning individuals. I've heard the framing that you and Bernie Sanders offer about offensive weapons or weapons that kill civilians, but I've also heard your defense of Iron Dome. And I want to push you on this because I think a lot of the critique of you from pro-Palestine people and from Palestinians is that the position you're advocating basically amounts to, we need to make sure that the sniper is protected so that he can continue sniping.
Well, if we look, I appreciate the question, and I will answer it specifically. But if you look at all the things I've called for, I've said zero aid to Israel and supporting the Massey Amendment that does that. That's going to be a big vote coming up this week. I've said no military sales to Israel that are used to kill civilians.
I'll be honest. Here's what I have to say about this. Okay. Ro Khanna's position is, of course, inconsistent, right? It doesn't make sense. If you identify the problem, if you are knowledgeable about the history, okay. Ro Khanna also happens to be one of the lone voices in Congress, and I do think he's movable. I'm not saying his assessment was great. I mean, I addressed it as well. I critiqued it myself when I had him on the broadcast. I do think he's movable on this issue, though, so we'll see. We'll see where he goes with it.
I've said no military integration and led the fight to repeal Section 224 and 219.
You're being incredibly naive here, Hasan. No, I think I'm being unbelievably pragmatic and maybe perhaps a little cold and perhaps a little bit calculated, because I think if he's movable on this issue, we can get others to be far, far, far more aggressive in their posture. Because, look, there are two different kinds of politicians in Congress from my perspective. Okay, we got the ideologues, we got the ride or dies, right? Maylot Quiros, Daria Liza, Claire Valdez, Chris Rabb. These are people I don't have to worry about. These are not people that I will have to hold to account, right? At least they might betray us at some point, but I know that these are people whose position already comes from a place of knowledge, a place of understanding the situation. Hamawi is another one, right? These are the people that we're not going to have to go after to be like, hey, what are you doing? Ilhan Omar is another one of these people. Rashida Tlaib is another one of these people. These numbers are growing, right? But then you also have people that are movable, okay? There's three different kinds of people in Congress, sorry, let's say, right? Three different kinds of people. Ro Khanna is in the second camp, where whether or not this is a sincerely held position of his, or whether or not he's just literally learning about the history of the region, the history of this country in real time as he is experiencing it, while simultaneously still trying to make a calculated decision to not be called an anti-Semite endlessly, right? And still try to manage these like relationships with like J Street, all this stuff. He's a movable person, which is good. Far better than the third category of person that is bought and paid for or ideologically a Zionist, right? So I'll take Ro Khanna over Chuck Schumer. I'll take Ro Khanna over Josh Gottheimer. I'll take Ro Khanna over people who are already there, people who are just like aggressive champions of this cause, Haley Stevens being another one, right? I'll take Ro Khanna over Haley Stevens. Do you see what I mean? That's where my pragmatism comes from. I'll take Ro Khanna over Cory Booker, right? So I'm being super pragmatic. There's a difference between trying to get as many congresspersons to move in our direction and in the direction of the truth, and holding them to account this way is a big part of it, okay? Private correspondence is another part of it, but holding them to account this way is also a major part of it. Arm's distance, but also a little push and a little pull. Do you see what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, they're public servants. They serve us, right? Because think about it this way. If you look back at my correspondence with Ro Khanna very publicly at the DNC in 2024, and then you look at the conversation that we had a couple months ago when he came to my house versus the conversation that we had when he came back from Israel, he's moved quite a bit on this issue, right? Do you see what I'm saying? So that is still, that places Ro Khanna in a far better position than the large majority of AIPAC-backed stooges that are saying stuff like Israel comes to me in my dreams. Right? We got to do it all. Full spectrum. To each their own. But if you're wondering what's my analysis on this, what's my assessment on this, that's where I'm coming from. These sorts of conversations are very good, though. They're very productive.
Is Netanyahu's end run, where they would just co-produce the military. I've said we should call it apartheid and recognize the genocide. So these are on a scale of 1 to 10. You know, it's like going from 1 to 7 or 8, and the debate is, okay, 9 or 10. Do I an arms embargo completely, which I have not supported, would say Israel can't even get or produce from anyone defensive the Iron Dome. And I guess my view is, you know, anyone should be able to protect civilian life, but that's not America.
We need to let more people know the government weapons sales ban while still allowing Israel to purchase weapons themselves, a J Street position, and J Street is paying politicians to push that agenda, much like how AIPAC does. This would also be productive. Full slack, you're 100% right. Can't believe I'm saying that. Can't believe those words are coming out of my mouth right now, but full slack, you are right about that, of course. And that is very frustrating for me because J Street is seen as like the woke progressive version of like the appropriate way to continue. What is this? Not that it matters, but I think Roe's an opportunist that will move left if it's popular enough, but he's always moving from the center. He's safe but not evil. Roe is a beautiful man. God, I love Enfant Door so much, bro. You are legendary. You are a legendary chatter. Okay? I cannot believe how horny Enfant Door is this morning. That is crazy. That is crazy. Oh my God. Oh my God. Enfant door. Should have banned him for being pro-segregation? No. Okay. No, and I'm glad I didn't, because now we have this wonderful take coming from Enfant door, who is, I believe, a 30-plus-year-old black woman who is pro-segregation, yes, who's anti-miscegenation, pro-segregation, unless it's for Ro Khanna, for which Enfant makes an exception. Not too much. Respect. It's cool. We've made Enfant door reconsider her position on. We've made Enfant door reconsider her position on the dangers of miscegenation. Anyway. And they say Chad is a monolith. Queer black man closing up. Oh shit, my mistake. A queer black man. See, I don't know all the details of every single chatter. I was wrong. Anyway, let's keep going.
Supporting it. I do think, though, that there is something that the next administration could do within the first 100 days. Instead of just saying, okay, we're going to talk abstractly about this long peace process, demand the arrest of Yonah Levy and extremist settlers within 100 days. Demand the destruction of every outpost within 100 days. Demand the destruction of illegal settlements within 100 days. Demand a justice for Palestinians and Palestinian people so that they stop getting terrorized within 100 days. That doesn't have to be some dialogue. That needs to be a directive from the American administration saying Israel must do this. And we need to be taking steps as we get towards a broader peace in that direction. I think that's one of the things that came out of this trip, the immediacy of the suffering of Palestinians.
I still don't think this is answering the question. I mean, tell me where I'm wrong here. What you're advocating for, we are talking about not just Netanyahu. Sanders always says Netanyahu and his extremist right-wing government. But if you look at public opinion polling, there is widespread support for open genocidal policies. In fact, Netanyahu is often criticized by his political opponents for not having finished the job in Gaza or in Lebanon or elsewhere. And I want to know why it is that you are stopping on this, because so much of what you're saying, it's one of the clearest recognitions of the issue that you could hear from an American.
This low-key also almost feels like it feels like when people say, oh, we can't have Medicare for all, let's just do something else. I don't know what it is about politicians, but it's just like politislop. Okay. It's the reverse of sloppyism. We got to find a term for it. You know how like some people will say, oh, it's sloppyism. We need a new term for it where like politicians will look at an issue and then we'll be like, well, you know, don't let perfect get in the way of good, right? Like there is a version where politicians will do it no matter what. Well, they'll be like, I saw the apartheid. I experienced the racism. I understand how fucking evil this shit is. But also politics is the art of possible. It's like, okay, well, you still move the needle. You still have your moral conviction, move the needle, and be a political leader. Now that you have established credibility in this space as someone who like experienced it, right? And no one's going to yell at you for getting the needle across halfway, right? Do you see what I mean? Like it doesn't matter if you're pushing for an embargo, but then you're fine with half measures along the way to like advance those. It's good to advance those demands even if you're not going to get them. Right? That's my attitude on it. And I don't understand why these guys won't do it. They won't push for it.
Politician. And yet, you still are saying, but the sniper needs to have protection.
It's not the sniper. It's saying that that we're not, just so we have, there's no ambiguity on my position, which is also the position of Sanders or AOC or others, as I understand it. It is.
I think also Ro Khanna doesn't realize that there's like a whole world out there, like far beyond AOC and Sanders. Like people like myself are kind to AOC and Bernie Sanders, and a lot of people will yell at me for it, but it's somewhat of a tactical decision as well, because I think like it's important for people like AOC to like move the conversation forward. And not everyone grades politicians on a curve in the way that I do, but like I have my own personal convictions and my own personal positions that go far beyond AOC and Bernie Sanders on this issue, right? So, you know, Jeremy's not gonna be like, oh, AOC said so, then I guess that's fine. Jeremy is another one of these people who understands the necessity, understands the history of it.
That we have zero military aid to Israel, that we have no military sales that are used to kill, military weapons that are used to be killing civilians. So that's the drop.
I would argue Iron Dome is used to kill. I would argue Iron Dome is used to kill civilians because it allows the Israelis to have this American backing to operate with impunity by openly saying that I support this military technology for Israel. What you're saying is that when Israel attacks other countries who have a right to fight back, that my position is that that sniper, I wish he wasn't doing the sniping, but that sniper has a right to have the United States defending their sniping.
But I don't think that that's the case if we're stopping all military aid and we're stopping giving them the weapons to kill others, and we're stopping protecting them at the UN, and we're demanding the actions in terms of justice. I don't think that their policies, whether it's Netanyahu or another Israeli government.
Would you say this about apartheid South Africa? I've heard you talk
well,
about it.
Because I think
give me another example where you say it's okay to continue any level of support for an openly genocidal society that has mass murdered 80,000 people, more than 300 media workers, has invaded Lebanon, has bombed Iran, and you're saying, oh, but we need to protect civilians. This isn't about protecting civilians.
See, look, it's a little push, a little pull, okay? Jeremy pushes, I pushed a little bit, and then I pulled a little bit. Jeremy's pushing further. That's good. This is a healthy and productive part of discourse, okay?
Greatest threat to their civilians is their policy. And so I don't know.
Sure you did? What do you mean? All the fucking clips that circulated, and part of the reason why Jeremy's pushing further on this issue is because, at least, you know, what he told me is like he's expanding on the conversation that took place where Ro Khanna revealed his positions a little bit further, where he said like, oh, you know, I'm in favor of an Iron Dome for the Palestinians potentially. I'm not in favor of like taking away the Iron Dome from the Israeli civilians.
I understand why you have even one qualified shred of support for a sniper mass murderer masquerading as the.
Yeah, for AOC, we don't know what. Like, I don't think AOC's ever been pushed on her full spectrum position on this stuff. Like the last time DSA last time DSA basically petitioned her to demand a change in her position or a clarification on her position, she came out and she said, no aid, defensive, offensive, no distinction, it doesn't matter. And that made that the new progressive standard bearer. However, that's still a problem because that's the J Street position where, like, look, for people that don't understand, the entanglements that we already have with the Israeli military are far more comprehensive than what you assume, than what you would think, than what you know about. And I even addressed that with Ro Khanna, if you recall, because like we're currently talking about the NDAA and how the American military and the Israeli military are slated to merge with one another, right? That's a huge problem for a million different reasons. But what a lot of people don't know is that we already have this merger in certain instances with the Israeli military. Like one of the most common examples that I like to use is jet fuel. The American Pentagon, the American government already gives Israel jet fuel, okay? And they don't give it above the board. Like they don't, that's not even factored into the Israeli aid. That's not factored into the money that we send to Israel so they can purchase stuff. We just straight up give them jet fuel, okay? And it's not above board. What, like, it's not even discussed. It's just a thing that the Pentagon does, okay? That is some of the more opaque versions of this already existing partnership, right? We just straight up give them the jet fuel, for the record. Before you, like, I'm telling you, like, we just give them the jet fuel for their F-35s, for their different jets that they fly, for the Israeli Air Force. We give them that, okay? So when people say, oh, I want to stop aid to Israel, like, there are many different versions of this. And I think some people take advantage of the vagueness of the aid. Like, what do you mean when you say you want to stop the aid? Are you saying you want to stop the Memorandum of Understanding? The MOU that exists, the Obama era MOU, where we give them $3.8 billion every year in cash so they can then turn around and purchase Tamir interceptors that we produce in this joint cooperative production agreement that we have with the Israeli state for their Iron Dome, as is colloquially known, right? Is that what you want to stop? Or do you mean you want to stop giving money to Israel altogether so they can continue purchasing our weapons, so that they can continue purchasing our weapons, but now they do it with their money? Or do you mean an arms embargo, right? Are you talking about an arms embargo where we actually hold the Israeli government accountable for the crimes that it's committed, that we know it's committed, that we've actually identified, we've documented and hid during the Biden administration especially, right? Anthony Blinken had reports of the Israeli government deliberately stopping aid from entering into the Gaza Strip. This is the clearest violation of international humanitarian law. There is no clearer violation of the of international human rights than a country stopping aid from entering an area that it currently occupies. Okay, that's starving. That's mass starvation of a civilian population. It is straight up genocidal. It is a clear-cut war crime. No ands, ifs, or buts. It is a definitional war crime that actually made a lot of people who were pro-Israel, a lot of people who were lifetime Zionists, even openly admit that Israel was conducting a war crime and possibly a genocide and creating famine-like conditions in the Gaza Strip. There were people who were lifelong Zionists that work at, like, the Human Rights Watch, for example, that said, nope, that's it, I'm out. Because it is... there's no excuse for it, okay? So if we knew that and we identified that, okay, when our State Department identified that and Anthony Blinken cast aside that report and hid it, that means from that, frame one, from that moment onward, we were aiding and abetting in war crimes that we knew Israel was engaging in. Right? And we know that already here at the broadcast, but I'm saying, like, the American State Department also knows, and it also holds them legally liable for the participation in this genocide as well, which, makes this an even trickier situation for them, because then if they recognize it, if they admit it, then they're also basically admitting their moral culpability and their actual legal liability in the participation of this genocide. Which, from my perspective, sucks to suck, tough titties. You shouldn't have fucking done a genocide, you dipshit. That's my attitude on it, at least. But the reason why I'm bringing all of this up is because there's varying degrees of, like, Israel critical sentiment that's floating around in Congress right now. So you have the AOC, you have the AOC line, which is No distinction between defensive and offensive weapons. No money, right? No aid to Israel so they can purchase weapons. But does that mean Israel can now purchase weapons from us still? Weapons that they use to kill children, weapons that they use to continue bombing Lebanon and killing children in Lebanon, while you know they're purchasing those weapons with our money, with their money. Is that the distinction? Or is it further beyond? Is it a full-blown arms embargo? Is it full-blown sanctions? If you're interested in sanctioning the country of Israel or some of the financial institutions within the Israeli state, how comprehensive are you? How far are you willing to go? Almost every single candidate that I have endorsed and campaigned with, actually, I think every single candidate that I've endorsed and campaigned with has been in favor of a clear-cut definitional embargo. Okay? They want an embargo. They want to stop all arms transfers to Israel and hold them to account for the genocide. Every single one of them has pushed this position. Ro Khanna clearly is uncomfortable getting there right now. And I don't know if AOC is comfortable getting there, but the reality of the matter is Jeremy Ben-Ami, this is Adam Johnson reporting all the way back from April 16th. Jeremy Ben-Ami is the president of J Street. J Street's cut off military aid PR gambit changes nothing, says Adam Johnson. He wrote about this on therealnews.com. Love Adam Johnson, as you guys know. But this basically shows the PR move here, right? The PR move that J Street is playing here, where they, and I covered this at the time, I was very critical of it, where J Street's position now is, stop giving money to Israel to purchase weapons from America. They should purchase it with their own money. But that's not going to stop the issue, is it? That's not going to stop. Adam Johnson has some issues, none that I know of. And that's very strange that you're saying that, because he's been, I think, one of the most reliable media critics since I've been around. Probably one of the best posters. He just recently wrote a book as well about how to sell a genocide. But J Street backs phasing out all U.S. aid to Israel by 2028. However you feel about J Street, anyone who's still saying they're indistinguishable for AIPAC is either unintelligent or a bad faith actor, wrote pollster Adam Carlson. Democrats are coalescing around ending military aid to Israel, boasted Executive Vice President of Center for International Policy, Matt Duss. At first glance, this move may seem like a major shift left for the liberal think tank and the broader Democratic Party consensus around Israel. But upon closer inspection, it's clear that this talking point is mostly a sieve, a PR tactic that provides a pseudo break from Israel, but does little to alter the material reality of apartheid and genocide, all while buying time for a Democratic leadership increasingly at odds with their base, 71% of whom now support cutting off military aid to Israel. This narrative that J Street and leading Democrats more broadly are all getting behind cutting military aid, while strictly accurate under certain interpretations of the word aid, is deeply misleading. The effort is explicitly aligned with a broader right-wing program to move from direct funding of the military to co-development and co-production of weapons, and is designed to provide Zionist Democrats a superficially appealing talking point that looks Israel critical while doing nothing to materially change the status quo. This goes hand in hand with the merger plan that we were talking about. So if the Israeli military and the American military merges and they have more comprehensive defense production strategies, then all of a sudden it makes it far more difficult to cut off weapons transfers to the state of Israel, which is why I brought up this problem to Ro Khanna as well. Okay? So the J Street attitude, the J Street strategy works in tandem with the Benjamin Netanyahu strategy here. Benjamin Netanyahu himself has said, we're no longer gonna need aid from the United States of America. I mean, he's been saying that since the 80s, or since the 90s, sorry, but it doesn't really matter. I don't know if it's actually going to happen. But my point is, J Street also even mentioned Benjamin Netanyahu openly stating their desire, whether it's real or sincere or not, doesn't matter. They even mentioned Benjamin Netanyahu wants to cut off aid. You understand? So this inconsistency, of course, must be addressed. And that's precisely what Jeremy's doing here. Let's take a look. I'm going to start here.
Sniping, but that sniper has a right to have United States defending their sniping.
But I don't think that that's the case if we're stopping all military aid and we're stopping giving them the weapons to kill others, and we're stopping protecting them at the UN, and we're demanding the actions in terms of justice. I don't think that their policies, whether it's Netanyahu or another Israeli government.
Would you say this about apartheid South Africa? I've heard you talk
well,
about it.
Because I think because I
give me
do
another
think
example where you say it's okay to continue any level of support for an openly genocidal society that has mass murdered 80,000 people, more than 300 media workers, has invaded Lebanon, has bombed Iran, and you're saying, oh, but we need to protect civilians. This isn't about protecting civilians. The greatest threat to their civilians is their...
What are these reservations for? Oh, I don't get it. He's not bought. It's an inconsistency. Of course people are going to fucking address this inconsistency. This is not one of those instances where we're like doing the same thing again. We're just like hitting the closest person to us ideologically. This is good because I think Roe is movable on this. I hit him on this in 2024. Okay? Like this conversation didn't start last year. Okay? Ro Khanna has had a significant transformation on this issue, and you can literally map it out from our conversations in person from 2024 at the DNC all the way to like this past weekend where I talked to him when he came back from the West Bank. Okay? That's why I think he's movable. Whether it's because of his personal ambitions, of his personal aspirations to run for president or not, it doesn't matter because he is a public servant at the end of the day. So for me, what matters is his output. And what matters is the growth he's shown. What matters is the positions that have changed in real time. Okay? And that's a good thing, and I'm going to give him credit for that, regardless of what the reasoning for it behind his change is. That means he's at least like a room reader, right? As opposed to many of these other people who are not, or refuse to read the room, refuse to go to the room. Okay? This doesn't mean, offer full-blown unconditional support to Ro Khanna, but it also means you should recognize the value that we can derive out of a public servant like Ro Khanna, who is movable on this issue, because he's not like Daria Lisa or Claire Valdez or Chris Rabb or all these other people who are already there. They're knowledgeable on this issue. They have their ideological convictions. They have their moral convictions. They're already there, right? They're already there. That's literally the bad empanada position, but you shit on him. Brother, the bad empanada position is just mass harassment of people in my community, my fans, and people that are closest to him ideologically, at least self-described, whatever his self-described ideology is. He's just an unproductive LARPer and a little bit mentally unwell. Not even a little bit, very mentally unwell. I don't care about whatever fucking bad empanada is doing. Okay, give it up. Gucci bag, give it up. It's over. Okay?
Policy. And so I don't understand why you have even one qualified shred of support for a sniper mass murderer masquerading as the only democracy in the Middle East.
Well, but I'm not saying that the United States should be supporting the funding for Iron Dome, just so we're very clear. I'm saying that we shouldn't be restricting Israel from being able to get the Iron Dome or be able to develop the Iron Dome technology. Well,
I stop there. Everything else you're saying makes so much sense. Why do you stop there? It feels to me like you're trying to have it both ways on this issue. So you can say, well, I actually support, defending the Israeli civilians. You're not defending Israeli civilians with that policy. You're defending the sniper's ability to keep killing because it won't face the ultimate accountability, which is a total embargo on all support for an apartheid state.
Yeah, I don't think you have to put at risk. You would agree, there are innocent civilians in Israel, right? Including 20% being Arab Israelis. I mean, I just don't think that you have to put their lives at risk to achieve the ends of stopping the apartheid, stopping the occupation.
Israel puts their lives at risk by waging genocidal wars with the support of a significant portion of its population, and by enabling them by saying, well, the sniper still needs to have his cover, or I stop at this thing. What you're saying is that the accountability then doesn't lie on American policy toward Israel. It's sort of something abstract. Well, Israeli civilians could die. Israeli civilians are dying in these attacks because of the apartheid. Palestinians have a right to kill Israeli soldiers, Congressman? On October 7th, when they attacked the military bases in the Gaza envelope, did the Qassam brigades and Suraya al-Quds have a right to kill Israeli soldiers? Yes or no? On October 7th, did Palestinians have a right to attack Israeli military bases in the Gaza envelope? Yes or no?
I mean, I think October 7th attack was a terrorist attack, so I don't justify.
Was it a terrorist attack when the first targets that were hit on the morning of October 7th were...
I mean, he should have done something. Look, Jeremy is my king. He's a legend. And of course, the answer is yes, the Palestinian resistance does have a right to militarily resist against the Israeli military. It's an occupation force. Of course, it's legal, right? I think the better way to ask this question is, does Hamas have a right to kill Israeli soldiers inside of Gaza? Okay. For the record, the answer is yes, like unambiguous. It's not even a question. Does Hezbollah have a right to militarily resist against the Israeli occupation inside of Lebanon? Answer is unambiguously yes. Okay? When you move into offensive postures inside of the Green Line, it's going to be a tougher one for an American congressman to say, to openly say yes to. But that's what's so crazy about this, the situation is that, like, they literally do have an internationally recognized right to do that. They have a moral and legal right to do that. But of course, unfortunately, we live in the United States of America, and of course, no one's going to say fucking yes to that. Or the people that do say yes to that, myself included, will get yelled at endlessly, and they'll say I'm anti-Semitic. But that is the tougher one to answer, in my opinion.
Multiple military bases. Did Palestinian forces have a right to attack those military bases?
I am not for violence again in any way. I mean, I am for making sure that we end.
Yeah, this is why I was saying like the one that's a gimme. The one that's a gimme is the way I framed it. This one's even tougher because, like, no congressperson with presidential aspirations whatsoever is ever going to say at least parts of the October 7 military operation were technically legal under international law. They're not going to say that. It's just not going to happen.
Do they have a right to do it, Congressman? Do they have a right to attack Israeli soldiers?
No, I'm not going to say that Hamas had a right to attack Israeli soldiers or kill Israelis. Like, I don't think that advances peace or advances Palestinian statehood.
Does Israel have a right to drop a single bomb on Gaza in response to October 7th?
I believe Israel had the right to get people.
Nope, wrong. Again, wrong. Under international, I mean, dude, I said this on October 8th, 2023, and people never let me live it down. But no, wrong. Israel did not have a right to militarily occupy or bomb or do any violent military action in an area that it is the belligerent occupier of. Gaza is technically occupied by Israel. So no, Israel did not have a legal right to drop a single bomb on Gaza, whether it was post-October 7 or pre-October 7 on numerous sieges that Israel committed. They do not. They do not have that right at all. It's crazy. Ro Khanna's position as expressed here is that Palestinians do not have a right to self-defense because they don't have a state. He states this in the Obama-esque framework of selective pacifism, which is profoundly insulting to say the least. But more concerningly, he's looking for the off-ramp that allows the status quo to continue while making space for his own personal disavowal. You either think it's a genocide and apartheid that the U.S. is directly complicit in and support whatever it takes to that end, or you don't. I don't know. Maybe I just like am occupied. Maybe I'm in a fucking weird space by myself where I am like my moral convictions and my position and what I'm trying to advance is the understanding of international law for every single American, recognize our moral culpability. But then also on the other hand, when it comes to elections or when it comes to politicians specifically, I try to move them as close to my position, the position of truth, as fast as possible. Okay? That's what is so frustrating. That's the reason why there's a lot of friction between myself and people who are who present themselves as further to the left of me. It's ironic because like we don't even disagree on basic facts about this issue. Like the Palestinian resistance have the right to militarily resist against the Israeli occupation. It's fucking clear. I've said that always. Okay? This is the reason why the ADL and all these fucking advocacy groups hate me. Not because they perceive me as being anti-Semitic or whatever the fuck. No, it's because of this. Because there are no major influences in American politics that will openly say the truth. That the Palestinian resistance, the Lebanese resistance, has a legal right to resist against Israeli occupation. Militarily resist. Right?
People who killed the civilians, but not in the way they went about it, which I've said is genocide.
But the Palestinians don't have a right to attack the very military bases that are running the killing operations on October 6th, 2023, or October 5th, 2023. It's a double standard. You're saying there are ways that Israel should be able to kill Palestinians, but there is never a condition under which Palestinians can attack armed, uniformed soldiers of a force that is still considered an occupying force under international law. I don't make it make sense to me how those
I
two
come
things
from
are
a
not
tradition
total
of
hypocrisy.
King and Gandhi. My grandfather was in jail for.
I'm aware of your family history. Do you think King would say, "Well, there's certain they can attack the Viet Cong, but I don't want them to kill."
I don't think anyone. I don't know what Gandhi would say. I don't think my grandfather would say that the Palestinians should have armed resistance to Israeli occupation. I think they would argue for a much more nonviolent approach. But America, I think, in ending aid, in ending military sales, in not being a defender of Israel in the UN, just vetoing resolutions against Israel, would make tremendous progress. I mean, maybe we're on a scale of 1 to 10, and you're
again. Look, the most charitable interpretation of this is he doesn't know. The most charitable interpretation is he does not know that the Palestinians have done that for fucking 75 plus years, 80 years, and that has led to nothing, right? No, this isn't a defense. This isn't a defense. There's a difference between someone not knowing, learning about it, and then changing their perspective versus someone who does know and is deliberately trying to reframe the conversation in a way where they're trying to get you to understand their position. I think that there is a sense of opportunism here. Okay, there's a sense of opportunism here for sure, but also there is a clear-cut lack of knowledge. You're literally sheepdogging here, piece of shit. Oh my fucking God. I'm not even defending Ro Khanna's position. I'm literally saying Jeremy Scale is cooking. Guys, Jesus fucking Christ. All I'm saying is he's movable. If he doesn't move, then he's oppositional. Fuck me. It's not defense, it's analysis. Why are you guys so fucking brain broken? I hate this. I genuinely fucking hate doing political commentary at this point because even those on the left will look at anything that I'm saying and go, if you don't say Ro Khanna is a liberal Zionist baby murderer right now, and if you even pull his transformation on this issue, whether it's personally just because of his aspirational goals of running for president or not, doesn't even matter, right? When you say he's moved on this issue, he's literally gone to the West Bank, okay? And he's movable because of his own personal experiences that he's had so far, especially if he learns more information about this stuff. And these sorts of conversations are very good and very productive for that reason. Okay? You immediately go, dude, you're sheepdogging for the liberal Democrats, for the Zionists. I'm not. I have no stake in this, okay? I have no dog in this fight. You know what my positions are. It's so goddamn annoying. Anytime we talk about like American politics and American Congress and congressional representatives, and I analyze it from the framework of like where the rest of Congress is versus where Ro Khanna is, and then I tell you where he used to be as opposed to where he is now, immediately people go, shut the fuck up, you're sheepdogging. It's so fucking annoying. Holy shit. Ultras have become a plague on online discourse. I honestly don't know why I didn't expect them, but it feels like we're closer to making some change in this country the more insane they get. Please, let us interpret things as they're taking place, okay?
At a 10, and I'm saying let's go to a 6, 7, 8. I don't know where that would be. And right now America's at a 1.
No, we're at a 10 because of a genocide that was enabled, supported, armed, and funded by the United States. And I am baffled as to how you can say that Israel had a right to drop a single bomb on Gaza in response to October 7th, but Palestinians, according to you, have no right whatsoever to ever kill an Israeli occupation.
Palestinians have right to justice, which is in the case
do they have a
of
right to armed resistance against Israeli occupation soldiers in uniform? Do they ever have a right to kill an Israeli soldier?
I think if it's
say it inside of Gaza, say it. Do Palestinians have a legal right? Well, it's not even a question at that point because it's just the truth. It's just the matter of law. So it's not even like an interpretation of the law. It's just do you know the law at all? Or do you have an understanding of the accurate application of the law? Because like there's obviously the moral responsibility and the moral right that the Palestinians have to take up arms against an illegal occupation. But then there's also the legal right that they have to do so. That's why I always say, like, look, the Palestinian resistance, some of the forms that it has taken as an act of desperation through this evolution, this 80-year evolution, has led to things that, you know, everyone understands, like targeting civilians. That's obviously a response to the 80-year subjugation of Palestinians. The violence is set by Israel, the occupier. And of course, the violence and the political and the military resistance matches the violence of the oppressor, right? Some of that is illegal. Some of that is a war crime, okay? It's just true. It's objectively true. Having said that, definitionally, the Palestinian resistance has a right to exist. The Palestinian resistance has a right to militarily resist against the Israeli occupation. They have a moral and legal right to do so. Same with Hezbollah, same with the Lebanese forces, whichever forces are mustered up. As a matter of fact, they have more they have more liberties that they can take in terms of how that resistance forms. For example, there's a concept called spontaneous militia. Under normal circumstances in international law, if you are if you're facing a military occupation, you have to be you have to have like clear-cut military garb, for example, right? But because Hamas is a government formation that exists under permanent occupation of the Israeli state, they actually can fight back in civilian clothing. They legally can fight back in civilian clothing because it is literally a part of a spontaneous militia that forms in real time. Okay? Now, we're getting into obviously like legal interpretation at this point of like whether it's valid, whether it's not valid. Is Hamas a standing military? Is it not a standing military? But ultimately, under international law, there is an allowance for a population to form a spontaneous militia and therefore not even wear military fatigues as they're resisting against a standing military. Okay? Hasan, you're sweating? No, I'm not. It's actually very cool in this room. What's up, Hasan? How are you handling this? Check Twitter. Shit's going down. Check Twitter. Turn on the TV, any channel. Turn on the internet, any website. Doesn't matter. Chatter, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm trying to tell you. Use your words. Use your words. I can't, asshole. Wait, what? I'm the asshole? Bro, use your fucking words. What's happening on Twitter? Explain to us what is going on that you think we have to look at right now.
Self-defense if they feel like there's an illegal attack on them by a violent settler or by an Israeli soldier, and that's illegal. In a school or on a civilian, and then of course they should have justice.
But the entire thing is illegal, Representative Khanna. The entire occupation of Gaza, the managing their...
The entire occupation of the West Bank, the entire occupation of Gaza is wholly illegal. And yes, whether people want to admit it or whether people want to say it, especially if they have aspirations for higher office, it doesn't matter. If we're having a real conversation about the legal and moral rights and responsibilities that the Palestinians have versus the legal and moral rights and responsibilities the Israeli government has, there's one side that is engaging in a whole lot of illegality, and there's the other side that is responding to it legally and also at certain instances illegally. In the rare instances, illegally. But if we're looking at the broader responsibilities of the fully fleshed out state, that is supposed to be beholden to international standards, rules, regulation, restrictions. Israel has never, in its entire existence, Israel has never abided by international rules, international humanitarian laws. They've never restricted their actions. It has always been illegal. And the United States and the Western world has always defended Israel down to the wire every single step of the way. That's why Israel gets away with it. That's precisely the reason why we can't just say, oh, look, Americans now don't fuck with Israel. We gotta take, some initiative. We have to have some initiative here. And we have to actually make material changes. And an American congressperson has the capacity to move the conversation in a much more productive manner.
Diet, the mowing the lawn, the constant killing of them. The perspective of many Palestinians is that they're being collectively punished and they're fighting for their very existence, and that the bases that surround Gaza were the primary murderers on a military level of the population of Gaza. So what I'm understanding, whether it's Hamas and Islamic Jihad or it's independent Palestinians, how is it that you can stand here and in any way justify the Israelis dropping bombs on Gaza, but never find a way in which it's justifiable for Palestinians to kill an armed soldier of a force that is under international law and occupation force? I don't understand it.
Well,
I ask you
because
to reconsider this position.
Well, I will look at it, but I don't think that the solution in that area is to encourage
but you're afraid of being
violent...
called pro-Hamas. That's what this boils down to. Because I bet if we were talking off the record privately, and I said this to you, you would acknowledge that people around the world have a right to resistance by all means necessary.
Damn, we even cooked them with the off the record privately. Oh, shit. That's what it is. We need a little bit more bravery from our elected representatives. Sometimes, unfortunately, in an unjust system, it requires bravery to say the truth. Okay? It requires moral conviction and also courage to say the truth, especially when saying the truth gets fucking punished. It's not a secret. Okay? It's not a secret. I've been saying the truth non-fucking stop, and I've been getting ass blasted for it. That's why when you say the truth, AIPAC will put your fucking face on mailers and will say you're a goddamn terrorist and you're aligned with goddamn terrorists. Israel's committing a genocide, but an arms embargo against the genocidal state goes too far. Is a deeply unserious position. Kana also suggests Leahy applies to military sales, which it doesn't. It only applies to military subsidies, so this is a non sequitur, more goofy hedging. Further proof that presidential hopefuls like Kana, genocide is a buzzword to signal maximum outrage, not a moral and legal designation with implications and obligations. They're committing genocide, but we must provide them with military defense is a patently insane position. He repeats genocide and apartheid like 20 times in this interview, but can't seem to follow this logic to its to its conclusion. Adam says, liberal Zionism is a drug many have a hard time quitting because doing so would require actual courage and moral clarity. It's true. I guess it requires moral courage and clarity, but it also requires a tremendous amount of information that you have to download, okay? It's actually pretty easily accessible. Just read Ilan Pape, 10 Myths, and you'll get like the cliff notes of it, right? It's foundational. You'll get you'll get a very easy to understand, fast track cliff notes version of this from an Israeli Jewish historian, right? And I do think that for a lot of people, they see right from wrong, right? I think that a lot of civilians, we're not talking about Roe now. We're just talking about the average American. I think or even like content creators. I've experienced this in my own personal, life with some of my colleagues on this website, right? Not just this website, but also on YouTube and many other places. Like, here's what the problem is, right? It's not a secret that there is a concerted effort to silence any kind of opposition to Israel And a lot of these institutions, a lot of these organizations that have embedded themselves in the liberal side of the political spectrum that aren't just like outwardly right wing. These institutions that get away with claiming to be civil rights organizations like the ADL and whatnot, they're pretty aggressive with their posture. If you come out and you say anything about Israel, they'll immediately call you a Jew hater, right? And that's a pretty fucking significant smear. Now, the impact of that smear has softened quite a bit over the last 3 years as Israel has continued its genocide, and these organizations have continuously called all of its prominent critics Jew haters and smeared them. Okay? But the problem is, even if a lot of people recognize right from wrong, a lot of normal people recognize right from wrong and they go, ugh, I don't really like what Israel is doing. But they don't normally come out and say something about it because they're fearful that they don't have the knowledge, right? They understand something is wrong, but they don't want to be inundated with Hasbara. They see people come in and be like, you're a fucking terrorist, you're a Jew hater, here is why. They see the way that people are treated when they do stick their neck out. And that's why it's important for us to demonstrate our moral conviction, our moral courage, and say the truth. Okay? Because someone has to do it, right? Someone has to do it. If someone doesn't do it, if no one does it, then even if people understand that this is the reality, they're still afraid of saying it. And therefore, there's an environment of silence around it. There's an environment of suppression around it. And the crimes continue. Okay? But remember, not all of this is born out of malice. Okay? Not all of this is born out of malice. There are a lot of people out there who recognize right from wrong, who might even have experiences with the Israeli government, who are still worried about not being able to hold their own in these conversations because they just don't have access to all the information, and they don't have they haven't taken the time out to like learn about it. That's why I always stress, like, there's a difference between Daria Lisa. There's a difference between Daria Lisa and Chris Rabb and Claire Valdez and even someone like Zoran, who, you know, toes the line of liberal Zionism from time to time, but he does so in a way where he's basically dog whistling. He knows what's up. He knows the truth, right? And I know he knows the truth. That motherfucker started his Students for Justice for Palestine chapter in Bowdoin, okay, in Bowdoin College. So there's a difference between guys like that and guys like Roe, who are learning about this in their older age as you know, the passage of time continues. Okay? How do you reconcile grading on a curve with moving their positions? As more and more people move, like when AOC came out and said no distinction between offensive and defensive weapons, now that's the bottom. Now that's the bare minimum. So now we got to push everyone to that bare minimum standard for the progressive side. Okay? Rose, a little baby who's simply learning, guys. Okay, dude. This is not a defense of ignorance, okay? This is just a reflection of reality. I'm just trying to explain to you. Rose, a fucking lawyer, not a mine worker? Yeah, and you'd be shocked at how little people know because they've gotten only one side of the story their whole fucking lives. How many people do you know that have gone to law school, that have gone to like institutes of higher learning, and they've only learned about the issue of Israel from one framework, from one perspective, a Zionist-approved framework? Okay? Most people that are knowledgeable know even less than someone who's not knowledgeable and charitable and curious about the truth. You got to remember that.
If the
well, I've always
Palestinians are
been
under
for
an illegal
peaceful
occupation-
resistance. You know,
But how is peaceful resistance saying the Israelis
you know,
have
I
a right to
mean,
drop a single
just
bomb?
like it's under segregation. I wouldn't have said that go kill people who are engaged in segregation against you. I mean, I'm much more Dr. King than Malcolm X. I mean,
Are you much
know.
more slave rebellions were justified against people that were raping, hanging, murdering Africans who had been kidnapped? I mean, I'm sorry. I spend most of my day and night talking with Palestinians, working with Palestinians.
I think one of the better ways to ask this question is also the Ukrainian resistance. Like to say, does the Ukrainian resistance have a right to resist against the Russian military occupation? You will never find even a Republican congressperson, regardless of how fucking pro-Russia they might come across as, say no to that, right? So if you understand that distinction when it's Ukrainians, why can't you with Palestinians? That's it. Obviously, the Nat Turner Rebellion is a great counter as well. Any kind of militant resistance against like Jim Crow South and the apartheid conditions that existed in the Jim Crow South is another great example of this as well. Warsaw Ghetto Uprising is another great example, which I brought up to Ro Khanna in our conversation, right? I talked about the Jewish partisans and the sabotage that the resistance front committed, sometimes against civilian infrastructure.
Colleague Hossam Shabbat
By
was
the way, most of the Palestinians,
most of the Palestinians
I met, most of the Palestinians I met, and maybe a few days, are not talking about the kind of armed resistance that you are. They just want to live their lives in dignity and peace and not have the Israeli.
Yeah, I mean, you're an American congressperson. I don't think anyone's going to be like openly going to reveal to you that they're a part of like the resistance front in like Tulkarm or something. You know what I mean? Like, yes, there's levels to this. Okay, there's levels to it, and yes, I think it's great. It's brave of Ro to go there. It's brave of him to go to West Bank and take a Palestinian-led trip. But that's just like a starting point.
Settlers oppress them.
But you're a member of the United States Congress who is justifying, albeit you've been very critical of Israel's war.
Yeah, here's my son and my AK-47. Don't tell anybody. They're not gonna. Yeah. Yeah, even speaking about resistance in the occupied territories is basically a one-way ticket to Sde Taimam. Palestinians know that more than anyone. Yeah.
Against Gaza. But you seem to be drawing a line that says that there are some cases in which Israel is justified to attack Palestinians, but only those responsible for October 7th. But you can't find a shred of justification for any Palestinian to attack the very armed forces.
I think in general, most Americans just do not believe in militant resistance. You're so wrong. You're so wrong. Ukraine is a great example of why you're wrong, because it's literally happening right now. And more so than Ukraine, there are historic examples. The IRA. The IRA is the number one historic counter to that. Okay? The IRA is a non-state militant resistance. The IRA is non-state militant resistance. The American congresspersons were illegally sending weapons to the IRA. That wasn't that long ago. I think the real answer is, in general, most Americans just don't believe in non-state militant resistance when it's black or brown people doing it, especially against what they perceive as a white state actor. Okay? Man, you always say this, but it's not true. Most Americans did not support the IRA. Irish Catholics supported the IRA broadly and sent a ton of money. Yes, but I think there was a reason for why this was overlooked by most Americans, is what I'm saying. And that's because they did not have, they saw it as like somewhat justifiable. There's no other comparison. There's never been another comparison of this. I think in general, most Americans just do not believe in military resistance. It's a dissonant position, but it's sincerely held one by most people. I would say at least 2/3 of people who hate Israel, support Palestine, do not support arms resistance. It's not just something that Americans believe, even though that makes no sense. Our analysis fails when we believe every dissonant position is a cynical one. Oh, I don't believe every dissonant position is a cynical one. Yes, it's liberalism. Liberalism is the hegemonic monoculture that Americans, by and large, believe, and liberalism is a idealistic notion of the world where you think that the pacifist approach is the only one that is successful. That's precisely the reason why even MLK's history has been revised and whitewashed. And when you know, most people talk about Malcolm X, they basically treat him like a fucking terrorist, right? MLK and Malcolm X exist together. Do you understand? They exist together. They were different facets of the civil rights struggle. One cannot exist without the other. There's no success with just one over the other. It's that simple. The point I'm trying to make is our culture lionizes the concept of peaceful protest above all. Yes, I recognize that. And I also do recognize, for the record, I do recognize that like there's this understanding. There's this understanding in the American masses of permanent pacifist resolution. Only nonviolence is what gets the job done. It's a falsehood. It's a falsehood that has been carefully reinforced through our social conditioning. Yes, this is true. So I don't disagree with you. I do think that most dissonant positions come from that failed understanding and not from a cynical perspective where someone knows like, yeah, you got to be violent at times, but also I'm just, you know, personally going to make sure that I'm like cynically committing to peaceful resolutions only. Yes, there's also the difference between state violence versus non-state actors as well. Americans have been taught that state violence is usually permissible or permissible at all times, as opposed to any kind of resistance against state violence is not permissible. We've seen a version of this with the Iran retaliation. Americans are more comfortable with the Iranian state fighting back against us because it's a fully fleshed state than Hamas was fighting against the Israeli occupation, or Hezbollah fighting against the Israeli occupation. It's so strange, but that is embedded in our consciousness. It's a very strange system. It's a very strange reality where Abbas Arakshi can go on NBC and speak convincingly about why the IRGC is fighting back against the American state, and yet no such permission exists for a Hezbollah commander. There's no Hassan Nasrallah goes on Meet the Press and delivers a convincing speech as to why Hezbollah must rise up in arms against the Israeli occupation. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy. That's a crazy thing that exists, that has happened already. Okay?
Operating under a nation state flag that is backed by the United States, and you're saying that there is no condition under which a Palestinian has a right to kill.
It's not crazy. Americans don't support those. They see us casting the first stone. Yeah, they're wrong about that. But it doesn't even matter. I'm telling you. Because if that was the case, they would be fully in support of fucking the Houthis, for example. They would be fully in support of Hezbollah. They would be fully in support of even Hamas. But they're not. And there's a reason for that. Part of it is because they falsely think that the Palestinian resistance cast the first stone. But the other reason is because Americans, by and large, do not recognize non-state actors, even if their concerns are valid. Okay?
Soldiers who are posted at military bases enforcing by murder and forced starvation and deprivation an illegal occupation of Gaza. That's what doesn't make sense to me. I don't see how you reconcile those two positions.
Because I think that the armed resistance is only going to be ineffective given the power differentials. It's similar to what Gandhi thought in terms of how he took on the British Empire, and that having a moral force of civil resistance and appealing to the world's conscience is going to be much better chance of getting dignity and peace.
2019, the Palestinians organized the Great March of Return, which was a mass nonviolent mobilization at the gates of the concentration camp walls and fence in Gaza. And you know what Israeli soldiers did, Representative Khanna? They had a competition to who could shoot the most kneecaps of Palestinians.
Well, I think that
the IDF also took ownership over that, and then they deleted it too.
Those were backed by Yahya Sinwar, the head of Hamas. So there's a track record and there's a context. You're talking about tactical issues. The Palestinians have tried that. The Palestinians did.
Well, I think that I think opinion is
down.
I think opinion is shifting now in America, where those kind of approaches would get a better reception in the United States.
Those kinds of approaches would have gotten a better reception in the United States back then. It's just that there was no coverage over it. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Okay. Then this is an unironic defense of Yahya Sinwar's, mentality. Why do those kinds of, why would the peaceful resistance now get a better reception in the United States? Because more Americans are aware of the conflict. More Americans are aware of the severity of the crisis. More Americans are aware of Israel's actions. Why are they aware of it? Well, because October 7 happened, and then Israel's unbelievably violent and disproportionate retaliation against the people that they are a belligerent occupier of made people aware of it. That was unironically the Yahya Sinwar position. So, in any case, this inconsistency, I'm glad it's being talked about.
Because
I hope that this doesn't discourage others from leaning in to a deeper understanding of this conflict, and then becoming more courageous in their moral conviction in the process.
Shireen Abu Akleh.
I mean, this is also like Joy-Ann Reid, for example. Joy-Ann Reid straight up is to the left of Ro Khanna now, which is awesome to see. I love Joy. She has been phenomenal on this issue. I mean, she literally lost her job because of her bravery on this. Okay. Of course, she's now an independent media figure, and therefore she has more liberties, more time to learn about the issue deeply, which she clearly has, and more liberties to discuss this at length. But once again, this is not a defense of Ro Khanna, but there is definitely more room to grow here. And I hope that Ro Khanna's position does evolve on this issue. Yes, my coworker, Joy-Ann Reid.
I believe she was killed during President Biden's administration. And this is where people feel a bit challenged, because the pro-Israel lobby operates in both parties, and they have a lot of control because they're providing a lot of money to be.
I'm gonna be honest, I love listening to her talk about this stuff. It's awesome.
Blunt, for people to get reelected. And so when when a Mexican national, Mr. Salgado Araujo, was killed in Texas, the president of Mexico immediately responded and threatened to take the United States to the International Criminal Court over it, and to say that we're going to bring international law to bear to protect this person, this father of five. I don't recall President Biden ever saying anything of the sort about Shireen Abu Akleh. I don't recall even Democratic presidents saying what you just said to Israel, whether they're Democrats or Republicans. Can you understand why that would be?
They were basically fine with Israel having total impunity. I mean, it's not just Biden presided over a genocide in Gaza giving aid. He never demanded the justice for the Palestinian American journalist. And just today, a former colleague of mine, Kathy Manning, is out with a video saying, I'm glad Kana and the other Americans are safe, but I have to say that this was a PR stunt because I didn't go to Israel and I just went to Palestine. So my own party, Democrats, are not willing to say the obvious, which is that you can't detain American citizens and threaten them for violence. And if people don't understand the West Bank fully, and it's hard to, I didn't understand it till I was there, think about ICE in this country operating with impunity against people.
As much as I find Rose's answers insufficient, I still think it's good he's doing these interviews. Yes, that's my position as well. And I think he's movable. I'm always going to be endlessly charitable to a fault, and people get mad at me for that. But I also take a very pragmatic approach here, a very pragmatic stance here, where it's like, I'm not saying he's going to be the movement leader. He has to, if he wants to be a movement leader in this regard, then he has to do a lot more learning and also be a lot more convincing and also demonstrate moral courage. Okay. There are plenty of people that we have on our side on this issue that are already there. Okay. I don't want to go through the gamut one more time. You know my fucking candidates. Okay. Our candidates that we have worked to get elected. They were already there. They have the knowledge. They have the moral courage. They have the moral conviction. They've already been there. Now, it's important for us to try to move people that were there already. Okay. Exactly. Why is Jeremy acting like a pissy bitch to Roe? Dude, take a week off. I will never allow you to disparage Jeremy Scahill on this broadcast. Okay. Are you insane? Are you out of your dang mind? That is crazy. He wasn't acting like a pissy bitch. He was being a good journalist. Okay. I will never allow that. Never disrespect Jeremy Scahill in my presence. Those are fighting words. And also, he was objectively doing a good thing here.
Who are brown and undocumented and think 100 times worse. And that's what you have basically in the West Bank. The IDF just with total impunity going after folks. And when they were with me and I was with two Jewish Americans and another Israeli, and I was the brown person, they would interrogate me. One person had the temerity to ask me whether I was a son of Ishmael or a son of Isaac. And when I said I was a Hindu, he couldn't understand what that was. It just a total a racial system of profiling and reminding me of the Jim Crow South. Of course, I didn't experience that. What I read about, where the police would be on the side of the segregationists attacking black freedom fighters, and the police was basically aligned with the segregationists. Here you have the IDF aligned with the extremist settlers. And it needs to be called out. This is what is infuriating about some of the conversation, because it always says, well, let's have a dialogue and talks between Israel and Palestine towards peace. There first needs to be a stopping of the injustice that Israel is inflicting. That doesn't require dialogue for Israel to stop enabling extremist settlers that are killing Palestinians. That requires American leadership and an American directive, and it would change tomorrow, and these people know it.
My dad is taking advantage of the 80-degree and sunny weather and going in the pool. Sometimes I don't notice Hasan left and I think he teleported. Yeah, he did. I did. All right, let's get back to situation monitoring now, folks. A lot of situation to be monitored still. America and Iran are trading blows. What is this? I was watching the Hasan derangement syndrome vid, but I was thinking Hasan just seems like a swell guy. Thank you. We got to get the embody chair back. I know. We're trying to fix it. You have a pool, rich boy? Yes. I have a pool that I've been inside of, I think, once or twice since I purchased this home. I'm trans Euro. Should I be scared about oil shortages? I can walk. I'm trans Euro. Should I be scared about oil shortages? I can walk everywhere now. What? Trans Euro. What does that even mean? Like you're European and also transgender? Like what? Were you assigned American at birth, but now you're European? You've transitioned into being European? Like, what does that mean? You don't like swimming? No, I love swimming. Just not in the ocean.
A jump in oil prices in 6 years. Why? Well, new explosions reported in Iran as the U.S. and Tehran trade strikes for a third straight night. At 4 p.m. Eastern today, the United States says it will resume its naval blockade of ships going to and from Iranian ports. President Trump says the U.S. will become the guardian of the Strait of Hormuz. He also announced plans to...
Yes, we're going to talk about Haley Stevens paying influencers $1,500 to say positive things about her. I hope the open mind on Palestine leads to the open mind of reparations. Yes, that too.
Implement a toll, charging 20% of the value of cargo on ships as a reimbursement to the United States. That is in direct contradiction to things that his vice president, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of Treasury have all said. Let's get to CNN's Betsy Klein at the White House for the latest on what you're seeing this morning, Betsy.
Well, the White House clearly watching those gas prices very, very closely with no signs of de-escalation for this conflict. The U.S. launching a third consecutive night of strikes across Iran, Iran responding in kind with attacks across Gulf states. But the Strait of Hormuz, that critical oil thoroughfare, continues to be the main point of contention here. Prior to this conflict, no one had full authority over this waterway. Iran now using it as a key point of leverage as President Trump announces that he will reimpose that blockade on all ships traversing to and from Iranian ports. He also says that there will be a 20% fee for all commercial vessels going through the strait that he says is for the U.S. provided security in that very dangerous area. Now, officials have previously said that it's really unclear if this can work. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has flat out questioned whether this comports with international law. President Trump himself had previously said that it's an international waterway and he didn't want tolls. But as we think about a path forward to this conflict, I just want to draw your attention to recent comments from President Trump about this memorandum of understanding. That is that now defunct peace agreement signed just about a month ago. When he signed that agreement, the president touted it. He said that it was an agreement that achieves everything he set out to accomplish. He pointed to Iran never having a nuclear weapon, the Strait of Hormuz being open, as well as ending this conflict. But listen to what he said about that memorandum of understanding just yesterday.
It didn't look. Memorandum of understanding when you're dealing with sleazebags don't mean much. And they don't mean much when you're dealing with honorable people, too, because it's a memorandum of understanding. It doesn't mean much. And I said, why are we even, it's a standard tactic in the U.S. that you go to a memorandum of understanding. And
I love what he says. A memorandum of understanding doesn't mean much when you're dealing with sleazebags. He's not wrong. It's just not the Iranian side that's a fucking sleazebag. It's you, dumbass. Yeah, it's an admission. It's just an admission. That's what this is.
Then you go to the deal. I said, just go to the deal first. But you know what? It was sort of a test, and they weren't there.
Those comments raising major questions about the strategy going forward, and all of this
is also kind of funny because he from what I understand, that was like a late night post when he was like, we're going to charge 20% to be the guardians of the galaxy. And then everyone was like, that's the dumbest thing you've ever said, Mr. President. And now he has to like back away from it. But fear not. He will probably arrive at that position again tomorrow when he feels annoyed. It's awesome, though. We are led by a fucking moron, okay? We are led by a fucking moron, a baboon with a child's brain. We are losing the war. We are losing the battle. As I've said from before, at this point, this is not about like coming to a peaceable conclusion, a managed resolution. This is just about stopping the bleeding. Okay? It's just about stopping the bleeding. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Okay, there it is. Sorry. America has lost this battle. America has lost this war. Okay? They did. And they've lost it since pretty much April. Okay? They lost it when they started it. They lost it when Iran turned around and said, okay, Strait of Hormuz is ours now. Sorry, bye-bye. And since then, we've just been bleeding. And at this point, it's just about stopping that hemorrhaging, stopping that bleeding. And the faster we arrive at a managed conclusion, a managed resolution, a memorandum of understanding, a permanent cessation of hostilities, the faster we can move on with our lives, the faster we can try to solve the compounding crises that are coming out of this chaotic environment, this quagmire that we got ourselves into. So it's very stupid. It feels like we're seeing something real. We're all in this community, in the Piker Broadcasting Service. We have been paying close attention to the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, monitoring the situation, and we understand what's going on, but the average American does not. Here is Hasan al-Assad. Says to the taxpayers in America, if the Bab el-Mandab is closed, as Hormuz was closed, and oil exports from Yanbu stop as they stopped from Ras Tanura, then how much, one wonders, will the price of an oil barrel reach? Your criminal administration uses the Saudi regime as a glove for its filth and cheap tool to ignite wars and crises in the region. But who will pay the price in the end? And first and foremost is the American citizen. You will swallow the consequences of your administration's aggressive policies just as others swallow them today. Now, of course, this is wrong. Americans don't actually understand or even receive the negative backlash of the American state's actions for the most part. That's why they're oblivious. That's why they don't know who the fuck the Ayatollah is. That's why they can't point to Iran on a map. They don't know anything. Our proximity to the conflict historically has allowed us to be oblivious to the violent desires and the violent actions that we have committed all around the world. All we know about is burger. And the only thing we can understand is gas prices going up. And for most Americans, they're still going to be oblivious to who made the gas prices go up. But some, hopefully, will come to the recognition that it was our actions that made the gas price go up and therefore the burger price go up. Okay? That's the issue. The average American is utterly clueless about what's going on. They just kind of respond to stimuli. They go, oh my God, gas prices went up $1. What the fuck's going on? That's the average American. George W. Bush era political discourse sounds like Cicero compared to this shit. Exclusive. Nick Shirley reveals what a congressman told him at the White House's UFC Freedom 250 event. He said, because of all the fraud that you've exposed, essentially the war in Iran has been free because of you. Care to explain yourself, trader? Yes. What, do you guys forget? Yes. Gillibrand 2020, baby. I fundraised. I gave a singular dollar to the Kirsten Gillibrand campaign as a meme in the year 2020, our holy Lord. Not employed. It's true. I'm a Democrat sheepdog, baby. You already know. Do you think the same distance with Iran argument will not work the same way when we go in and try to take Cuba? I just don't even want to think about that right now. But no, I think Americans are distant by proximity, but they're also distant in general. They're spiritually distant from the actions because there is a wall between foreign policy and domestic policy. Gaza has changed that a little bit, and that's a good thing because there's never been a real separation between foreign policy and domestic policy, right? There's not a real distinction because all of our productive output goes to our foreign policy and the military industrial complex. And that takes away from the expenditures on the domestic level. That shifts our attention away from things that we could be focusing on at the domestic level. It's still the same money, right? Having said that, it's only until recently have we started discussing the connection between foreign policy and domestic. Abdul Al-Sayed does a really good job of saying that. He says, look, like no money for war, money in your pockets, Medicare for all. That's the easy to understand message that most Americans can get on board with, especially when there is an inflationary crisis that they've experienced and they continue to experience, and it's seemingly going to get worse. Okay? Time to carry the flame. Oh shit, level 1 hype train. Yes, if we get to level 10 hype train, we will carry the flame as always. Yeah, especially for us as business-minded folks that really care about business and international shipping lanes. As you can check the suit, peep the suit. What does this tell you? I like business. What kind of business? International commerce, specifically transiting ships through the Malacca Strait and then parking them in the beautiful ports of the nation state of Singapore. Okay, I love Singapore. Singapore is my life for Singapore. I love doing commerce. I love doing business in the great nation of Singapore. Now, of course, as a community full of like-minded international shipping magnates who love the nation state of Singapore, we have our concerns because unfortunately the nation state of Singapore has shown us that perhaps they don't necessarily care about making sure that they follow through on the application of the law, specifically cyberstalking statutes, specifically defamation statutes. This has made it, unfortunately, far too difficult for me to continue conducting business with the beautiful nation state of Singapore. But that's why we talk about the Strait of Hormuz quite a bit, because while my heart is in the Malacca Strait, my mind and my attention is shifted elsewhere, because every time I think about the Malacca Strait, every time I think about how easy it is to transit ships through that strait, I then am reminded that there is a man that currently lives in Singapore. His name is More Pegasus, also known as More Pegaslop, also known as M. Pegasus, who has been consistently cyberstalking and also defaming and slandering me, and maybe stopping me from even thinking about the Malacca Strait. It's making me think that there's a blockade that Singapore has implemented on the Malacca Strait. That's what it feels like to me. which would be unacceptable. Singapore would never. The name alone gives me chills. It's true. What is this?
He's made more than fucking 5,000 videos if you put all his streams together. You should be arrested for cyberstalking, pal. That was a joke because he says it about me. Don't worry, I'm not regarded. So Hasan is back claiming he never talked.
Sign me over your Singapore lawsuit rights. Please. 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 I want to clean out more Pegasus bank accounts. Sign it over to me. I'll do it.
He did a video about me.
Sign over your rights to me. I'll pay for all the lawsuits. And I'll collect all the winnings.
Randomly starts saying he's a billionaire, trillionaire investor, and he's keeping his valuable import-export business from Singapore because of me. And his entire chat spams this one meme for an hour straight. He keeps saying that I need to be caned and brutally beaten up because that's the only way he'd bring
Oh, it's true. It's true. Sir, it's true. It is true. Bro, these dumbasses really be taking you seriously? They should. Because I am as serious as a heart attack. It's not a joke. You know what's not a joke? Feeling concerned about continuing to do business with the beautiful nation state of Singapore, which I admire and love, as you guys all know. We all love and admire. As those who love international shipping routes, as a community dedicated entirely to ensuring that all straits are open, that commerce can flow freely. Suitbert, rise up. Importers, exporters, rise up. I do not want to halt all trade with the beautiful nation state of Singapore, but I feel like I have no other option.
his business there. You mean your business of supporting a bunch of terrorists? So then
Slender! Once again! Slender! Where are the Singaporean authorities? Do you hear that? An accurate understanding of international law should not be reflected upon like this. This is slander, I tell you. That's 10 extra canings, sir.
He starts saying that I need to be caned, right? And they call me like more caning in his chat instead of more Pegasus. And basically he wants me brutally beaten up for making YouTube videos on him. Totally sane audience, by the way. Totally normal people we're actually dealing with here. And he'll all hide behind, well, I'm actually joking, as he's actively like, you know, pulling up laws, pulling up execution.
Do you feel a little bit concerned, my good sir? Is that what's going on? Is that what's going on? Do you feel a sense of worry? Perhaps you're a little too thin-skinned. Is he calling Singapore insane in a joke? That sounds very anti-Singaporean. Yeah, I'm beginning to notice a trend here. The level of disrespect that more Pegaslop is showing to the beautiful nation state of Singapore and its laws and the application of its laws is quite concerning. It's a secondary concern. Now, the primary concern I have, of course, is the fact that I want to do trade in the beautiful nation state of Singapore. I love its ports. I love shipping. I love international commerce. You all know this. I'm wearing a suit. It's obvious, right? The problem is I can't because I'm worried that they're not fully applying the law. Okay? It's a significant business concern of ours, not just mine, but the 27,258 of you in here that are also international shipping magnates. Now I'm doubly concerned. Because, here you go. Here's a shake. My life for Singapore. I dream of Singapore. I dream of living there. I live to do commerce. I live to do trade with the nation state of Singapore, and a full-blown application of the law is necessary here for us to feel more confident in continuing our trade relations with the nation state of Singapore.
Pulling up fucking social media accounts, legitimately getting his fucking fans to spam like at these Twitter accounts or whatever.
Known for its ports.
Dude, no joke. This guy unironically does this for the entire stream. He thought this was the funniest joke of all time. He was.
It seems like we do find it quite funny. It seems like you don't. What happened? What happened? Guys, I thought
Legalize comedy.
I thought comedy was legal now.
Legalize comedy.
It's like, you know, damn, my stream is so dog shit and so boring, and I'm so unentertaining. My viewers are constantly leaving. I need to talk about Pegasus. I need to up those numbers, you know? Let me talk about...
Yeah. That's right.
At the ports, let me talk about Singapore. He's like flailing around, like flopping like a fish out of water, and he's like, "Oh shit, I need to take somebody else down with me."
I will admit, I think between myself and more Pegaslop, there's only one person. There's only one person who's flopping around right now, and it's the guy who's like, "I don't like these jokes. Please stop telling them." Yeah. This could be you. Stop playing with your meal. Bloomberg News retracted a story about the Singapore property market originally published on December 12, 2024 to comply with a court order after a Singapore judge found that the article was defamatory of two senior government ministers. Bloomberg contested the accusation in court. Wow, this just happened. Wait a minute. This is giving me a little bit more confidence. This is an interesting development that's taking place in the beautiful nation state of Singapore, which I love and admire and would like to continue doing trade in. This just took place July 14th, 2026. It seems to me like Singapore is a nation of laws, is a law-abiding nation, is a nation of laws and order. Singapore law firms are extremely expensive and their law system don't play around. Pegasus would be cooked really fast and lose badly and get at least 2 years in prison. That was, of course, a cigarette, which I will be throwing out in a bin. I would never discard of trash in the beautiful nation state of Singapore by throwing it to the ground. I would never do that because I respect the laws. I respect the rules and laws in the beautiful nation state of Singapore. However, it seems others do not. I would never chew gum. Never do that. But it seems like this defamation has gone on for far too long.
Desperately trying to claw at anybody, any of his haters, I suppose, which is like everybody. And I guess I'm just like a prominent one, I guess.
We do Singaporean arbitrations all the time. Let's get him. If you hire me to run your Singaporean litigation, I'll give 500 subs. That's crazy. You're going to give me money to hire your law firm to sue more Pegaslop in the beautiful nation state of Singapore?
I'm too entertaining, so he thinks he needs to take me down. And you gotta love his like deranged chat, dude. Get him caned. We're just joking, guys. We're just joking. Get him caned. Get him executed. Of course, perhaps even more canings. That's my new name now, apparently. And the funniest part about all of this, on the 0.0001% chance that this deranged psycho is even allowed into Singapore, you would be the one more likely to be caned in this scenario, I'd say.
What? Singapore, the beautiful nation state of Singapore. Do you see this? He is issuing a direct threat saying that I would not be welcome. That my money is no good. Look at the suit. I am an international shipping magnate. I move assets to the tune of billions of dollars daily, if not weekly. Now this man is not only slandering my good reputation, but also the good reputation of the nation state of Singapore. He is no longer just defaming me. He is defaming the nation state of Singapore. That, to me, is unacceptable. I was about to book a 20K trip to Singapore and infuse cash into the local economy, but now I'm traveling to Japan instead. Many such cases. Many such cases.
So I don't think people get executed for making YouTube videos. That's more likely for drugs, you fucking moron.
He must be on drugs if he is saying such things. I don't even understand it. My home state of Louisiana just announced the first ever 5 gig meta data center. Please help me bring awareness to it. Oh, you're cooked. I'm going to Brian kill me. What is this? It sure seems like many people on the far left throw the term establishment around when they'd rather be using the N-word instead. Jasmine, for us. Clap, clap, clap. I do really appreciate that he's very mad that we're cracking jokes. He hates that we're cracking jokes. He does not like it, which of course is going to only make me want to do it more. So thank you, more Pegaslop. I hope if I'm ever frantically treading water on video like this, a loved one will do me the favor of telling me to turn off the computer and go outside. I was hoping to enjoy a visit to Singapore, as I hear their tourism industry is amazing. However, individuals like More Pegasus makes me uncomfortable. How am I to know if I would want to invest further in the land when I can't even visit in fear of this unstable person? I agree. An unstable slanderer of epic proportions. An unstoppable force of slander. It also calls into question the integrity of the Singaporean system, right? Like, I think it's one of the best systems in the world. I love it. I want it. I want to live in it. I want to, trade assets with it. But when I see the law not being abided by, the law not being applied, it calls into question the integrity of the whole system from my perspective. And I don't want to believe that Singapore would ever let a crime like this. Not only did Bloomberg lose, they had to pay 170. Okay, I'm licking my lips now. Bloomberg loses landmark libel case in Singapore. A judge ruled in favor of 2 Singaporean ministers in a closely watched defamation trial seen as a significant test of the country's libel laws and their implications for press freedom. Not only did Bloomberg lose, they had to pay $177,000 to each minister they defamed. Few topics in Singapore are as fraught as the soaring price of the city-state's coveted multi-million-dollar bungalows and the identities of those buying and selling them. In December 2024, Bloomberg News published an article reporting that Singapore's ultra-rich were acquiring these trophy properties through opaque trusts without filing the disclosures that would have made the purchases public. The article identified 2 government ministers, one who had sold his bungalow and another one who had bought one in transactions each worth tens of millions of US dollars. Within days, the government invoked Singapore's so-called fake news law, ordering Bloomberg to place a correction notice atop the article declaring that it contained falsehoods and directing readers to the government's official fact-checking website. The 2 ministers then sued Bloomberg and its reporter, Lo Day Wai, for defamation. On Tuesday, the judge ruled that Bloomberg and Mr. Lo defamed the 2 ministers. Tan Si Leng, the Minister of Manpower, And Shanmugam, the coordinating minister for national security and the ministers for home affairs, and ordered the news agency and the journalists to jointly pay 230,000 Singaporean dollars, $177,000 to each minister. During the trial, which began in April, neither minister disputed the accuracy of the reporting on their property transactions, but their lawyer argued that the use of words like shrouded, secrecy, and cloaking to describe Singapore's luxury real estate market hinted at impropriety. On the stand, Mr. Shanmugam said the article suggested that he was involved in a shady deal with the possibilities of money laundering. The legal standard in Singapore differs sharply from that in the United States, where public officials face a high bar to prevail in defamation cases. In Singapore, by contrast, courts have held that cabinet ministers are entitled to the same protections as private citizens. Government leaders argue that defending their reputation through libel suits is necessary because public confidence in a corruption-free government underpins Singapore's success. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting development. The case was closely watched by many because Bloomberg was the first foreign news organization in nearly 4 decades to go to trial to contest the defamation lawsuit brought by Singaporean officials. Several legal experts have described it as the most significant libel case in recent memory. We are very disappointed by this ruling, but we will, of course, respect it. Bloomberg's editor-in-chief said in a Bloomberg article, "We argued at trial that our reporting was accurate and served an important public interest." I disagree with Bloomberg. How dare you slander the good reputation of the nation state of Singapore, its courts, its process, and its libel laws? How dare you? Hot off the presses? Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna publish this with the article. When the beautiful state of Singapore finally holds to account more Pegaslop for its 400 plus videos slandering me, an international business person who wants to do business in Singapore. This guy used to make regular drama videos. What happened? I watched Pegaslop all the time before I found your channel. Back when he was somewhat sane, it's honestly a miracle I was able to escape that far right pipeline. Yeah, he decided to pivot his content in its entirety to just making videos about me and then also people that have ever appeared on my show for some weird reason. But we're just having fun. He used to farm Mr. Beast before you. Ask yourself, would you feel good in my situation? See, he's still doing it. Why do you keep talking? The More Legendary series is officially over. More Pegasus is living rent-free and his tiny head is diabolical. How can I be okay? The Legendary series is over. Look at the suit. What does the suit tell you? It tells me that you're still self-conscious about what Shuan had said. They live in a totally separate universe, too. Like, it's very strange this universe that they live in is like an alternative universe where I'm doing things because of the videos that they've made or whatever. It's like terminally online and totally removed from the real world, which also makes me feel unsafe. It makes me feel unsafe. It feels like defamation. It is defamation. As a suit wearer, it's very clear that I like business. Bro, you didn't even know he existed? I know. But now I do. And now that I know he exists, I now realize where all of this slander and the targeted harassment was coming from, because for the longest time, his fan base has also come into my chat to cause great emotional injury to me. That's right. Tremendous emotional injury. Anyway, we're moving on from more Pegaslop. That's a funny little aside that we had here. Typo in the tweet. Wait, what? When the beautiful state of Singapore finally holds to account more Pegaslop for its 400 plus video slandering an international business magnate who wants to do business in Singapore. Emotional injury specifically relating to the beautiful nation state of Singapore. Yes. Oh, I said it. Yeah. Okay. That's for his 400 plus video slandering me. Thank you. Knowingly and willingly and intentionally, with malice, with tremendous malice, engaging in the act of defamation, slander, libel, rendering me incapable of doing business in the beautiful state of Singapore, which I love and admire, specifically its court system and its application to the criminal justice, the rules and laws, that it applies evenly and in a fair manner to make sure that there is permanent stability. I'm an environmental scientist, and I've already arranged travel plans to Singapore and helped build their shipping industry into the world standard environmentally efficient titan it deserves to be, but I'm honestly scared to travel there due to the risk of cyber stalking. Another one. Look at that. Look at that. It's so devastating. It's so devastating to think of all the missed opportunities for commerce, folks. It's important that we continue raising awareness of more Pegaslop's crimes.
Congresswoman, would you support an arms embargo? I know that you support stopping sending offensive and defensive military aid to Israel. Would you support an embargo?
What do you... I mean, I consider both of those things to be the same.
Stopping the sale of arms to Israel, or stopping other countries from selling to them.
I don't... Well, other countries, I don't know where we have jurisdiction over, but I think in terms of us, I do not support any transfer of weapon.
Goated. Beast mode. Shouts out to Julian for the record. Shouts out to Julian. Thank you. There it is.
Sale or aid.
You know, I think, well, here's one thing that I will say. Like, the actual ways that these things work is that they have to go. So anything that I have a vote for, here's what I'll say.
Okay.
Anything I have a vote for, I would not authorize that transfer. And I haven't, you know, I never have. I've never voted, to my knowledge, I don't believe I've ever voted for SFOPs. I've never voted for the military, NDAA budget. So in terms of my vote and what I have control over, I always vote no on weapons transfers.
Would you consider taking a trip like the one that Congressman Khanna took to the West Bank?
Oh, of course. You know, I think many years ago, Netanyahu prevented Congresswoman Talib and Omar from entering. And so I had stated years ago.
I think things are moving. Things are moving. It's not bad. Yeah, it is funny. Matt Petty also called this out. It's something that I also brought up when talking to Ro Khanna, and I'm glad he wrote about this. He says, it's actually very weird that Democrats are treating banking sanctions on Israel as a less extreme measure than an arms embargo, and Rahm Emanuel's the only one honest about the implications. Rahm Emanuel literally went to Tel Aviv University and was like, what do you think banking sanctions are going to look like if we implement them? Which you deserve, by the way. Every bank has a fucking a branch in the West Bank. Every Israeli bank would be sanctioned. Targeted sanctions would destroy the Israeli economy. Yes, and I'm fully in favor of targeted sanctions on the Israeli financial system. It's fucking beast mode, but it's also, you know, in some instances, bare minimum. It's beast mode for Congress, but it's bare minimum for humanity. Two prominent Democrats visited the Holy Land over the past few days. Rahm Emanuel, chief of staff to the former President Barack Obama and the son of an Israeli independence fighter, gave a speech at Tel Aviv University about how the U.S. can stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel on the long journey towards peace. Meanwhile, Representative Ro Khanna was visiting a Palestinian village in the West Bank when his car was held up by an Israeli settler militia. The Israeli army says it dispersed the militia, let Khanna through. Khanna says the army was lying and that the soldiers took the settlers' side. Both Emanuel and Khanna embraced the idea of U.S. sanctions on Israeli settlements into Palestinian territories. Khanna told socialist talk show host Hasan Piker that a categorical arms embargo on Israel would probably be too far, and presented sanctions on companies and officials dealing with the settlements as a more moderate option. But Emanuel made it clear to the Jerusalem Post that sanctions on settlements were intended to be an all-out attack on the Israeli economy. You want to pursue a greater Israel, he said, referring to a term for the Israeli maximalist vision. You pay full price for it. Everything. That's a choice you make. Sanctions are one of the most powerful but misunderstood tools of U.S. power. In their rush to realign the U.S.-Israeli relationship, Democrats and some Republicans risk getting ahead of their skis. The ambiguity over the word embargo, for example. An arms embargo means that the U.S. government would decline to provide the Israeli government with any weapons. A trade embargo, on the other hand, would involve the U.S. government using its enforcement powers to target private civilian businesses in Israel as a form of indirect pressure on the government. These sanctions have a spotty track record in other countries, and even in theory, they only work by causing huge collateral damage. In Israel, it would be a trade nuke, okay? Because Israel does not exist without the United States of America. I cannot stress this enough. Without Western support, there is no Israel. It's bye-bye Israel, okay? That is the level of leverage and power that we have over this supposedly quote-unquote sovereign nation. But the fact that the fact that the tail is now wagging the fucking dog is unbelievable to me. They have grown too big for their fucking britches. It's time to knock them down a million pegs, okay? That's it. This is why it has always been one fucking phone call. I know it's like symbolic that I make that reference, but it's the reality as well. Okay? That's it. That's it. Israel does not exist without unconditional and full-blown American economic support and military support. It does not fucking exist. So the very fact that Israel gets to exist in the belligerent and violent ways that it does, while maintaining an apartheid, while maintaining an occupation, while furthering its ambitions for a greater Israel project, it's totally upon us to put an end to it. Anyone that tries to tell you that's not the case, they'll go to Russia, they'll go to China, they'll go here, they'll go there. Bullshit, okay? Bullshit. First of all, you think China is going to be like, okay, we'll take over the role. There is 0% chance that they would do that. The only reason why they're not doing anything or saying anything is because of American support. Once American support goes away, Israel becomes a real country, a normal country, one that has to abide by international rules and international standards. Okay? It's that simple. The main Israeli-Palestinian lightning rod in U.S. politics used to be aid. Israel was the largest foreign recipient of American taxpayer money since World War II. $380 billion plus, by the way, in the 80 years of its existence, of its violent existence. The debate is more or less over, as the Israeli government itself is asking to end direct U.S. subsidies. The pro-Palestinian movement has moved towards demanding a full arms embargo, stopping the U.S. government from sending weapons, whether they are paid for by the American or Israeli taxpayers. Indeed, polling shows that most Americans oppose sending weapons in general to Israel. A new policy pro-Palestinian lobby group founded by two officials who resigned from the Biden administration argues that the U.S. should use arms sales as leverage to change Israeli policy. The Institute for Middle East Understanding Policy Project, another pro-Palestinian lobby group, claims that any weapon sales to Israel would violate U.S. arms control law, which forbids arming militaries involved in large-scale torture or wars of aggression, which Israel is involved in. These critics are right that the U.S. government has a lot of leverage in this regard. The international arms trade is not really a free market. U.S. weapon sales are either done by the Pentagon itself or are carried out under direct control of the State Department. They often come with long-term U.S. commitments. Saudi Arabia, the largest customer for American weapons, gets U.S. training and support, including American maintenance technicians on the ground with its purchases. To replace direct U.S. aid, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is pushing to fully integrate the U.S. and Israeli supply chains, and a bill to that effect is about to pass Congress despite attempts by Kana and Representative Thomas Massie to stop it. Some Democratic proponents of the continued U.S. arms sales to Israel, such as slow, boring editor Matt Iglesias, yuck, argue that cutting those sales would hurt American manufacturing jobs. That's not an entirely honest argument. There is, in fact, an excess of demand for American weapons around the world. In many ways, Israel has been allowed to push ahead of the line. The U.S. government guarantees that the Israeli military can receive preferential access to American ammunition. The war reserves stockpile allies Israel. Okay? The U.S. is dispensing munitions to Ukraine and Israel faster than they can be replaced. Baba ya hiç konuşma şu anda baba. Yani bir şey yapıyorum. Sonra konuşuruz. Biliyorum. Okay. Anyway, the Pentagon. Where was I? Is your dad naked? Yes. Okay, Kaya is escaping. Where were we? They often come through long-term U.S. commitments, full integration. Boring editor Matt Iglesias argue cutting those sales would hurt American manufacturing jobs is not an entirely honest argument. And better weapons than its neighbors, the qualitative military edge mandate, while other countries are stuck in a backlog. If Israel doesn't buy those weapons, someone else will. There's more to the argument that U.S. leverage is overrated. Comparing Saudi Arabia to other case former Pentagon officials Elizabeth Dent and Grant Rumley wrote in 2024 that cutting off arms sales has proven to be a fickle tool of coercion. Although Israel could not wage its foreign wars without various types of U.S. support, the Israeli-Palestinian issue is a much older and low-tech form of ethnic conflict. The people who stopped Khan's car, after all, were a ragtag militia. Still, perhaps an argument for getting the U.S. out of the mix, if only to wash American hands. Not true. Okay? Not true at all. It's the first and necessary step in this process. It's not the end-all, be-all of the bargain. Obviously, embargo is the first righteous, just method of holding Israel accountable in the interim. Sanctions, on the other hand, are far more comprehensive and far more brutal. We need to get there too. The very fact that we're having this conversation, by the way, I need to take a step back here. Take a deep breath, and remind you that the very fact that we are having this current conversation is a sign that things have changed dramatically. Okay? A lot of people will choose to obfuscate the real issue at hand. And the very fact that they are choosing to obfuscate the issue at hand implies that there is so much clarity, at least amongst the masses, on this issue. People understand right from wrong. They want to punish Israel. They want to hold Israel accountable. Okay? That's huge. These are conversations that I never thought we'd be having in the United States of America 10 years ago. Are you fucking kidding me? 3 years ago, these conversations would not be having. We would not be having these conversations. Economic sanctions are a different creature altogether. Some sanctions involve seizing the assets of specific foreign officials. Other sanctions are comprehensive bureaucratic attacks on a country's economy. Over the past few decades, the U.S. Treasury has developed increasingly sophisticated ways to impede other nations' ability to trade. There's active, extensive effort to stop oil from flowing into Russia, natural gas from flowing into North Korea, dollars from passing through Iran, or tourists from visiting Cuba. For all the efficiency of the sanctions enforcement, the theory behind comprehensive sanctions is quite crude. Throw a country into economic chaos and its government will be forced to give in to your demands, or better yet, it will be overthrown. In other words, the plan is to use ordinary people's suffering as leverage. It's dubious whether that suffering even works. Instead of achieving U.S. goals without war, sanctions campaigns have often been the prelude to war. The Trump administration escalated sanctions on Venezuela to a blockade and then a direct regime change operation. Then it did the same in Iran, much less successfully. Okay? Emmanuel and Khanna's proposal for settlement sanctions is supposed to be a smarter, more precise form of economic pressure. The two Democrats have named a specific target set, officials, construction companies, and banks, and a specific behavior dealing with the settlers in the West Bank that the targets can cease in order to escape punishment. In theory, the plan is well tailored to its goals, especially since the settlement movement relies much on American money. The issue with the settlements is a property dispute at heart, but the campaign could easily escalate into sanctions on the entire Israeli financial sector because of how many banks deal with settlement real estate. Emmanuel at least admitted that risk existed, perhaps a way to rattle his right-wing interviewer. Khanna, on the other hand, portrayed economic sanctions as a less extreme measure than an arms embargo. He either did not fully understand the implications of his proposal or wasn't completely honest about them, neither of which is a good sign for how it would be implemented. Democratic critics are right that the U.S. involvement, especially military aid and arms dealing, has enabled violence and tyranny across the Middle East, even if ending that meddling isn't sufficient to solve all the region's problems. Is a necessary step towards lowering the temperature. And yes, the reason why we're reading this is because AOC is now in favor of a full-blown arms embargo to Israel, complete restriction of arms to the nation state of Israel.
That as long as they were opposing entry to them, but I certainly would be open to visiting and would be happy to. You know, I've never taken an APAC funded trip, and I don't take.
Seems fun though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that, but you know, I've never taken like those kinds of
The fuck? Dude, what the fuck was that? All right, we're back. That was fucking weird, man. That was weird. Am Israel high, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to repeat that one more time. Israel is the best nation. It's the tiny nation. It's the only nation that matters. I got hit with a fucking EMP, basically. Not sure exactly what took place there, but it just like completely knocked me out. Yeah. Big Yahoo, you're my king. Big Yahoo, you're the best. Itamar Ben-Gvir, you're hot. What have you been doing? Sanctions on the state of Israel. No one could ever suggest such an anti-Semitic thing. I certainly would never do that here at the HasanAbi broadcast. My position is very clear. I love Larry. I love David Ellison. I love the nation state of Israel. I love all of its loyal soldiers and servants. I myself wish to be a servant of the state of Israel. Okay, now that we got that out of the way, let's continue.
Beyond, you know, of course, what happened to Congressman Khanna is unacceptable. And also, we need answers on the murders of many U.S. citizens at the hands of settlers and the Israeli government. You know, we still do not have accountability on U.S. journalists and other people. And so I think absolutely, we needed to have been instituting these sanctions in a much harsher way for a very long time now.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Apparently Joe Kent is against the merger of the militaries. Yeah, no shit. Who the fuck would be in favor of it, dude? I mean, I know who's in favor of it, the entirety of Congress for the most part, but like most American citizens are oblivious to this happening. There's not a lot of coverage from mainstream outlets that this is even happening at all. And there's a good reason for it, because if more people were aware of what was happening, they would find it to be as perverse as we do. Why would any American be like, oh, this country that has fallen out of favor, this country that's done a genocide with our tax dollars that requires unlimited amounts of support, that country should merge its military with ours? Dude, listen to me. If fucking Ukraine made this demand, Americans would be up in arms. Okay? If Estonia made this demand, Americans would be up in arms. This is a ridiculous demand. This week, the Senate will vote to merge our military's most sensitive and secretive capabilities with Israel. This merger is buried within the massive NDAA, and they're hoping you won't notice, says Joe Kent, former CIA. Merging our military with a foreign country is a treasonous betrayal of our sovereignty. Call your senators and tell them to vote no on the NDA until the merger with Israel, Section 219, is taken out. Tell them that we will never support merging our military with a foreign nation. The Senate switchboard number is 202-224-3121. Here's Benjamin Netanyahu openly talking about how wonderful it is on Fox News. Benjamin Netanyahu went on Fox News to talk about how great it is. Senate Dems under the leadership of Senator Chris Van Hollen unite to block the NDAA from moving forward because of its provisions that deepen U.S.-Israeli military and intel relations. This is remarkable and further evidence that the U.S. is moving away from Israel.
Mr. Prime Minister, do you have a timeline by which you would like to see that U.S. foreign aid down to zero?
Yes, it's military aid, actually. Yeah, we were talking about beginning it this year and going for 10 years, but we might shorten it. And that was something, by the way, that I did when I was first elected and came to Congress. We had financial, not military support, but financial aid to Israel. And I said on my first speech before the joint session of Congress that we're going to bring it down to zero. And we did that in 10 years. Every year went down until it finally disappeared. We could talk about that model.
It's nice to see the American president speaking to us from Israel, about Israel too. It's always nice to see the real American president show his concern for the foreign nation of Israel. It's clear that like he cares about our allies. This Israel country must be a profoundly important ally if the American president, the real American president, is talking about it like this.
Talking about that with the administration right now.
Well, Prime Minister, will that drawing down of foreign aid from the United States to Israel be compensated by the proposal to have a merging of some sort between our Pentagon and your military?
Yeah, I'm calling it from aid to partnership. So we take away the money that is given to Israel, which is one part, but the other part is we co-invest in equal measures in the new technologies that are needed to give our military and your military the advantage. So there are some unbelievable projects. So we invest jointly and take the fruits equally. You move from aid to partnership, and I think that represents what Israel is. And remember, the other thing is that we share with America unbelievable intelligence to save American life. General Keegan has said that when he was working in American intelligence, what Israel was giving the United States was worth, he said, 5 CIAs. Now, I'm not trying to be mathematically exact, but Israel's contributions to America's defense are important. Our technology is incredible. And since you're...
Yeah, the Israeli intelligence is so good that it notoriously led the Trump administration to take military action in Iran that has gutted and eviscerated American force projection capabilities and greatly accelerated the timeline of the demise of American empire. So congratulations to the beautiful nation state of Israel, the tiny nation the size of New Jersey, for that one. That's how phenomenal Israeli intelligence is, by the way. It's bullshit, okay? The idea that Israeli intelligence is phenomenal is bullshit, and it's propped up by a lot of mainstream media propaganda as well. I mean, one of the best examples of this was when 60 Minutes did that like Mossad beeper bombing operation as though it wasn't a fucking act of terrorism. They were like, look at how comprehensive and phenomenal it is. Or an even better, more recent example was when they were talking about how the Israeli intelligence was so phenomenal that they knew exactly where the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was. Yeah, dude, he was at his house. Okay? He was at his house tending to his fucking garden. The fuck do you mean that was brilliant intelligence from the Israeli side? Wow. It's like here's some brilliant secretive intelligence from the minds of the HasanAbi espionage facilities. The president is currently at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. That's right. The United States president is currently at the White House. Wow. Such phenomenal intelligence. How could I have penetrated the American State Department this hard? I'm doxing the president.
Is incredible too. And you're the great champion of liberty and free markets. I think the meshing of our two great countries of talent would strengthen the America's position, competitive position, both in the economic marketplace and in the military battlefield in many important ways. So that's the idea. The idea is to take away aid, one-sided aid, and move it into, bilateral investments for common benefit.
It certainly brings up some issues of sovereignty, but we'll have to work that out later. Thank you so much, Prime Minister. We appreciate you joining us.
Exclusive. Our investigation into Israel's secret operation to cultivate Ahmadinejad to turn him into an asset. His trips to Budapest were a front to meet Israelis, including Mossad chief David Barnea. This was the New York Times reporting. Why would U.S. intel, presumably Israeli intelligence, share this recent operation with New York Times, burning a prize asset and scaring away IRI recruits? Maybe they want to burn Ahmadinejad because he burned them, double agent, ? Or planted this to sow paranoia and he's collateral damage. Odd. is totally ridiculous. You would never burn such a high level asset. Wait, what the fuck? Is it effing again? What is happening? I am not seeing it. I am good on, it's good on my end. What the fuck? It's fine for me. It's all good on my end. I don't know where you guys are getting this from. It was just a mini stutter. That's it. I was choppy for a few seconds and you guys made it seem like the stream got knocked out the grid. Anyway, AOC had another good moment cooking Susan Collins on her support for ICE, obviously. But we'll get to that in a second. Speaking of the bills that are passing through the House with the NDAA, well, I guess before we get to the bills passing through the House with the NDAA, let's continue with the Memorandum of Misunderstanding.
As President Trump has formally notified Congress that the U.S. military has resumed action against Iran, he says that action will be limited.
We want to start charging people to go through international waterways. When you hear things like that, I mean, is this just that, I don't know, is it just incompetence? Is it just that Trump and his team are just really not on the same page, or that Trump wants to change the status quo of how the world works?
Well, I think more than anything else, it's Trump making things up as he goes along, which is very much on point with him, which is very much part of the brand. He was asked a question, he needed to come up with an answer, and that's the one he came up with, which is pretty consistent. Look, here's what it takes. Quite aside from 20% is far more than even the Iranians are charging. Those are very, very large tankers. When you say 20% of the value of their cargo, depending on what they're carrying, let's say it's oil, let's say it's at current prices, we're talking about $70, $80 million. Iran wants to charge $2 million. Right. So if you're a shipping company, who would you rather pay? But anyway, that's aside.
The art of the deal.
Let's set this aside.
Sounds like
what does it take?
Exactly.
What does it take for the United States to get into a position where it can say we are the guardians of the strait? What it takes is to have military control of both sides of those waters, which means putting boots on the ground in Iran, controlling the Iranian territory overlooking the Straits of Hormuz, which means putting, by the administration's own calculations, which mean putting enormous amounts of American blood and treasure into a full-fledged war. You can't, at the one side, say we're not going to have a full-fledged war, we're not going to put American boots on the ground, and also say we are going to control the state. That square into that circle simply.
And as we have learned, Emily, I mean, if controlling the strait were so easy, we would have done it by now, and we haven't.
Yeah. First of all, we will agree right now. I literally think Trump made that up on the phone call. You could tell he just was like having a silly time. I know.
Oh, that's cool. Matters that pertain to the stability of global energy markets. Just a thing that the president makes up like a baby. What the hell is going on? Yeah, we know that. That's a fucking problem. We know that. We understand that. That's kind of the issue. Why is Emily Austin on CNN, by the way? What the fuck is going on? I mean, seriously, is the only qualification to appear on a fucking CNN panel to just be pro-Israel? Is that what it is? We're just letting people on just because they're pro-Israel? At least with like Adam Mockler, he has like a fairly large and robust presence on independent media. He's with Midas Touch. You know what I mean? Emily Austin has none of those things. What the fuck is Emily Austin doing on a CNN panel?
I also want to point out, this is just being like technical here. Vance and Rubio, I'm not saying they had discussed this by any means, are talking about international waterways. Now,
They were talking specifically about the Strait of Hormuz in those clips, yes.
So I laughed at this, but if I'm being completely honest, I think it's a huge threat to the entire world that Iran can just decide when or when not to open up the Strait of Hormuz.
Totally.
So personally, again, as an American, I like to be on the winning side. I wouldn't mind. Second of all, I don't know why this just reminds me of the Panama Canal.
You wouldn't mind what?
If America controlled the strait.
But
So-
okay,
but
we
but-
putting
but
money
sure,
on
no.
the
I mean,
ground.
So here's the thing.
I mean, I'm
Obviously,
sure
I
no
think
one
he's
would
not being
mind.
serious. I don't even think he's being serious. I'm saying
So he's
if
just joking around
somehow
about war?
there's a tangible way that it can be done, I think that will be a massive plus for our economy. I think most of Panama's GDP is from the Panama Canal. I mean, if we can have the, wait, you're telling me if we can have the Strait of Hormuz, you wouldn't take the Strait of Hormuz?
Girl, yes, but how are we going to get it?
We'll
At
figure
this
that
point-
out.
No, at
What is this conversation, man?
point, in all seriousness,
I'm actually
is there
being serious.
anything about? I'm not saying that taking the strait is a bad thing. What I'm saying is, at this point, in this execution of this war, it's done. It's not done. Do you actually think that there is a plan from Donald Trump to get us out of this situation?
Right now, this minute?
Yes.
Actually, yes.
Okay.
After
I have a
hearing him
bridge in
speak
Brooklyn.
today,
I want to tell
Can I
you
just say-
because.
This is
I don't know how much
You're
the rest
too
of
smart
the
for
world.
that, Emily.
No.
You're too smart for that.
Everything Emily just
okay.
said should make us appreciate Obama's deal a lot more, because without depleting
That's
our,
an oxymoron.
Well, listen, without depleting our missile stockpiles and without letting them gain control of the Strait of Hormuz, we were able to accomplish a deal. We are now 135 days into this war that was supposed to be 4 to 6 weeks.
Obama's
And
deal would be ending right now.
100
and then
days.
Our
There was a phase
generation
two.
is in trouble.
There was 100 days ago a tweet from Trump where he said unconditional surrender is what we're going to get from Iran. Since then, they still have missiles. They still fund their proxies. They still have the nuclear capacity, and the regime has not been changed. So our generation is bearing the brunt of this cost. We are bearing the brunt of this war cost, and our debt is already massive. The Obama
So
deal
do you wanna
did not
slap
put
a
us into
Band-Aid
debt.
on it?
Okay, what do you
Have a-
mean? Can I ask you,
bad deal with
what
Iran?
concession have we gotten from
Do you
Iran
know
so
who
far?
the
Horace,
biggest-
what concession have we gotten from Iran so
who
far?
the biggest critics are of Obama's plan? It is the Middle East region. All of those partners sit.
Oh God, why do they have so many people who just don't know what the fuck they're talking about on this stupid ass panel, bro? I'm sorry. It's so frustrating. Oh, really? The Middle East region is a critic of the JCPOA? Man, what the fuck are you talking about? Just say Israel, dude. Just say Israel. That's it. The only critic of the JCPOA was Israel. You know who was not a critic of it? China. You know who was not a critic of it? Russia. Iran was abiding by the standards. There's a multilateral commitment from not only allies in Europe, but also foreign adversaries like China and Russia. Okay? I think it's really annoying. Look, I understand the purpose of these sorts of panels, okay? I get the purpose of these sorts of panels, but like, just please have someone who's at least a little bit knowledgeable, who can actually hold these people's feet to the fire. It would be entertaining.
Around, they criticize
the
it.
partners that
They-
now have to pay $300 billion
no.
to Iran, the
Regardless
Gulf
of what they
allies.
have to pay, they asked from relief from what they called a very terrible plan. So when you go around saying,
Yeah, no, definitely, man. Definitely. Horace Cooper, Project 21 chairman, thank you for your input. Thank you for your delusional input. What the fuck? Is the panel just like varying degrees of the Zionist lobby? Is that what it is? Is that what's happening here? It's just it's just a bunch of different people from different groups that are probably getting money from the Israeli government to a certain degree, like to varying degrees of just like big donors who are Zionists. Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
it was so great, and you outline it.
I'm not saying it was great, but they are begging for.
Why wouldn't you say it's great? If your goal is to denuclearize Iran, why wouldn't you say it's great? The only reason why I think the JCPOA wasn't great is because it didn't go far enough in terms of sanctions relief. That was the only crime there. Okay? The entire purpose of the Iran nuclear program was never to like develop nuclear arms, you know, which we can have a discussion on whether or not that was the appropriate or smart choice or not. There's a whole fatwa. There's all this other conversation that we're going to be having. But as far as the JCPOA goes, the only issue with the JCPOA was all of the assurances and the additional MOU that we gave to Israel in exchange for, you know, abiding by a sovereign foreign policy strategy that Israel didn't want us to do, right? But the other side of this was that the JCPOA did not go far enough as far as our sanctions relief.
I'm saying it's better than this. Horace, can you name one concession we've gotten from Iran?
Now.
Can you name one concession?
Well, actually, Horace, I will say they are not really saying a whole lot of anything right now.
Yeah, they're saying privately.
And also,
Bro, she has 8 views on this video. Jesus Christ. That's it. You can get 8 views on a video and still get on a CNN panel as long as you're just a Hasbro operative. It's awesome. What are these standards, man? What the fuck are these standards?
So let's just be clear. This past week has been really terrible for those allies. Bahrain has been put under fire. U.S. military facilities in Kuwait, Iran claims that they're targeting the UAE, other Gulf states. It's pretty bad right now in the region.
There has been an uptick in fighting between...
Yes, Michael Clark. Give us the goods, my good sir. Michael Clark, ready to give you analysis and commentary.
The United States and Iran in the last couple of days. The ceasefire, you wouldn't say, isn't quite over, but it is in serious trouble. The fact is, war has a habit of mutating into something else. And while they could still do much worse to each other and to the rest of us, the fact is they're both fighting with a certain sort of restraint, because this war has...
I mean, in all fairness, that video was posted 30 minutes ago. Dog, it had 8 views in 30 minutes. What are you talking about? How many views do you think it's going to get? Okay, here it is. She interviewed the motherfucking president 11 months ago, and it got 158 views. That was 11 months ago. Is 11 months sufficient? Is 11 months sufficient time for a video to accrue the maximum amount of viewers that it could?
mutated for the time being into the war of the Strait of Hormuz. Forget about nuclear issues, forget about ballistic missiles, forget about regime change. For now, it's all about the Strait of Hormuz. And as part of that new war of the Straits, the Americans are bombing fairly regularly now up the Iranian coast, including around Bushehr, which is where the civilian nuclear reactor is. They're not bombing the reactor, but it worries people that they're bombing anywhere near it. President Trump said yesterday that they might go for Pickaxe Mountain. Pickaxe Mountain is just near Natanz, the nuclear site, and that's the deep under.
Another even dumber point from Trump, by the way, is bombing Pickaxe Mountain, which is even more secure than the other underground missile facilities and underground nuclear facilities. It's fucking dope.
Underground shelter, which the Iranians are believed to have. Whether they would really bomb something 24 hours after President Trump has said they will bomb it, we'll have to see. But that pattern of attacks is clearly designed to keep on pressuring Iran over opening the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, in response, the Iranians are attacking American bases in the region. They're particularly interested in the bases, the air base in Kuwait. They're particularly interested in Bahrain, in the naval base at Bahrain, the headquarters of the 5th Fleet, the big air base in Qatar, and of course, various facilities that the Americans have in the UAE. But the Americans still have the concentration of force in the area that they've had for some time. It's based on 2 carrier battle groups. Sky's Data and Forensics have located with satellite imagery these two carriers. They're quite close together, but they're also about 380 miles away from the Strait of Hormuz, which is the safe distance as far as they're concerned from the Iranian coast. Go any closer and
What do you say to the people who believe that Iran wasn't abiding by the JCPOA? They were. They were. So I don't know what to say to people who just believe in alternative shit that they made up in their minds. Yes, they're hallucinating. Believe the lie that Iran wasn't abiding by the JCPOA. Yeah, well, you already figured it out. They're believing in a fucking lie. What can you say?
might have to start defending themselves. But the fact that the carriers are quite close together tells us that they are ready for some sort of operation. And if you think about the whole Americans are operating for the Eastern Mediterranean, the Red Sea, the Arabian Sea, and just around the corner in the Indian Ocean, they have an enormous concentration of military power that they can call on. They can call on their two main aircraft carriers. They've got two major assault ships with marine expeditionary units ready to go. They've got a couple of other command ships and landing ships, and no fewer than 19 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers. Those are guided missile destroyers with a powerful air defense suite of defenses.
That's not an answer. Why did I get banned? That's not an answer. Okay, take a second off.
In addition, they've got at least a couple of hunter-killer submarines in the area because they always go with the carriers. So the Americans can bring an enormous amount of power to bear if they're prepared to fight the Strait of Hormuz. If they want to move in and fight the Battle of the Straits, they will undoubtedly win it. But in winning it, they will probably take some losses. That would not be popular in the United States. And having won the Battle of the Strait of Hormuz, they'd have to stay there in some sort of form or other. Which is why when President Trump says today that the Strait of Hormuz is completely open, that's what he said. The answer is, well, Mr. President, let's see how many ships actually transit the Strait of Hormuz in the next few days or even few weeks.
Here's Hamid Reza Azizi musing on the latest escalations. During the 40-day war, Iran had a clear targeting strategy, and each set of targets served a specific purpose. In the first stage, Iran targeted U.S. radar and early warning systems at bases across the region. The aim was to enable longer-range strikes against Israel later, which they succeeded. At the same time, Iran targeted those U.S. bases that could be used for a potential ground operation against Iran, including bases in Kuwait, Al-Kharir in Iraq, as well as some bases in the UAE that could be used for operations against Iranian islands. At the same time, which they did successfully, as we called out. This is why I keep saying, how can you take Karg Island? How can you establish a forward operating base in Karg Island when you have no rear guard, you have no bases in the region that are in operation currently? Okay? It wasn't just a targeted strike to destroy billions of dollars worth of U.S. assets. It was a deliberate strike to shut off U.S.'s eyes and ears that Israel takes advantage of. And they did it successfully. That's why once the Israeli munitions were depleted, you started seeing far more successful and successive strikes on Israeli soil. Pair that up with what Hezbollah was doing in its bombing campaigns on Israel, and this became a real problem. Anyway, at the same time, attacks on energy infrastructure in the region were intended to maximize economic pain. This time, however, despite the effective resumption of war, Iran continues to target U.S. bases in Kuwait and Bahrain that have already been attacked several times. This may partly reflect efforts to strike new installations deployed by the United States at those bases. But when judged against current U.S. objectives, these attacks do not appear particularly helpful to Iran. During the previous round of war, the U.S. had a broader set of objectives, including regime change, a potential ground operation to seize the HEU stockpile. And targeting of Iran's missile capabilities. In this round, however, the U.S. is focused on weakening Iran's ability to threaten the Strait of Hormuz, and it is carrying out strikes towards that objective every night. These operations rely primarily on capabilities that the United States already has in the region, as well as on the reimposition of the naval blockade, which depends on U.S. warships and naval forces. Iranian attacks, therefore, do not appear to be deterring the United States from continuing its strikes. Therefore, it appears that Iran's only strategy at this moment is to keep the strait closed for as long as possible. The United States continues drawing down its strategic oil reserves until the impact on the global oil market and the U.S. economy becomes irreversible. Iran hopes that this would push Trump to reconsider his position. Of course, this is a risky bet at a time when Iran remains under constant and heavy attack. Of course, we gain nothing out of this. And the United States, as we know already, is incapable of meaningfully diminishing Iran's capabilities of controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Because, as I've said over and over again, it's a relatively cheap and unbelievably effective strategy to just deploy these drones and these missiles on commercial ships that are transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. It's that simple. Okay? It's that fucking simple. There's new Israel-Palestine polling. "15 minutes ago, Detroit News, sample 500, U.S. Senate, Michigan Democratic primary 2026. Haley Stevens at 48%, Abdul El-Sayed at 41%, undecided and other at 10%. We'll flip that. It's expected. Good results for Stevens, although it is worth noting that Glenn Gariff has been consistently strong poll for her this primary. They've had her ahead in every survey they've conducted so far. I don't know their methodology, but I would expect this poll to probably underestimate youth turnout. But, of course, as is the case, every single outlet will turn around and aggressively posture as though this poll is the new lay of the land. Stevens is winning. Abdul's done. It's over. But it was expected. As I told you, McMorrow staying in the race was actually eating away at Haley Stevens' base a little bit. Okay? Stevens had a higher ceiling, unfortunately, because she has $50 million in outside expenditure. This is, unfortunately, a very real part of the problem. Okay? Is it hope that Obama would show up for Abdul? I don't think Obama will show up for Abdul, but it doesn't have to happen that way at all. Anyway, we're going to continue with this stuff, and then we'll get to Abdul. We'll get to the Abdul mania. Haley Stevens has 0 grand game, no get out to vote effort, nothing on the ground. She's relying on old people turnout in Detroit, which is historically abysmal primary turnout. I know. Zoran Bump could help him a lot. No. What are you talking about? Get real. Zoran is the mayor of New York City. Okay, sure, he's a very popular figure, but he's not going to fucking go out to push for a U.S. Senate candidate in Michigan, okay? Obviously, everything helps, but like, you know, be a little bit more realistic with your expectations. He's the mayor of New York, okay? Also, what you have to remember is this weekend, there are going to be massive events for Abdul El-Sayed. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Bernie Sanders are coming to the state. They're going to do huge events starting tomorrow, I believe, all across the state. This is going to greatly boost turnout and also greatly boost his excitement, okay? It's going to show up in the polls as well. So just wait. Get your ass on a plane to Michigan. Dog, I'm going to Michigan. Just not this weekend with the AOC Bernie wave. I will be going to Michigan right before the actual election, okay? I'm going to be a part of the final push. As far as what you can do right now, if you're wondering, if you're worried, if you're concerned about Abdul's chances because he has received an unfathomable amount of attack ads and smears to the tune of $50 million from outside expenditures from corporate PACs, many of which is coming from AIPAC. Then the best thing you can do is phone bank for him. Okay? The Stevens El Sayed contest tightens in a dead heat when considering primary voters who say they're definitely committed to voting for one candidate or the other, with 34.1% identifying as definitive Stevens supporters, with 33.7% as definitive or definite El Sayed supporters. Bernie put the boss call to keep you in LA. What? What boss call? Brother, I have a life. Okay? Yes, Abdul El Sayed is the Black Democratic primary voters, which are, again, depending on the demographics here, I suspect that if they are underestimating youth turnout, then yes, these numbers look like that. But if you actually look at Abdul El Sayed's youth turnout, if you look at the black vote in the primaries with the expectation that youth turnout will also increase, then these numbers look far closer to one another. Okay? It's all about how much they estimate youth turnout. If they underestimate youth turnout, then yes, Haley Stevens looks really good. I assume that given that Glenn Gariff has consistently polled Haley Stevens as higher than Abdul El Sayed, they're probably underestimating youth turnout by a lot. Many polls have done so in this election cycle so far. That's the reason why Dottie Eliza was seen as a definite loss, challenging an incumbent. Haley Stevens always looks good. Okay. True. Yeah. Mayla Quiros was underestimated. Dottie Eliza was underestimated. Even Claire Valdez, to a certain degree, was tremendously underestimated. You have to remember that. No, this is not done pre-AOC endorsement. This is 7/8 to 7/11. It's recent. It's actually post debate. So it's the newest poll that we have on this race. We're gonna continue. Is there a Hasan Act Blue link for Abdul? Yes. Yes. Poll, where Michigan Democratic voters stand with U.S. Senate candidates Stevens and El Sayed. Detroit News poll finds Senate primary race between Haley Stevens and Abdul El Sayed is close. Michigan Democratic voters were asked in a recent poll if they how they felt about the 2026 U.S. Senate primary election in the state. A poll conducted by Detroit News asked Democratic voters from across the state about their opinions on various topics. Name recognition-wise, Abdul El Sayed is at 88.5%. Haley Stevens is at 90%. His favorabilities are 51% favorable, 15% unfavorable, 21 no opinion. Never heard of is at 10%. Don't know refuses 0.6. Never heard of for Haley Stevens is at 8. No opinion is at 20%. Unfavorable is at 21%. Okay. Definitely Abdul El Sayed voters are at 33%. And overall, Abdul El Sayed is at 41% and Haley Stevens is at 48%. Okay. This is entirely propped up by outside expenditures. Like, I don't know how to explain this to you. Haley Stevens is a non-entity. Okay? Haley Stevens is not a real figure in the state. She has no real ground game. She has no ground game whatsoever. I believe there's only 3 virtual events that they've put out in the state after they got called out for having 0 get out the vote operations and having 0 ground game. Haley Stevens is entirely backed by AIPAC and other corporate PAC expenditures. She is just she is the perfect demonstration of what is wrong with American politics. Okay? There's no other way to put it. She is the perfect depiction of everything that is wrong with American politics nowadays. A person that is not touring the state, a person that's not going around and actually doing events with the voters, a person that's not conducting any town halls, nor is she doing any media. She's done very little media. Because why should she do any media when the media is bought for? That's it. She's mass blasting mailers and she's mass blasting television ads. That's it. You get to do that when you have $50 million. Abdul's grassroots fundraising on the other side has reached $4.5 million. It's actually an incredible amount. Okay? Abdul is actually doing a phenomenal job fundraising through independent small donors. The problem is it's fucking virtually impossible to combat with $4.5 million, $50 million. Abdul is getting outspent 10 to 1 in certain markets. 10 to 1. 8 to 1 in others. He's currently number 1 in Act Blue, and he's in a primary. James Tallarico is already the established candidate. Annie Andrews is already the established candidate. John Ossoff is already the established candidate. Sherrod Brown is the established candidate. Abdul Al-Sayed is in a Democratic primary right now. And despite the fact that he's in a Democratic primary currently, he is the top fundraiser this week. But it's not enough. Who's on air in the Michigan Senate Democratic primary from @Impact Politics? UDP, AIPAC subsidiary, spends $4.6 million for Haley Stevens. Abdul Al-Sayed has his own personal campaign, spend $489,000. A Stronger Michigan is another pro-Stevens PAC that is spending $299,000. And Fighting for Michigan is a pro-Al-Sayed group that has spent $65,000. UDP is not just pro-Stevens. United Democracy Project is an AIPAC subsidiary. Okay? Speaking of mailers that they're distributing, I've finally gotten, I finally got that coveted HasanAbi mailer. Here it is. AIPAC is mailing this to Dem primary voters in Michigan. Abdul Al-Sayed embraced a podcaster who said Jews are inbred and that America deserved 9/11. Whatever his feelings about the Middle East, someone running for the U.S. Senate for Michigan should be able to unequivocally condemn a conspiracy theorist who denigrates women, Jews, and black Americans. Instead, Abdul Al-Sayed brought him to Michigan to campaign with young people on campus. What is the lie in this piece, says Neera Tandon. I said, I never said Jews are inbred, but you might have fried decent chunks of your brain with a devastating wine-pharmaceutical combo, so I won't hold you to it. Didn't you say Orthodox Jews are inbred? Because that's in your TNR interview. Is it okay to say any groups of Jews are inbred? Feels like a sign of weakness in your argument that you're doing is ad hominem attacks. You build the lie. You keep repeating it long. What? No, it's not. I checked. Yeah. You build a lie. And then you keep playing a game of telephone around this lie. And at a certain point, it just establishes a fucking truth. So now Neera Tandon can turn around and say that. No, I didn't even say Orthodox Jews are inbred. I was talking about fucking settlers. Okay? And it was a pejorative that I used towards all matter of racial supremacists, ethno-supremacists. It doesn't fucking matter. When a lie is repeated enough times, it becomes the truth. And that's where we're at right now. What is this? Their fucking exclusive senior advisor to Melania Trump, Mark Beckman. I believe that our first lady, our current first lady, Melania Trump, is the single most consequential first lady.
With the first.
Jesus Christ. In any case, It doesn't end there. All of these people that I've shown you on the timeline, there's a good reason for why I've been just like constantly criticizing them, constantly railing against them. Because Neera Tanden is at Center for American Progress. Okay. And she is at the heart of the anti-Abdul attacks. She's propping up Haley Stevens. She is at the heart of this war that's waging within the Democratic Party, where Center for American Progress, which should be called Center for American Poo-Poo, okay, the P should not be for progress, let's be real. Center for American Pieces of Shit is one of the vanguards against the outsider insurgency candidates that are coming out, okay? Not your best, whatever, shut up. Center for American Poopy. That was really hard of you. I know. I'm going beast mode on Center for American Pieces of Shit. I'm requesting a refund. No refunds. You're a grown man, dog. I am a grown man and an international shipping magnate. Are you at risk of you yelling at me? You got to close some of them tabs, HasanAbi. I know I will. I'm going to clear them after this. Anyway, the candidates will get results for Michigan Senate. The candidate will be a fighter that stands up. Donald Trump is at 38%. Haley Stevens will not do that. The candidate that represents my values at 19%. The candidate that can win in November and beat Mike Rogers at 25%. So those two are the top priorities. Abdul can do both. Haley, I call into question if she can at all. Anyway, so AIPAC mailer comes out. I said, I retweeted, I said, they did this with Zoran, Daria Eliza, Chris Rabb, and with Melach Kiros. Anyone who criticizes Israel will be branded a terrorist by the apartheid nation that murdered 20,000 children and is currently working to merge our military with theirs. This is how they buy their seats. They also did this with Abdul al-Sayed, Peter Stern says. She isn't doing it now. Why was she changing the Senate? Exactly. A great question. The question should be asked, do you feel like anything positive has come out of the current establishment Democrats? Less Obama connections that haven't materialized in the last decade or so, and more so a connection to Chuck Schumer is a necessity here, because Chuck Schumer is the one who's pushing Haley Stevens. Let that not be forgotten. It's Israel that is pushing Haley Stevens. This person is proving that polls biased. Detroit News endorsed Stevens, and Glenn Garrett polling has been way more favorable to her than other pollsters this year. Well, you can't say that it doesn't spook you. It motivates me. We knew your corrupt, genocidal corporate overlords would try to buy this election. Abdul's the top grassroots fundraiser in the country right now and is being outspent 8 times by AIPAC. Progressives don't have the money, but we have the people and we can outwork you. Exactly. Remember, they have the money, but we have something far more important than that. We have people, okay? They can mass blast smear campaigns all over the TV, okay? They can try to freak out the older voters to try to get them to go out and vote, okay? Negative campaigning often depresses voter turnout. This is something to remember. So all of those negative ads that they're spending against Abdul, we can combat that. We can use that to our advantage. Okay? There is nothing more powerful than making a phone call and having a real person-to-person conversation with a likely voter. Okay? We can use the ads for name recognition and then fight back against those smears and turn that name recognition into something that is objectively powerful and positive for Abdul al-Sayed. But the only way we can do that is if we are disciplined, if we're organized, and if we continue doing these phone banks. Okay? The only way that we can fight back against $50 million of ads, 40 million of which coming from AIPAC and AIPAC subsidiaries, is if we go out and door knock. Okay? That's it. Abdul al-Sayed has reported over $4.5 million raised in the second quarter, the biggest quarterly haul of the campaign since its launch. This is good. This will allow Abdul's team to be able to put ads out that combat the misinformation. This will allow Abdul to be able to pay canvassers, okay? Pay for the system that allows people to go out and canvass. It's very important. Do not forget, organized people beats organized money. They got the money, but we got the people. Haley Stevens has nothing. No real motion, no real excitement surrounding her campaign, no real policies whatsoever. The only thing that I've ever heard her consistently talk about is, saying that she loves Michigan. That's true. She does say that a lot. And also, she loves the nation state of Israel and wants to defend it. Okay? In a since-deleted site for a prior campaign, Haley Stevens said the U.S. relationship with Israel must go unquestioned. Hard to overstate what a radical stance this is. To her, it's illegitimate for voters to even question U.S. support for Israel. She is an extremist. Go run for office in Tel Aviv if you really love Israel that much. Get the fuck out of the Michigan Senate race. Ridiculous. Chatter has some success phone banking. Yeah, well, phone banking, I found that the average Michigander doesn't know how bought Haley Stevens really is. I use the fact that she's 100% corporations in a trench coat, and they see she'll always prioritize her donors. Then I lean into Abdul's strength. Almost always works. If you're going to choose to accept money from any corporate PAC that'll throw it your way, we'll use that to our advantage. Thanks. Abdul's strengths, since the libs are being purposely dense about character counts. Surprise, their actual policies: abolish ICE, Medicare for all, money out of politics, no super PAC money, especially APAC, end the genocide, expand the courts, free education. More on his website. What is this? I'm not phone banking for an avowed supporter of capitalism. Okay, man, well then don't. Okay, suck my dick. What do you want me to say? You see $50 million coming from every corporate PAC known to man, flood the marketplace with smear campaigns against this guy, and you don't think that that's a threat to corporations? You think they're just fucking doing that for no reason? You think they're just doing that for fun? I'm glad that you maintain your morality, Chatter. I'm glad that you actually are principled. The principled stance here is to say, well, sorry, this guy who has an identical platform to Bernie Sanders doesn't say he's a democratic socialist, so he's not getting my support. Sometimes it's good to not only look at the policies, which are plenty with Abdul's campaign, and see if you identify with them, see if you appreciate them. Because remember, this is a Senate seat, okay? This has national implications. This is implications at the federal level. It's the upper, it's it's the Senate. It's the upper chamber. It's far more consequential than the House of Representatives in a deep blue district. This is a statewide race. We have to pull out all the fucking stops. I won't phone bank until I see Abdul tax returns. Okay, calm down. But aside from the campaign, aside from the background, aside from the policies that Abdul is representing here, you have to sometimes look at who the enemies are. You have to look at who the enemies are. Who are the enemies of Abdul al-Sayed? Dr. Abdul al-Sayed, pharmaceutical corporations, big businesses like the monopoly utility structure that exists in Michigan, DTE, okay? APAC, and numerous other APAC shell corporations. These are the people that are dumping boatloads of money into the race to make sure that he doesn't fucking win. Okay? Health insurance companies. Why are they doing that, you think? You think they're doing that just for funsies? Like they love wasting money? You think rich people just love dumping boatloads of money? Hopefully, we will make sure that it's a waste, for the record. We will make sure it's a waste by fighting back, by phone banking, by making sure that we draw tremendous turnout from young voters and even older voters as well. I thought you guys cared about making sure that we had anti-genocide voices elected into the upper chamber nonetheless, where he would be even more alone. Abdullah Sayed is anti-genocide. If you care about that, you got to drop this whole bullshit. Like, oh, he's not calling himself a socialist. All right. Fine. In any case, El Sayed will report over $4.5 million raised in the second quarter, biggest quarterly haul of the campaign since its launch. As the only candidate in the race not accepting corporate donations, grassroots donors have flocked to Abdul's campaign, repeatedly placing him in the top 5 for weekly campaign donations on ActBlue. A spokesperson said in a statement to Playbook, El Sayed's sum came in prior to State Senator Mallory McMorrow's exit from the race. The campaign had its best single day number following the second debate last week, notching $150,000 in donations. Haley Stevens does not need any singular donors, individual donors. Abdul won't release his tax docs because he doesn't want the world to know how much dark money he's gotten from the world shipping power of HasanAbi from Singapore. Okay, dude. Yes, it's true. Anyway, who are your sympathies with more? New poll that came out from YouGov. 27% say Israelis, 25% say Palestinians, equals say 24%. With Democrats, they say 36% with the Palestinians, equals at 31%, Israelis at 10%. With Republicans, 58% say with Israelis, 18% say equal, and 6% with Palestinians. Equal is a dumb choice. Should the U.S. provide military aid to Israel? When you ask all people, the number is at 44%. Among Democrats, the number no is at 54%. Among independents, the number no is at 57%. And with the Republicans, the no votes is at 25%. Obviously, Republicans are omega cuck. They're a part of a cult. And they're, just violent people in general. So it shouldn't come as that much of a surprise that this is the case. Having said that, no aid to military, aid to Israel, no military aid to Israel is at 44% overall, with yeses at 33%. Also, new poll shows that 65% of Americans want the Iran war to end ASAP. Only 15% support continuing the war. Every audience measured is in favor of ending the war. This includes MAGA at 51% and Trump voters at 49% that want the war to end immediately. Has Abdul said anything that would make that chatter think he's a capitalist, or are they purely being bad faith? Yes, he has literally said he's not a socialist, that he is a capitalist. He said that to me too. He said that to me sitting in my room, in my home, sitting right here a year and a half or 2 years ago, almost, or a year and a half ago at this point. Those are his own words. He said that on this broadcast too. I think it's cringe. I disagree with him on that, but I'm not going to let that disagreement be an impediment to electing someone who is by far one of the most quote unquote radical, the most left senators that we will ever have. Hasan, why do you talk like that? Why am I talking differently? I don't think so. There's the other side of this Abdul al-Sayed story. And that is, of course, and we're going to get into it further. A lot of these tweets from Emily's List and other pro-Israel voices on here came out before the AIPAC ad was announced. Did they get a heads up? As I noted 2 weeks ago, the attacks from Shannon Watts and Emily's List staff seemed timed up just before the first AIPAC ad launched. The new ad actually quotes Shannon Watts and Emily's List as fodder. Here's a conversation between known Zionist Shannon Watts and AIPAC-funded Emily's List Jessica Mackler. Both of them are quoted in this ad painting Abdul as sexist. Yes, they were absolutely organizing. I mean, it's very clear. Neera Tanden, too. They were organizing ahead of time in direct collaboration with either the Haley Stevens campaign or maybe AIPAC, which, by the way, Haley Stevens' campaign and AIPAC, they're one and the same.
I know you all have endorsed Haley Stevens in Michigan.
Yeah.
And I'm getting so much grief over that. Again, I think it's a great example of a show horse versus a workhorse.
Yeah.
It's not easy to stand up as a woman for other women.
I think there's something unbelievably sinister about making it seem as though, you're doing this for quote unquote feminism. There is something so nasty about being in favor of a candidate that is almost entirely propped up by pro-Israel dollars. To claim that you're doing that because of not just your own personal career ambitions, but because you're doing that for feminism is disgusting. Okay? Nasty business.
Men, especially online, like the blowback is swift and furious. And that's obviously sexism. Like, how do we...
It's not sexism to say, Shannon Watts, that you made a career out of trying to combat school shootings from taking place in the United States of America. And now you've decided to take your career to a new level where you are actually allowing more school shootings and school bombings to happen elsewhere. Okay? I've said this from the start. I stand by it. It is one of the nastiest things I've seen this person do. Okay? What a nasty individual she is. Garnered so much goodwill by being an anti-school shooting advocate, an advocate against gun violence, only to turn around and demand more gun violence and bombings to take place in places like Iran, Lebanon, Gaza. That's what it means when you're pro-Israel. That's what it means when you join forces with AIPAC. How is this any different than joining forces with the fucking NRA?
How do we do this online? Push back on these narratives that aren't true about who we are and what we...
Yes, this attack on Abdul was coordinated. Stevens sent out this memo here a few days earlier. Yeah, this is her red box, basically. Okay, this is their memo. This is how they coordinate. This is a loophole to coordinate with PACs. This is how it's done. Technically, until the recent Supreme Court decision that also made it legal to coordinate with PACs and campaigns. You had to do a red box. You had to do a messaging blast, technically, to interested parties. There are real vulnerabilities for Abdul al-Sayed in the Michigan Senate primary, and only once Democratic voters learn more about his record, they move away from supporting him in the primary election. This is bullshit. He's vulnerable for having backed the uncommitted movement that helped Donald Trump win Michigan, and the Democrats also do not like that he has a history of disparaging women, in particular women they know and like. I'll say I was a prominent backer of the uncommitted movement. This is what they've been doing. Okay? This is what they've been doing over and over again. Abdul al-Sayed, remember, literally endorsed Kamala Harris before Haley Stevens did. Okay? Can you stop using the word nasty to describe a woman? Is this 2016 in a Trump-Hillary debate? Wait, what? Dude, what am I allowed to say? What am I allowed to say about a fucking pro-Israel consultant? What words? Can you tell me what the appropriate confines are? Can we do that? Meanwhile, these guys are literally being like, see, Abdul's Muslim, dirty Muslim, who may or may not have voted for Kamala Harris. We don't know. You know how those Muslims are. Really? You don't see me fucking complaining about that shit. What do you want me to do? I know this is how it is. If you disagree with a powerful woman in politics, that means you're a sexist, right? That's what it means. Name. What is this? Name what you find it is that she's doing that's nasty. I already did. Being a fucking pro-Israel stooge. It's the nastiest version of politics while also tying that up to femininity and feminism. What the fuck? God, I hate this shit. Now they're going to say even your fans call you out for being sexist towards Stevens like Abdullah's. I know. And guess what? They're right to do so because some of you are fucking brain dead. Okay? Some of you are unbelievably brain dead. It's true. Ridiculous. El Sayed has a history of insulting women. He called Michelle Obama's ideas uninspired and ineffectual. Like, what are we doing? What is this weaponization of the most hollowed out version of white feminism? You kind of curated the chat though. Oh my God, I'm going to fucking lose it right now, dude. This is my least favorite version of chat culling that I every now and then have to do. When a dumb fuck comes in here in the process of me disciplining my chat to do a little bit of community rearrangement, and they go, well, you did this. Well, don't worry. I'm curating it right now. You got the ass whooping first. Does anyone else want it? It's time in DSA convention video. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
We should advocate for and in real life. Like, how do we make this shift when women only hold 25% of the 500,000 elected positions in this country?
Like every time we can demonstrate that a woman can win in a place that someone told us that we couldn't, we are carrying that forward.
Like Emily's List is a great example of this, where they shamelessly utilize womanhood and femininity and feminism, like girl boss feminism, to oftentimes prop up some of the biggest male monsters out there, sometimes against female challengers. Okay? Just remember that. Shannon Watts owes her career to the patron, Michael Bloomberg, who harassed women, paid out settlements, then barred them under NDA so they can't even discuss it. And Haley Stevens endorsed them for president of the United States. They are cynics. They don't believe in what they say. Always remember that. Yeah, does Shannon Watts support DSA women, Daria Liza, Claire Valdez? Does Shannon Watts support Maylok Quiros? Does Shannon Watts support any of the candidates that we propped up, that we fought for? No, because this is an ideological battle. These people, it's not even an ideological battle. It's just about money, okay? Are they defending Cori Bush against Wesley Bell? No, they're not. Do you want to know why? Because they're cynical charlatans. They're disgusting operatives of a dying system where all they care about is where their next paycheck is coming from. And they know that the establishment Democrats are who is going to give them money. It's that simple. And they clearly don't shy away from taking money from horrible groups like AIPAC or horrible people like Michael Bloomberg. We know this shit was always going to be difficult. We have to exercise messaging discipline in this process. Okay?
But I also think, it's why, even though anytime you say even just a simple positive thing in some of these races, you could end up being eviscerated online for it, that we keep showing up and doing it, right? And we need to keep showing up and doing it because that is so critically important to our ability to push past this. Otherwise, we're just handing it over to them, right? We're kind of like, here's the cesspool of the manosphere and you can take it. We have to be willing to stand up and say, no, these attacks on Haley Stevens are sexist, and we're not going to let that stand, even when.
Yeah. Any criticism of a corporate stooge, an Israel stooge like Haley Stevens, is actually sexist. You know what's not sexist? Just voting for Haley Stevens and supporting Haley Stevens. That's great. Great argument. Thank you. Yeah, we're actually both quoted from tweets that say sexism has been wielded against both McMorrow and Stevens in this race. Neither of us mentioned El Sayed specifically. My tweet wasn't used in context, and I wasn't asked for permission to be included. And you'll notice that in this interview, we don't mention El Sayed at all. Where did my replies go, Shannon? I edited my posts, so they're gone, but feel free to repost, and I'll respond again. Bernie Sanders is sexist. Oh, my God. You're in the fucking AIPAC ads, Shannon. Ironically enough, there was another candidate that tried to do this in the exact same state, and she lost. Her name was Hillary Rodham Clinton. What are we doing? This kind of stuff is so unbelievably insincere. AIPAC is spending more than 8 times as much as the entire pro-Abdul El-Sayed campaign, and Haley Stevens isn't even on the air. I'm not even sure I've ever seen anything like this in a Senate race, says Dan Pfeiffer. Like a total non-entity. The only time I can remember something like this happening was with Joe Biden. In the Super Tuesday victory that came after a insane barrage of free media that Joe Biden received from the predictable South Carolina victory in the primary. The weekend from the South Carolina primary victory into Super Tuesday was so unbelievable. I believe there was tracking on this. It was like $8 billion worth of free media that he received. Every single outlet was running 24/7. Joe Biden is the Joe Biden comeback. The Joe Biden comeback. He's going to destroy Bernie Sanders finally. Or maybe it was not 8 billion. Sorry, it was 2 billion. It wasn't 8 billion. It was $2 billion. And then that coasted Joe Biden into an easy victory in Super Tuesday in states that he had never even gone to. Remember when is the lowest form of conversation? What? Oh, yeah? What about pro-AES super PACs? The actual dark money. How much is our revolution spending on him? Dan Pfeiffer says, this includes everyone on the air this week, including any dark money. Like, these people are bots, man. They hear the talking points, and then they immediately lean into it. It's so strange. It's from The Sopranos. Okay, whatever. I don't care about that right now. Speaking of which, if you're frustrated by all of this, here's a funny story. Breaking: Haley from Michigan is paying influencers $1,500 per post and asking them to sign NDAs. David says stuff on IG. I received a confidential influencer brief from Haley Stevens' Senate campaign. The interesting part, it says it's covered by an NDA, but I never signed one.
It's a confidential document. It's covered by an NDA. The only problem is I never actually signed an NDA. So, shh, let's not tell anyone. Let's go through it together. It's an influencer brief from the Haley Stevens Senate campaign in Michigan. Right at the top, it says that the rate for this video is $1,500. So apparently, that's the going rate for a do-nothing candidate. Okay, so let's quickly get to the goal. So our job is to educate.
I didn't even think about that. All the women that were running, they said nothing about Quiroz, Bush, Daria Liza, Valdez, or any of the women candidates that lost their primaries. What did they say? Nothing about those candidates? Or did they tweet about all the attacks Daria Liza got during her primary? No, of course not, dude. Of course not. If they ever talked about any of those women candidates, it was usually in the negative because these guys are bought and paid for. The whole like feminism shtick is nothing for them but a goddamn weapon to wield cynically. That's it.
And show Michigan Democrats that Haley Stevens is leading the way to fight against Donald Trump and MAGA. Okay, so let's see what we got. So the first instruction says, share a proof point where Stevens has stepped up to fight MAGA. So sure, so just like Trump, Haley Stevens says that we can't afford universal health care, affordable housing, student debt relief. But when Congress had a chance to put limits on how long the president could keep U.S. involvement in Israel's war, she voted against those limits. Meanwhile, American taxpayers have paid at least $29 billion, with a B, supporting Israel's war. Funny how we're always broke until it's time to fund another war.
Great fucking, by the way, great video from this guy.
So the next instruction says, make this personal. Why does stepping up to MAGA matter to me? This is fun, isn't it? Not signing an NDA and blowing it up? Love it. So it matters to me because I believe politics should be about earning people's support, not renting it for $1,500 like Haley over here. So if you're really the fighter in this race, you shouldn't need to pay influencers to convince people.
That's crazy. Okay, you have to look at this. Sorry, I have to show you this right now. It's so funny. Okay, so she propped open the door. She propped open the door and started barking at the door because I got food delivered. She's still staying in here, but she's monitoring the situation. She's making sure the situation is good and monitored. She thinks she's a fucking guard dog. It's crazy. It's crazy. This dog is out of her dang mind. Can I get chopsticks and the no, the small cup sauces that I have for like the small cup sauce that I have in the fridge, but chopsticks for sure. Situation has been sufficiently monitored by Kaya.
You should be able to beat Abdul on your record. Abdul is talking about healthcare, affordable housing, getting money out of politics, and taking on corporate power. Haley's campaign is sending out influencer briefs that require an NDA. So now on to my favorite part. You do not need to endorse Stevens. So think about that for a second. They're basically saying, we don't need you to believe in Haley. We just need your followers to think you do. They're not buying your vote. They're leasing your credibility. And that's really why I wanted to show you this document, because if your record speaks for itself, you don't need influencer briefs. You don't need talking points to sign an NDA, a rate sheet. You need supporters. That's the difference. Vote Abdul. He is a person that will represent you, not corporate interests and not Israel.
Hell yeah. Beast mode. Beast mode, beast mode, beast mode, beast mode. Anyway, get ready for the most annoying victory laps that Haley Stevens will absolutely take over this new poll that came out. If they haven't already. The campaign hasn't put that out yet. They're desperate. This TikTok is anti-Semitic and misogynistic. Yeah. Anyway.
Donald Trump today welcoming Iraq's new prime minister to the White House
a
day after he proposed his latest solution to the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz. Blockade Iranian ports, guard international shipping, and charge a 20% levy on all cargo passing through. That last bit not surviving into a second day. The president posting, "I've decided to replace the 20% United States reimbursement fee with trade and investment deals that the various Gulf states will be making into the United States. Those investments will be massive." From the Oval Office, further elaboration. A round of calls from predictably unsettled allies in the Gulf made the difference.
I put it out yesterday. I thought it was good. I was called by different people, different countries, kings and emirs and all of the people that we all know and we all love. The Gulf states are going to invest a tremendous amount of money into the United States, and that was very satisfactory to me. I think it's actually much better.
It certainly has the advantage of not obviously breaking international maritime law, but for now leaves the US and Iran in continued conflict over control of the Strait, a non-issue before the war, now the central issue, left unresolved by last month's Memorandum of Understanding between the two countries. This, one of two Emirati supertankers Iran struck last night, accusing them of turning off their transponders using an unauthorized route. In all, Iran's reported to have struck 3 ships last night, a Dutch-Norwegian chemical tanker in the Arabian Sea, and the 2 Emirati oil tankers as they exited the strait. 1 Indian crew member killed in the strikes. Before the war, an average of 130 vessels crossed daily. Since the signing of the MOU in mid-June, crossings did rise, peaking at 77, but the recent return to violence reversing those gains. The impact spreading from sea to air, with the EU's Aviation Safety Agency today advising against flights over Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE and the Gulf of Oman. Iran today launching missile attacks on US bases in Bahrain and Jordan. This afternoon, air defenses also triggered in Kuwait. It followed an overnight wave of attacks by the United States on targets across Iran, and there have been more through the day, still some way short of the kind of escalation required, in President Trump's words, to take the strait and guard it, with all the political as well as military risks as US midterm elections get ever closer.
It demonstrates that the war has not gone the way that President Trump wanted it to. Now what we're hearing increasingly from the White House is that one of the goals of the war is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Well, that was not a goal of the war at the beginning of the war because it wasn't a problem at the beginning of the war.
And with the strait backing up once more, the economic consequences starting to build. Oil prices, UK government borrowing, both seeing renewed spikes this week. Last night, Iran's parliament held its first open...
I think you would be better equipped to argue against insincere weaponization of so-called feminism used to shield reactionaries if you had better theoretical feminist framework. This is not a dig, and I know, and I always bang on about this, but I'm sorry, but I don't know why you don't take it on. I feel like you were designed in a laboratory to make me fucking mauled and yell at you so that it would get clipped out of context to make it seem like I'm an insincere misogynist. Yes. Thank God the Israel supporters over at Emily's List have figured out all of the theoretical framework of feminism, and that's what they operate out of. I think it's pretty obvious what's going on. You clearly understand what's going on. Why is it that this is deployed every single time? Well, I'll tell you why. Because they have no other options. Adam Johnson has, the obvious right approach here. Good retort. The thing one has to understand is that Bernie Bro playbook on Al-Sayed is being deployed because it's all they have. They know the Stevens campaign is zero juice and they're getting hammered from the left. So all they can do is contrive an ostensibly quote unquote left-wing attack by throwing out baseless charges of sexism. And there exists a turnkey Zionist pseudo-feminist apparatus to just do this. That's what Emily's List does. Emily's List took $500,000 from AIPAC this cycle. And it's not because AIPAC is deeply committed to feminist praxis. is because their only play is picking off suburban women to the cause of genocide by painting al-Sayed as a shifty, marauding terrorist cartoon. They have nothing, no vision, no moral narrative, just Walmart donations, AIPAC money, and a 2016 zombie neoliberal PMC identity stuff. It's the most cynical posture that I thought we had moved beyond. And I think it requires a lot more closer examination by the base when they don't have enough time to recognize what's going on. I worry that these narratives will still dupe enough people. But there are still dumb fucks, at least even in my community, that fall for it. So we will get girl boss war criminal feminism until further notice. Like, think about this line of attack. It only works against the left. Can you imagine Haley Stevens coming out and being like, "You're being sexist" to the Trump-backed Mike Rogers in the fucking general? Are you insane? Mike Rogers would put up LeBron numbers, okay? Like, this is not a way to campaign. The only time this works ostensibly is in a Democratic primary. That's exactly what Hillary Rodham Clinton did, and that's exactly why she fucking lost in Michigan.
Session for 4 months. For all the unified chants of death to America, continued reports of senior-level disagreements on whether still to pursue the deal with the US. Few doubt, though, that Iran is prepared to pay a high price to keep the key weapon this war has uncovered, control over the Strait of Hormuz.
Beautiful. Is it good? House. It's a great place. Well, thank you very much. We've had already.
I don't care about this.
Hi, and welcome to Michigan Matters. You don't need me to tell you we have a red-hot U.S. Senate race going on in our state. Today, we're going one-on-one with the two Democrats still in the race, Representative Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed, who are facing each other in Michigan's August 4th primary. Plus, the roundtables waiting in the wings to talk about that race, the gubernatorial contest, and other things. If politics is your cup of tea, you've come to the right place. Let's get started.
Okay, I love this. I'm already locked in.
From CBS Detroit, this is Michigan Matters with Carol Kane. Michigan Matters is brought to you in part by Cure Auto Insurance.
And we're joined by
God, local news is so fucking awesome.
Abdul El-Sayed, who is a Democratic candidate for U.S. Senate, who hopes to win your vote in Michigan's August 4th primary. It's great to see you.
Honored to be here. Thank you.
It's been very busy since the last time I saw you up at Mackinac Island at the Chamber's Policy Conference.
Slightly different view, but yeah.
Well, this is an incredibly busy week for you. And let's talk about a couple things that happened this week. First of all, Mallory McMorial announced that she was suspending her race and pulling out. Were you surprised by her decision?
I mean, we were. She was running an extremely strong race. She looked like the candidate to beat just months before. I'll be honest with you, I don't spend as much time thinking about the horse race of it all, though. There are a lot that she and I agreed on, some things that we disagreed on, but she made her case and fought a great campaign. I reached out to her. I've been in the position where I've lost a primary before. I know how that feels. And so a lot of what we're doing right now is reaching out to the people who she inspired to show them that so much of what she and I agreed on is so much bigger than any of the things we disagreed on, and inviting them to join us.
And now that it's a two-horse race with you and Haley Stevens, and Mallory's no longer part of the equation. Are you adjusting your campaign in any way, and your strategy in these last few weeks of the primary?
So I'll tell you this campaign has been more than a year in the making. We've been to 110 different cities, 450 public events. And across them, I have a simple message. I want money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all. But the contrast couldn't be clearer. I'm somebody who's never taken a dime of corporate money to run a campaign. My opponent in this race is dripping with corporate money. All of the ads that you've seen in this race have been brought to you by a super PAC or another, mainly paid for by AIPAC. One of them, literally the goal is to send your tax dollars abroad to kill other people rather than to invest them here at home, to invest in us and our kids.
Let's move on here. You have a distinguished career in public service, but have yet to be victorious when your name's on a ballot. What's going to make it different this time from your perspective?
Well, I've learned a lot, right? 8 years changes somebody. I've grown up, had kids. I've got 2 kids and a mortgage now. My kids are 8 and 3, and they teach you a lot about patience. I've also realized that Michiganders are less interested in the critique. They're a lot more interested in the solution. So if you're somebody who wants your politics to work for you, if you're somebody who believes in unions, like the unions believe in me, the UAW, AFT, National Nurses United, if you're somebody who believes that we need to take on the oligarchs and the monopolies that force us to pay more for the stuff we got to buy, if you're somebody who believes that our money should be spent here on us and you believe that you deserve guaranteed health care, then this campaign is for you. But I'll also tell you that the mood has changed, right? 8 years on, people are just angrier. Things have gotten harder. It's harder to afford your groceries, harder to afford your rent, harder to afford to believe that you could ever afford a home, harder to believe in the school that you send your kid to. And I think in this moment, people are looking for something that does not look like business as usual.
Let's talk about a couple different issues. Data centers, very divisive. Some people say it's a great job creator, and Michigan ought to be embracing more of them. Others say it's going to hurt the environment, cause people to spend more and get money for energy and water and the such. Where do you stand, and where do you stand on regulating them?
There's a real worry about data centers. And you think about the AI that they're bringing in. I've been very clear about both regulating data centers and regulating AI. When it comes to data centers, we propose what we call a terms of engagement. If they're going to come here, they've got to follow the following terms. Number one, do not increase our electrical rates. Number two, you need to improve our reliability. As we talk about folks literally living under 5 days of darkness now because DTE can't figure out how to keep the lights on. No touching our water. If you promise jobs, they better be good union jobs, and there needs to be a very
clear... So you're in favor of regulating them?
I'm in favor of regulating. But it's also AI, right? We've got to be serious about...
That's a huge issue here, and I know we've got much more to say. I know viewers watching this are going to want to hear about more. Let's talk about one of the cornerstones of your campaign, Medicare for All. How are you going to do that? And what one thing can you quickly say where it's not going to drive up costs? How will that be funded?
Well, we're going to pay for it, but we're going to pay a lot less because we're not paying a CEO $18 million a year. We're not paying for that army of billers to figure out how to allow doctors and health insurance to crosstalk. And guess what? We're not going to pay for it in the form of $225 billion in medical debt, which is what we hold in this country right now. This will be cheaper, more durable, and without the pain or the worry about I can't see a doctor, which is too much of an issue for too many people in this country.
You represent the more progressive wing of the party, been endorsed by AOC and Bernie Sanders, UAW. Some people think after whoever wins in the primary, the Democrat left standing, taking on Mike Rogers at a progressive, is going to be a harder fight.
Well, I'll tell you this. I think the real fight is not between progressive or conservative or moderate. I think it's people who are locked out of our politics and the people doing the locking out. Michigan is a place where we went for Bernie Sanders, then Donald Trump, then Joe Biden, then Donald Trump again. And we know Michiganders, they're steady Eddie. It's just that they keep going to the buffet and not finding what they want. So if they know that their opportunity to support somebody who's not bought off by a corporation, who is actually trying to fight for them, I think they're going to choose that opportunity every day.
We're winding down here just real quickly. I'm going to give you 20 seconds here to just tell people.
Goat. Goat status, beast mode. He's very good. He's very good. He is fast, efficient, straight to the point. I mean, what else can you say, man? He's just fucking good. That's why I have consistently said Abdul El-Sayed, I think as far as his background goes, is perhaps one of the most impressive candidates in this cycle. Like across the nation. If you think Zahra Mamdani is good, because of like his messaging discipline, because of his charisma, because of the impassioned pleas that he can make, and be able to like communicate as a earnest fighter for justice. Abdul has that too. Straight up. And unlike Zoran, he also can put up 3 plates on the bench. So
people why they should vote for you. I'm going to give your opponent, we talked in the next segment, Haley Stevens, the same opportunity. You got 20 seconds here.
I'm the only candidate in this race who's never taken a dime of corporate money to run a campaign. I'm the only candidate who's standing up to guarantee you health care through Medicare for all, who understands that we have to abolish ICE, who's done work in the bowels of government in Detroit.
Bro, Zoran can't even do one plate.
If you want somebody who is a public servant fighting for you and not the corporations who are buying the campaign, not for AIPAC, who's buying their campaign, I hope that I can earn your support to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all.
Abdul El Sayed, thank you so much for joining us. This certainly is a race we're going to be watching all the way through here to the end here.
Appreciate you, Carol. Thank you.
Okay, and keep it right here. We're back with more Michigan Matters after this. And welcome back to Michigan Matters. We're now joined by Congresswoman Haley Stevens, who's hoping to secure your vote in the U.S. Senate Democratic primary taking place in just a few weeks. And my, oh my, what a campaign this has been. It's great to see you.
Thank you.
Well, the big news coming out was that State Representative Mallory McMorrow decided that she was dropping out, leaving the field of 3 down to 2. My question, were you surprised by her decision?
Look, I think Mallory McMorrow ran a very dedicated, engaged, and spirited race, and I respect her decision. And her supporters are welcome into my campaign. I really believe that together we can beat Mike Rogers, tell a story for Michigan, and push back on some of these abuses of power that we see coming out of Washington right now.
How does her exiting the race impact you and how you'll approach the campaign in the last few weeks of this primary?
Well, look, I'm continuing to get out there to share my message and my story for Michigan. I was born here. My parents are small business owners, and they taught me that value of hard work, and that's what motivated me to work on the U.S. Auto Rescue. This is what's always motivated me to tackle tough issues facing Michigan, fight for us, and win for us. And boy, do we need some.
I don't know why she talks like this. I know that that's like a point of contention. It's becoming a point of contention. Like, is she exaggerating it? Does she think it makes her sound more like folksy? Because it does come across as like too exaggerated. And apparently she didn't used to sound like that.
I'm Haley Stevens, and I was Chief of Staff to President Obama's Auto Rescue. We saved over 200,000 jobs and strengthened Michigan's advanced manufacturing.
Like, that sounds like a normal Michigan accent.
I'm Haley Stevens, and I was Chief of Staff to President Obama's Auto Rescue. We saved over 200,000 jobs and strengthened Michigan's advanced manufacturing economy. That's our future. I'm Haley Stevens, and I was Chief of Staff to President Obama's Auto Rescue. We saved over 200,000 jobs.
I'm beginning to believe the Haley Stevens body theory. The Haley Stevens body double theories. Like, I feel like she went to Israel and they cloned her. And this is they brought back a new Haley Stevens. That just like sounds different, looks different. Am I crazy for this? Look, I mean, look, she sounds normal here.
Strengthen Michigan's advanced manufacturing economy.
You better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way. Right? And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way. Right? And you better believe I'm
Like, what the hell happened when she went to Israel? They must have body swapped her, bro. Anyway.
Who wants to fight for us right now to lower costs, to lessen our dependence on China, and to create more of those good manufacturing jobs so people can live and achieve the American dream right here in Michigan.
People view governors and Congress people as politicians who can deliver, if you will, for citizens as far as resources from Washington. My question, you've been in Congress. Talk about real quickly what you've been able to bring back home from Michigan. And as a senator, what more impact could you have?
Well, my elixir for success as a congresswoman for Michigan's 11th district has always been working alongside local elected officials, our mayors, our township supervisors. I've gotten funding into White Lake, Michigan to revitalize their civic campus, monies to create the Livonia Senior Wellness Center, money in Pontiac for youth recreation, and that MLK bridge. And the reason why this is important is these are your tax dollars. And when I first ran for Congress, I noticed that our district was getting the short end of the stick. We weren't getting our fair share of federal tax dollars. As senator, I want to dial that up and take this elixir of success to all counties, to all governments in Michigan, and to all people, because there is such opportunity in Michigan, mid-Michigan, which is growing and ripe for manufacturing expansion and investment, the incredible agricultural community. We want to get those goods sold. We not only want to tell our story, but we want to make sure that those federal tax dollars that our small businesses pay, that our hardworking Michiganders pay, that they work for us. And that's also why, Carol, I feel so strongly about securing those earned benefits like Social Security.
You know what's crazy? Like, first of all, you're not running for governor. You're not running for like comptroller. You're running for Senate. Okay. And I guess she's really honed in on like what she's going to do specifically for Michigan as a senator from Michigan, which is fine. I mean, obviously senators have tremendous power, but it's all a fucking lie. Because she's literally talking about how to better use our tax dollars. Dog, you want to send it all to Israel? What the fuck do you mean? You think the best use of American taxpayer dollars is to aid and abet the Israeli genocide? What the hell?
And Medicare as well.
Right. And I know there's many issues here. One that's gained a lot of attention, could be a huge opportunity, huge detriment, depending on your point of view, data centers or data centers, depending on how you want to say it. Talked to CEO of DTE, Joy Harris, about this. We talked about the costs of these as they're ramping up, being paid by the data center company. However, a lot of consumers and communities are concerned long-term with costs and things like water. What's your quick view on data centers?
Look, I think we need to have honest conversations with the owners of these data centers about cutting a better deal for Michigan consumers. You know, these bills that continue to go up and up and up, it is not working for us. And in fact, I just had a mom the other day.
Okay, that's got to be on purpose. She's got to be doing it like to come across more sincere, right? It's just very weird.
Consumers, these bills that continue to go up and up and up, it is not working for us. And
what is this? Oh yeah, they were no longer they met. You know what's crazy about this? Dana Nessel officiated the wedding. And they literally met at a campaign fundraiser. Like they met, I think they met at like a super PAC event or something. Anyway, this stuff is annoying. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. I don't think we should be digging into this shit. I just I think people are going to use people coming after her accent as like a sinister line of attack about her person or anything or some shit like that, when the entire conversation should be around her being a stooge for Israel, her being an empty suit for every corporation that will buy her seat.
in fact, I just had a mom the other day tell me that at the end of the month, she's left with nothing. I had another friend say they were at the grocery store and the person in front of them broke down because they couldn't pay their grocery bill. So we have got to lower costs, and I have the plan to do that. And that's one, by making sure that these utility companies, if they're raising rates, sorry, you're going to have to lose your federal funds. These data centers, if they're investing here in Michigan, they should be guaranteeing that no one pays more than a certain amount of money for their energy bill, for their water bill. I do a ton of work with the Great Lakes Water Authority. And man, I want to get them the monies, the federal monies, to replace their pipes.
And we're running really short on time here. Real quickly here, you've been endorsed by Jennifer Granholm, Debbie Stabenow, AG Dana Nessel, Emily's List. You've got a lot of
Brenda Lawrence, yes.
You got a whole.
Okay. Abdul went in person. And her asks of Abdul was, how are you going to pay for Medicare for all? I know she was cordial. But the questions were, how are you going to pay for Medicare for all? No Israel question for Haley Stevens, really? Like not even a little bit about her Howard campaign is being propped up by $50 million? How is that? How is that for fucking Michiganders? If Michiganders love her, why is it that the only people that are funding her campaign are corporations that are fucking over Michiganders? Where are the small dollar donations coming from all across Michigan? Why isn't she in Michigan?
Whole list of people there. You and as your opponents called you, you're the establishment candidate. How do you see that playing out in August, given your candidate, your opponent rather, is and your opponent on the progressive side? Real quickly, we got about 10 seconds here.
Look, I've been effective. I've delivered for Michigan. All those people have fought for Michigan and won for Michigan. That's what this moment is about. That is what I've been consistent about on this campaign. Michigan knows me, trusts me, and knows I will work for them in the U.S. Senate.
You got 20 seconds here. You got 20 seconds to tell people why they should vote for you. 20 seconds. I'm going to time it here. Go.
Well, your vote is sacred, so get out and place it, but know that I would be humbled and honored to earn yours, to continue to tell our state's great story in the U.S. Senate, and to make sure that we are heard at every step of the way and that these abuses of power end.
Haley Stevens, thank you so much for joining us. We are certainly going to be paying close attention to this race as it plays out in August into November here. Again, thanks so much for joining us. And we're back with more Michigan Matters right after this. We're back with the roundtable's been waiting in the wings, watching closely as we welcome Susie Avery, former chair of the Michigan Republican Party, Marvin Beatty, Detroit champion, community activist and businessman, and making her debut is Lauren Gibbons, senior Capitol writer at the Bridge, Michigan. It's great to have you with us and great to have all of you with us.
It's great to have her here.
Yeah,
Terrific.
Here we go. Well, my, oh my, this has been quite a week in politics here. Let's start where we started the show from. Let's talk about this U.S. Senate race. We're now down to the two candidates in the August 4th Democratic primary. Lauren, you cover politics. Mallory McMorrow announced she was dropping out. Who does that help between the two with Haley and Abdul?
You know, I've talked to a lot of people about this, getting their opinions, and I don't think we know just yet, although we did see some folks coming out of the wings who had previously been on the sidelines when it was a three-person, now coming out endorsing. I think Emily's List, a very influential Democratic organization coming in support for Stevens, Attorney General Dana Nessel, for example. So we did start seeing some Democrats who hadn't yet made a decision start making a decision. I think we'll continue to see that.
So when it comes to the voters who are going to support her, and just kind of looking at the selection here, you have almost now a battle royale between the traditional base of the party and also with the more progressive wing of it here. Marvin, you're obviously you've been supportive of Democratic candidates through the years here. How do you see that race?
Well, look, I mean, I think it's going to be a tight race, but I think it's important that people understand the dynamics of each one of these candidates. And when you look at Mr. Abdul and you ask yourself, what happened in 2024?
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. What is he going to say? Oh, no.
Stood down throughout most of the campaign until he realized that I better be a Democrat. And voted for Kamala. And
you are a bad person. I mean, he's a fucking casino owner. Jesus Christ. I don't have it in me. I feel like this is going to break my little heart watching this shit.
And the uncommitted people that followed him continued to stay uncommitted. They didn't change their program because he quietly went and voted. So I contend that that is probably the biggest concern that I have about this gentleman, because, look, you can't be a leader only when you want to be.
Okay. Susie, you are obviously a card-carrying member of the Republican Party here, and we know Mike Rogers in this race is running uncontested. He's sitting there, and I don't know if he's doing tea and bonbons, but...
as far as I'm concerned, he won that debate. I always like to talk about, especially what you're talking about, to quote badly Margaret Thatcher, that, the reason I don't like socialists is because eventually they run out of... being able to spend other people's money. And so with that in mind, I think the Democratic Socialists that have taken over so much of the...
You're talking as if Abdul has won this thing. Haley?
What a great panel. Apex casino owner and Republican.
Oh, I'm not. I'm talking about that part
I don't think she's bad. She just didn't say anything about
party that was able to get the people out to their nominating convention, the early nominating convention, which basically were kids out of Ann Arbor who lined up and paid their $50 to become a Democrat in March. I mean, that's the backstory. But the story is that he supposedly has this excitement. Whether or not he has that in August is another story.
Who is the strongest candidate to take on Mike Rogers in the fall campaign between those two?
You know, we've seen a lot of polling that shows Haley Stevens polls better with independents and independents.
Abdullah Sayed literally outperforms Haley Stevens in every other poll that has come out. Oh my God. Oh my God, what is happening here? Oh my God, I'm so upset. I'm so upset because I love local news. I love local news, and this sucks. I love local news so much, and it fucking pains me to see this shit. Yeah, Glenn Garrett has been Stevens' best pollster, likely due to his tendency to oversample the Detroit Metro. It shows her lead growing 5 points since McMurrow's exit. However, it's also their first poll where she doesn't hold a clear lead among definite voters. Okay? I mean, I know corporate news kind of sucks. I mean, local news kind of sucks, but it's amazing how much Michigan Senate is a repeat of the 2020 Democratic presidential primary. Abdullah Sayed, Bernie, Medicare for All, Haley Stevens, Biden, Michigan Manufacturing, Mallory McMorrow, Warren, comprehensive plans, white yuppies like her, but nobody else. I guess it's not wrong. It says already voted as Stevens +9. We need to start phone banking ASAP. Michigan Senate crosstabs by Detroit News. College LSAT +7. No college Stevens +22. White LSAT +12. Black Stevens +46. Already voted Stevens +9. Election day voters LSAT +19. Still holding on to their absentee ballot. Steven +27. Union LSAT +5. Glenn Garrett pollster, LSAT, for instance, is disproportionately relying on younger voters, especially those under 55 who are white and have a college education. And Kazuba questioned whether there's enough voters in that category to overtake Michigan's older voter population. The difference between Michigan is our electorate is just so much older than, New York, Kazuba said. He's got to broaden out his appeal. He's doing reasonably well in outstate Michigan. Why does Haley Stevens do so well in comparison to Abdullah Sayed with black voters in this poll? It depends on who they're actually sampling. If they're oversampling older voters, if they're oversampling Detroit and older voters, obviously that's the reason why Haley Stevens is doing better than Abdullah Sayed with the black vote. The other reason is because the older black voter block, specifically Detroit, specifically Wayne County, are some of the most resilient, some of the most reliable voting blocks, old heads, and they go for the establishment. They go what the TV is saying. They go by way that the rest of the boomers go. That's it. Unlike white boomers, though, at least they go for the Democrats as opposed to going for the Republicans. I'm hitting up my sources in Detroit, and you were right about younger people. Even older people keyed into the machine politics of little enthusiasm and are easier than ever to win over. Only black people who are writing for Stevens are the actual machine. Debunking the Obama endorsement line is super important in winning them over, though. Pointing out that it was a decade ago and the UAW endorsed Abdul also works as well. Hell yeah.
This elected official is taking too much money from a foreign lobby group. That's not 60 and 70-year-old people, although I know that is their concern as well. That is the youth that's saying that. So we can't just write them off. We do have to uplift them. We have to create a path. So my question for Gilchrist and Kenny, what is y'all's path for the youth?
By the way, insane drip. Just pointing that out, not relevant to the conversation. This is the Donovan McKinney. This is the Donovan McKinney event with Chris Rabb. Very excited about this, by the way. Obviously, Donovan's the GOAT. As a black man, I'll tell you this. Older black voters would rather vote for a white lady than an Arab. The division is real. Don't kill me. It's the truth. No, that's not true. No, that's not true. It's not racialized animus. It's not racialized animus. There is a racial tension associated with it, but it's not like, I hate Muslims type shit. First of all, I've already explained this. 1/3 of the black population in Michigan is Muslim. Okay? Just, remember that. 1/3 of the black population in Michigan is literally fucking Muslim. So that's already stupid. That's not the real tension. The real tension is that, especially in Michigan, there's a lot of vote bashing. There's a lot of blaming the voters. Kamala Harris, black woman. So obviously that also plays a role in this as well, where some of the black voters who fucking understandably despise Donald Trump, who are still very much anti-Israel, by the way, look at Dearborn voters as a reason as to why Donald Trump became president. That's the problem. They don't hate Muslims. No one in Michigan hates Muslims, really. I mean, there's a lot of Muslims out there. So it actually, yeah, it's the Obama ad. That definitely had an impact. Let's be real. The Obama ad definitely had an impact. The other thing is like the uncommitted one, where Haley Stevens and AIPAC are very deliberately trying to get the black voting bloc in the state to be like, oh, he's just like those Dearborn Muslims who didn't vote for Kamala, who voted for fucking Donald Trump. And that's where it's coming from. But they do love Israel Trust. I've talked to some of these old heads. Yes. Some old churchgoers do fuck with Israel. But again, as far as approval ratings for Israel goes, black people by and large are far more anti-Israel than any other racial demographic in the country. It's not even fucking close. I guess with the exception of Muslims. There is not a single issue. There is not a single issue where black voters are not far more woke as a whole than any other racial group in the country. Okay? Nothing. There are certain churches that might be like weirdly pro-Israel, like certain black churches, but by and large, black churches don't fuck with Israel either.
Hey, first of all, thank you for coming. I said trust him because I meant that. And, whether you talk about the policy priority, when I say trust young people, let me be a little more specific. We cannot ask people to get engaged.
For the record, the idea that like black voters are monolithic is wrong as well, even though black voters in the primaries tend to be much older, just like the rest of the voters in the primaries oftentimes are much older, but young black voters are unbelievably pro-Abdul, just like all the other younger voters are.
And they get mad at them when they get engaged. So if you say you want people to be part of this process, you say you want people to be active and advocate and organize, you can't get mad at them if they tell you what they want. Right, that part. So if you say that you want everybody to have health care.
Wait.
And then young people say they want.
Dude, why is it that every time I talk about like black issues, there's always a chatter that gets mad at me because he agrees with me. Like there's always a chatter that'll be like, bro, how fucking dare you, dude? Oh shit, the one time, nah, not you. Oh, okay. It's always so funny. Talking to that other dude. Oh, I got it. Last time I went home to my famous church, the pastor was making very direct metaphors to say that Israel was doing is fucked up and needs to stop. And she was going after whether the state should exist. Yeah. Black churches go beast mode. It's not even, I mean, I've been to the African Methodist church here. They, like, black pastors go hard. Okay. Like, it's not even they go super hard against the American government. They go super hard against Israel. They go super hard against American militarism in general. By and large, I mean, liberation theology obviously is a big part of this culture. So, this doesn't mean that there aren't like Zionist black churches out there. Of course there are, but
everybody have health care, then I ain't gonna get mad at nobody for saying everybody should have health care, because I agree with that. If you say that you don't want people to be the victims of genocide anywhere on this planet, then we should be okay to say that and declare that. So I think the way that when I say trust, I mean that. I mean that we have to make sure we understand where the energy is and then help people recognize that they are powerful. And so therefore equip them to be able to use their power to make things happen, to change the trajectory of our community.
Unless they're Nigerian. Okay, chill. YNG Mecca says, unless they're Nigerian, then it's a racist who could suck off Israel the best. First of all, Christians only. Okay? At least in my experience with my group of friends, from what I have seen personally. It's very limited, it's anecdotal, but there's also polling to suggest that you aren't wrong. Okay? There's polling to suggest that YNG Mecca is not wrong. Nigeria is, with the exception, what was the other country? The one that, the other country that was like literally, we will go to war to defend Israel. I think it was Ghana, maybe? Am I crazy? No, it wasn't. Which country? I remember looking at the Pew. No, was it? No, it wasn't Ghana. Fucking Uganda, not Ghana. No, it was Uganda. I'm being racist. I'm sorry. Kenya is another country that's like very pro-Israel, and Nigeria is the most pro-Israel. Clip it. Okay, stop. My goat. Stop. Not while my goat is on screen. Chris Rabb says the black radical tradition is not new.
Listen, there's this false dichotomy between young and old, whether it's in the black community more broadly, that older people are more conservative. And there's some truth to that. It's a stereotype. It goes to the bell curve. 80% may be more moderate, whatever. But there's...
So you hate us Nigerians? What? No, man. What the fuck? This is why I'm your only black chatter. Every black chatter of mine literally comes up to me in public and says, I'm your only black chatter. And this happens all the fucking time, okay? And it happens in the chat all the time, too.
Always this tradition, the black radical tradition, is not new. It is a long-standing tradition. And the people who are elders, and if you want to include me as an elder, as a Gen Xer, so be it. We're the ones who are talking about King. King had a very strong anti-capitalist analysis. He was anti-militarism, anti-imperialism, anti-poverty. These are things that our own Democratic Party today will not speak out on. So this is something that transcends generation, it transcends ethnicity, it transcends geography. My brother Justin J. Pearson, who's running in Tennessee, they tried to cut up his district. It went from 65% black to 32% black, and it includes a town in his new district that is the birthplace of the Klan.
Yeah, it's Uganda. Uganda is preparing to deploy troops to Gaza at the request of U.S. President Trump. The state-owned newspaper New Vision reported Monday. According to the paper, Trump asked President Yoweri Museveni through his Board of Peace to contribute to the International Stabilization Force tasked with maintaining order, protecting civilians, and supporting aid and reconstruction. Museveni reportedly agreed the initial deployment of about 500 Ugandan troops is expected to establish a logistics base on the Israeli side of the Kerem Shalom crossing before any move to Gaza, New Vision reported. No, I'm your only over 50 woman black chatter. You are not. You're actually wrong about that. Like 100% you're wrong on that front.
And he told me when I saw him in Chicago
Yes, Nick Pollum's mom.
recently that 130 white people showed up in Pulaski, Tennessee to support this young brother. We need to get away from these binary assumptions that all white people this, all black people, all old people, all whatever. We can't do that because there's too much nuance in our humanity, and we understand that we can reach people where they are, and we can have progressive.
New HasanAbi Head was not aware of your DreamCon game. Wait, what? Speaking of DreamCon, the legendary Kami Mami's emote is still not added to the Hasan channel. Yeah, this was fucking awesome. DreamCon was so dope. I should have gone this year, bro. I fucked up. Hasan, I have the clip. In the spirit of DreamCon being held, this is the cutest clip I just discovered of Hasan Piker. They were so excited to meet him. I was excited to meet them.
All right. Here you go. Hi. Oh my God. Oh, of course. Oh my God.
Also, happy belated birthday.
Oh, thank you so much. This is insane. God, you guys are amazing. I need to get out of here.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, you want to be in this photo? Help. Help. They love him. Look at how happy he is. I wish I was him.
Game is game, baby. Hell yeah. It's called Aura. Back when I used to show my shoulders like a slut. We used to have fun around these parts.
Oh my God.
I didn't go to Anime Expo either. No fun. I'm Mr. No Fun, dude. That's just how it is. Mr. No Fun. All right, I'm skipping the rest of this Haley Stevens thing.
We're going to begin with.
All right, we'll talk about the man that was shot by ICE, a little bit more detail into his background. It's unbelievable injustice.
The demand for answers in Maine after the second deadly shooting by an ICE agent. This one, the last 2 weeks. The last person to be killed, his name is Johann Sebastian Guerrero. He was a Colombian immigrant. An official says he was not the target of the operation. It led to protests and new allegations of reckless behavior by federal agents. They have shot and killed at least 8 people since President Trump began his immigration crackdown. Lilia Luciano is in Biddeford, Maine with the latest. Lilia, good morning to you. What can you tell us?
Good morning, Gail. Well, the governor of Maine called the way immigration enforcement is carrying out its operations, quote, reckless and haphazard, as the community here in Biddeford continues reeling from this tragedy, the second deadly shooting by ICE across the country in less than a week.
Anger and shock in Biddeford, Maine on Monday after a man was fatally shot by ICE in his car. The victim is Juan Sebastian Guerrero, an immigrant from Colombia.
A 28-year-old man was killed by a truck while fleeing immigration agents in St. Augustine, Florida this morning, officials said. It's the third death involving ICE this week. after agent shot a man in Maine yesterday. Jesus Christ.
According to a source with knowledge of the investigation. This doorbell camera video captured the sounds of gunshots on Monday morning. This video obtained by CBS News shows the victim's car, a white sedan, turning slowly in circles at an intersection. Then another vehicle appears to intercept the sedan, stopping it. ICE officers then approach the car and pull Guerrero out from the driver's seat. This video shows agents surrounding Guerrero laying on the ground, as this picture shows multiple bullet holes through the sedan's windshield.
They pulled the body out in the corner.
Corey Pullen's pawn shop and laundromat.
Yeah, he was dead.
That is across the street from where the shooting.
They basically handcuffed the corpse. They slammed his lifeless body, his lifeless head into the pavement too.
Unfolded, and his security camera recorded parts of it.
You believe the car was rolling because he had already been shot?
Yes.
Yes.
We believe. We don't know.
Immigration advocacy groups say Guerrero was 26 years old and had both a work permit and a social security number.
This was a father. This was a person who was trying his
Yeah, in front of his wife and kids.
to create a life and provide for his family. Overall, there's kind of just a general sense of confusion, pain, and anger, both from the community and then also a sense of loss and hurt from the family.
In a statement, DHS said ICE was conducting targeted surveillance on the last known address of an illegal alien. They say, quote, an illegal alien departed the residence in a vehicle and later attempted to flee, and fearing for public safety, an officer discharged his weapon.
They sort of made it unclear, but the person they were after was not the guy they ended up shooting.
No ICE, no KKK, no fascist USA.
The community.
Bro, this, by the way, this is Maine. Okay? But this is what I'm talking about when I say these people are like the olds are radicalized. Okay? Oh, the olds are radicalized. The boomers, the grandmas, the grandpas. I'm not even kidding when I say this. Like, they're always out there, bro. They're always out there.
Maine is now demanding answers, with this happening less than a week after ICE officers fatally shot 52-year-old Lorenzo Salgado Araujo in Houston, who DHS officials said also was not the intended target of that arrest.
And there are growing questions about the sequence of events because the officers were not wearing body cameras. Advocates are questioning how can there be accountability without that kind of evidence. Jolene.
And we are back with breaking news. Reuters.
Yeah, and then this led to ICE suspending vehicle stops for U.S. immigration enforcement.
Reports that ICE is suspending vehicle stops for immigration enforcement.
I guess the silver lining here is the recognition that this stuff is totally untenable. So the administration is far more responsive to the negative feedback, the negative pressure. Because, like, they didn't do this. They didn't do this at all, right? They didn't do this for the longest fucking time. It's temporary, but still. In the last year, my boomer mom has hit more IRL protests than me. Yeah. I'm telling you, man, I think older people also want this change. That's why I feel a lot more confident about these left flank candidates running. White nativist screed from Waters while talking about this murder? Oh, no.
And they actually want to abolish the agency that's doing the work. So we can't work with these people. We can't work with these people, and we know why they're doing it. We used to win landslide elections in this country. Remember Nixon? Remember Reagan? 49 out of the 50 states. Why? All of a sudden, we bring in all this foreign-born population. Democrats are all of a sudden competitive. They didn't change how persuasive they were. They just imported everybody that lived outside of the country into the country. And now it's closer. That's why they want them here, no matter if they commit crimes or not.
Dog. 49 state landslide Ronald Reagan did amnesty. Fuck you mean, dumbass?
And they actually want to abolish the agency that's doing the work. So we can't work with these people. We can't work with these people, and we know why they're doing it. We used to win landslide elections in this country. Remember Nixon? Remember Reagan? 49 out of the 50 states. Why? All of a sudden, we bring in all this foreign.
Are you ever going to go on Fox News? No, none of these fucking outlets will ever have me on.
They are a massive driver of deportations, and this comes after ICE agents shot and killed another person, the second killing in just 1 week. Johann Sebastian, the 26-year-old Colombia native killed in Biddeford, Maine yesterday, was a delivery driver, husband, and father. According to a witness who spoke with MS Now, Sebastian's wife and young daughter were seen crying at the scene. Hours after the shooting became public knowledge, DHS released a statement saying ICE was conducting surveillance on a migrant facing a final order of removal when a person departed the residence in a car. ICE agents attempted to stop the vehicle, they say, and DHS says an officer opened fire, quote, fearing for public safety. But they have not provided any evidence to support those claims. The driver, who we now know was Sebastian, was hit by gunfire and later died. Maine Senator Angus King says DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullin has since told him that Sebastian wasn't the intended target of the operation. A nearby surveillance camera captured video showing the moments after the shooting. And I have a warning, it is difficult to watch. Federal agents can be seen opening the car door and dragging an unresponsive man onto the ground, pulling him further away from the car, then appearing to secure his hands behind his back. Let's go right now to MS Now's Will McDuffie. He is there in Maine for us. And immigration attorney and former ICE chief counsel Veronica Cardenas is with us as well. Will, tell me what you're hearing from people in Maine.
It was a sleepy town about 20 miles south of Portland. This happened on a hilly intersection in a residential area at 7 a.m. People were waking.
Oh my God, I forgot about the Glaze Yingst interview with Donald Trump tonight.
Up, they were getting ready for work. I mean, the fact that this would happen is unfathomable. But at the same time, people are upset here because this is not the first time we've seen an incident like this. And also, ICE presence in Maine really ramped up earlier this year. So they're familiar with the presence of ICE officers here. And here at this park yesterday, there was a protest with a ton of people, including Senate candidates who showed up. And they actually walked up the hill behind me to a local Susan Collins office to protest. Now, I did speak to a couple eyewitnesses, including one gentleman on camera. Let's hear what he had to tell me.
I heard the kind of shotgun, and I just came out to see what happened, and first thing I saw was him and a lot of ICE agents over there, and I saw his wife and his daughter crying. That was kind of weird, scary.
How has it made you feel?
I mean, they are killing.
Did you see Nick Shitley go to an old folks daycare and check the center trying to uncover more fraud and couldn't understand how 7,000 people weren't just there at the time he went? Where was the fucking adult daycare? Madison Square Garden? The fuck do you mean? 7,000 people? Was it an entire city block? Is that how big the daycare is? The adult daycare, by the way, is just an old folks home.
Or people,
right? Isn't that what it is? Like a nursing home. It's like senior care for the most part.
Now, to give you an idea of how close that gentleman was to the scene, I mean, right outside his house is a makeshift memorial right now for the victim. And that gentleman, he knew the victim. He said he was a family man, had a beautiful family, a wife and a young daughter, both of whom he said were on the scene yesterday. That's how he was able to identify them. He said the victim was a delivery driver. He reportedly was driving to work. And Tony, it's just so tragic all around.
It's incredibly heartbreaking. Veronica, I want to get your reaction to what we just heard from that man there. As he's saying basically that it feels like ICE, that federal agents are going after us, his community. Given what we've seen happen in Maine, What we know is happening in Texas right now, there is continued outrage and protests over the killing of Salgado Araujo there. I want just your reflection on what's happened over the past 7 days.
Yeah, and I've frustration. We heard Lorenzo's son state that he went to lawyers before this incident happened to see how he could best comply. And when we look at Joanne, one of his last statements was that I tried to stop. Have a very vulnerable immigrant community and their allies who are trying to comply with ICE directives, who are trying to comply with what ICE wants so that these situations do not happen. And there's so much focus on communities, right? Like even in the statement that was put out, this illegal alien, that is not true. This person was going through the process, Joanne. He had a work authorization. He was going through the process that the administration has laid out for non-citizens to go through. So despite all of that compliance, we have DHS not being reckless at this point, but being very deliberate in focusing on the numbers at whatever cost and whatever comes with that. And I thought that, the death of Renee Good, Alex Preddy, there was a new Secretary of State.
And without cams that are required, it doesn't mean anything, dude. Come on. Police already have body cameras. It doesn't do shit. Body cameras. Dude, body cameras. Fucking the dickhead that killed Renee Good literally had a phone camera in one hand. He was filming himself murdering her. Body cameras are just a talking point for people to be like, oh, we're doing something. It's ridiculous. Almost all of these incidents are already filmed, like full spectrum coverage from every fucking angle too. It doesn't even matter.
That things may have been a little bit different.
It's still far better than nothing. No, the alternative is not nothing. The alternative is abolish ICE and punish ICE.
That was only 6 months ago. And
like ICE as a unit, this isn't to say that there is no need for like INS or something, but it's a paperwork crime. So the punishment and the apprehension or the regulatory agencies need to fit the crime. Okay? It's a paperwork civil misdemeanor. Why are we militarizing a group that's supposed to handle civil misdemeanors? It's not even fucking criminal. These guys do not have a criminal apprehension law enforcement mechanism. Okay? It's not real. That's not a real thing. I'm so confused. I guess I'm not confused because everyone just lies about it, but it's just so fucking frustrating to constantly have to explain this to people. But I guess I'll just keep doing it over and over again. ICE is not a regular member of law enforcement. Okay? They're not. Their job is literally, has been historically, to basically just issue paperwork notices to people. Okay? ICE does not prosecute people. ICE does not investigate people for the most part. Like there are certain segments under ICE that used to exist under the FBI or other federal law enforcement agencies, like the ones that identify like pedophilia rings or sex trafficking, like things like that. They always existed. There's obviously a need at the federal level for some kind of enforcement against these sorts of crimes. ICE is a militarized, unnecessarily militarized law enforcement arm that has no real law enforcement power. Okay? They have no real law enforcement capability. They don't like solve crimes. They don't stop rapes. They don't catch rapists, right? Police do. Local law enforcement. Local law enforcement does this. Okay? Local law enforcement catches criminals, if they even get to do that. They're usually not very good at it, but let's say in a normal world, in a perfect world, you got detectives that are investigating crimes. You got local law enforcement that's like catching criminals. And then you have prosecutors that prosecute them through the regular court system. And if the person also happens to be an undocumented immigrant, the criminal happens to also be an undocumented immigrant, then depending on the severity of the crime and depending on the state statute to have the Department of Corrections even cooperate with the federal authorities, specifically ICE, you can then inform the federal agency that there's an undocumented criminal that has been convicted of a crime. And then you make the determination on whether or not you want to make sure that this undocumented migrant that's also a criminal serves out, like carries out the end of their sentence and then gets deported, or they get deported immediately without carrying out their entire sentence. This is how it works. Anyone that tries to explain to you this alternative universe, okay, this alternative universe where there's like ICE agents are actually, they have a task force and they're sitting around and they're like solving crimes and they got like the ADL anti-Semitism data center, you know, that kind of thing, where they're sitting in a fucking bat cave. Like it's bullshit. That's not real. Okay, that's not real. The way it currently works is they have one goal and one goal only. Okay, ERO. What they do is internal removals. Okay, interior removals is when you send ICE and you give them a list of people, a list of addresses, because of course, obviously, the federal government has all of the information of all of these non-citizens. Before we also forget, most of the non-citizens that live on U.S. soil are constantly in correspondence and contact with ICE and the Department of Homeland Security. Many of them have long-standing immigration court cases, for example. Many of them are following through on their paperwork. 90% of them are following through on their paperwork, okay? More than 90%. So, the federal government knows exactly where these guys are. They know exactly where they work because the IRS also has their information. Okay? So what these guys do is they get a list of people, and because they have quotas for interior removals, they will literally just go to an area and be like, all right, today we're just packing up one of these guys. One of these random people. That's it. You're saying it's not a common issue if it was done efficiently? Wait, what? It's not a common issue. There is no issue. The issue is not supposed to be handled by this agency. There's no need for this agency. That's why the agency began to exist after 2003. This is not a real problem. It's not a real problem at all. If you're going to say like, oh, undocumented immigrants vote, they do not. No evidence for this whatsoever. You say they're doing crimes. Undocumented migrants are responsible for a lower share of crimes per capita than documented U.S. citizens are. And if you actually package that up with the documented migrant pool, then the number drops to such a tiny, minuscule, marginal number that it's irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Okay? That's it. It's totally ridiculous. The punishment does not suit the crime. The crime itself is not even a crime. And I'm not saying that as like a, abolish borders kind of guy. I'm saying that as like, it's just literally not like a serious crime at all. It's just a paperwork violation. The real crime is that the system has kept these people in legal limbo, has kept their legal status in limbo by design, so that there is a permanent underclass that can be exploited even more so than the documented labor force in this country. This, of course, depresses wages for the documented labor force as well. And our capital owners know that very well. And that is precisely the reason why there will never be mass deportations in this country, because Americans love capitalism, or rather, capital owners love capitalism far more than they actually want to be a white supremacist nation. Okay? That's it. You got the Stephen Millers of the world, and Donald Trump leans into their racialized agitation and their white nativist anti-immigrant agendas, but only to an extent. If you recall, early on when they were doing these mass removals, they would go to places of work, right? Places of business. They would go to hotels. They would go to farmland. Why the fuck were they going to places where people were working? I thought these guys were just a strain on our resources. Okay? Why were they doing that? Because they knew exactly where the documented and undocumented non-citizens would be. Okay? Trump put an end to that. Why did he do that? Because farmers and hospitality business owners reached out and were like, what the fuck are you doing? You're not supposed to arrest our cooks. You're not supposed to arrest our barbacks. You're supposed to arrest the fucking criminals. And Trump was like, sorry, my bad. I thought all brown people were criminals. That's it. The whole point of the two-tier the two-tier immigration system in this country, the two-tier labor force in this country, the labor system in this country is to draw out, to depress wages for the documented labor pool by constantly having a refilling underclass, a permanent underclass of undocumented migrant laborers. The proper, adequate solution to this is to quickly process and document these undocumented laborers so they too can also become a part of the documented labor force, join labor unions, and demand more of their productive output. As it stands currently, and this will, by the way, improve wages for the existing documented labor force as well as the undocumented one. That's it. That's it. But good luck explaining that to Americans who would rather be fearful of people who just look a little bit browner than they do. It's the easiest way to trick people. The easiest way to trick people. Scary foreigners coming to take your jobs, but also steal your health care, steal your welfare. It's bullshit. On that note, let's take a look at what this fucking demon is saying.
Yeah, if it was up to me, I'd be sending in the National Guard and rounding all these fuckers up and dragging them off the streets and putting them in camps. I would be. The moment that any of these people get in the street and start blocking traffic, I would be immediately shutting them down. Like, I hate these fucking people. And I would be going as hard as I possibly could. And the more upset and the sadder that they got and the more angry they got, the more I would do it. And if they started being violent, well, that's the way it goes. Don't do it. And follow the fucking law. Don't go and act like you can do whatever you want. It enables the behavior. I think the argument might be that these situations might get bystanders hurt more than anything to do with the immigrants. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's more to think about it, but overall, I don't think that they should roll anything back. I think that traffic stops are totally fine, and I don't think any innocents have gotten hurt so far, and it's because the people got shot. So, problem solved. Even in Canada, police can shoot you for driving at them. Even in Canada, that's bad. It's illegal to shoot, to block public roadways, even if you're protesting. Why do we allow this? We allow this because we're cucked. We allow this because we're cucked. I tell people that I think that it should be the law that you can literally just run these people over if they're standing in the street.
Why isn't he banned? This is insane. It's kind of funny because, like, look, I hate the guy. But Destiny got banned for, basically saying this. Okay. And of course, the reason why Destiny will never get unbanned most likely is because he's done far more damage since then, including but not limited to mass harassment campaigns against, Twitch staff and things like that. But it is wild, like, how far we've come. It is wild how far we have come. Where Asmongold is just like, yeah, you should just murder people engaging in civil disobedience. Yeah, not that it needs to be said in this community, but anyone who justifies an undocumented migrant being shot and killed by ICE is just straight up giving the game away. Like, just grow a pair and say with your chest you want to kill brown people. Yeah. My goal is to radicalize people as much as possible. Asmongold's extreme rhetoric about immigration and ideological opponents. The video game streamer who routinely engages in political punditry has an enormous online presence with over 9 million current followers across platforms and 2.4 billion views on just his active YouTube channels in 2025. Yeah. He is the biggest right-wing. He is the biggest right-wing content creator in North America right now. Asmongold has urged the government to brutalize protesters or punish them with compelled slave labor and other extreme sentences. In October 2025, Hoyt called for arrested anti-ICE protesters to be used for compelled slave labor. Asmongold said he was not a fan of ICE potentially injuring protesters because then you can't make them work in the prison, adding, I would want to utilize their bodies for compelled slave labor. That's the only reason. In January, he called for anti-ICE protesters to be put in a camp for mandatory labor of 5 to 10 years. What is this statement? Hi all, I know I've been quiet the last year with what's been happening with my lawsuit, but I can partially explain to you all I have been dealing with. TLDR, I hired DEMS' legal defense team, and they will be representing me going forward. I intend to continue to fight the lawsuit. Now on to the detailed version. Unlike what has been said and speculated, my previous legal defense team has been in communication with Ethan's team since August 2025. During this time with Ethan's team, it was months and months of settlement negotiations. When you enter settlement negotiations, you are giving a list of ways to potentially settle, which I ultimately disagreed with. After settlement negotiations failed, my case defaulted. After my case defaulted, I attempted to find a new lawyer. I reached out and scheduled a meeting with Denham's legal team, and now here we are. I have retained them, and they will be representing me going forward. I intend to continue to fight the lawsuit. Thank you all for your continued support, Morgan. Wow, you're saying those YouTube lawyers were wrong again? Oh my God. Oh my God. It turns out they were wrong about this too? How is that possible? Wait, when you've been saying Morgan for months, you've been talking about Frogan? Yes. I believe she'll have a GoFundMe up and running as well. Anyway. President Trump vows to target power plants bridges if Iran doesn't make a deal. Jesus Christ. Where was I? There was another thing I wanted to show you guys with respect to lawsuits. I don't know what this means, but did Ethan choose not to prosecute the Countdown episode claim, and Ethan Klein's lawsuit against Denham has officially been dismissed without prejudice, and the deadline to file for attorney's fees has been pushed back until after the appeals process for the claim? He's still going through with the appeals process, right? Yeah, also, look at these fucking bots, dude. Dan Stalkman and the Sex Pestiny community have deployed bots. It's really funny because, like, you know, I exist in both the cyber stalked. I exist in this space where I'm cyber stalked by some of the most like mentally unwell people, but also work alongside campaigns from times. And there's something really funny happening where one of the policy people, Timothy Faust, Francesca Hong's policy person, policy director, woke up to a ton of replies like this on an entirely unrelated post. I appear to have been caught up in some sort of bot swarm that replies to anything Hasan retweets. Big world out there. Most of it is none of my business. Dizzying. No wonder you haven't commented about iNut. And it's really funny because I have no idea who the fuck these people are either. Like, Aiden using iNut to smear people while begging for Destiny's attention is peak desperation. While you claim you orbit, you're just burning every bridge to get there. Pathetic. And I don't even know what the fuck is going on here. Like, not even a little bit. What the fuck is a iNut? Who's Aiden? What the hell is going on? Do they think it's not obvious these are bots? I just don't know. Keemstar's creepy fixation on Aiden's public, and yet Aiden uses it for relevance. That's not strategy. That's selling your soul for a retweet. I said Creamstar. What the fuck? What is this? Pegaslop Fun Day vid, maybe? Pegasus is a fucking idiot. This guy, what the fuck is this jawline, bro? This guy looks like the sexy half Korean, half white dude from the second season of Beef. Chadgasus? Bro, I just turned this. You sent me this link. You sent me this link and boom, I got fucking blasted with the handsome Squidward. What the fuck is going on? Oh my God, the May December kid. I like Chilipi Lol. I think he's Lebanese. Korean overzealots. Evil clavicular.
A couple days ago, we talked about Ethan Klein dropping his defamation lawsuit against Noah Sampson with prejudice. That means he cannot reopen it. Prior to dropping it, they had actually offered some settlements that obviously had terms Noah Sampson didn't want to agree with. Some of those terms involving non-disparagement, which means Noah Sampson could not make videos about Ethan Klein going forward. Noah offered his rebuttal, never received a response, and then ultimately...
People are making videos about More Pegaslop. More Pegaslop, who has disparaged the good reputation of the beautiful nation of Singapore. What a time to be alive, man. What a time to be alive.
Ultimately was going to move forward with his anti-slap motion. Ethan Klein, obviously knowing that this anti-slap was likely to go forward, didn't want to pay out Noah Sampson's legal fees, probably didn't want to deal with the shame of losing to Noah Sampson. And so that's where we are as of a couple days ago, where he's dropped that lawsuit. Most recently, he's also dropped, without prejudice, the lawsuit against DEMS for the countdown stream, likely to focus on the appeal. Because it's without prejudice, he could reopen it at a further date, at a later date. But who knows? Who knows? I imagine his motivations have changed with a lot of the public pressure from people like Most Critical, Fantano, Hasan, obviously, and just generally there being a sentiment online of him being a litigious freak. But today's video is not really a focus on Ethan Klein, it's a focus on Pegasus. Okay, now Pegasus, but we're also...
Dude, seeing him, it seems you've opened the Singapore commerce route for these essay content merchants. Dude, I don't know why he puts a smile on my face. Every time I see More Pegaslop, I get happy. I mean, he's a criminal, and he's obviously put me in a great state of emotional distress over his many years of cyber stalking, mass harassment campaigns, and defamation. There's just a litany of defamatory statements. that he has made. And of course, you know, the beautiful nation state of Singapore will probably put an end to this criminal behavior, and racism. I forgot. What? Can't believe I forgot. We forgot that he's also racist. That's such an important part. Isn't there a racism statute? Lee Kuan Yew would be so disappointed to know where his national project has led to. There is an anti-racism statute in the beautiful nation of Singapore. I forgot about that. Wow. Wow. Read logs. He looks like Noah with more Pegasus hair. This looks like the evolution of Pegaslop going on TRT.
I'm going to talk about Nick Diorio, Sense of Society in particular, who's been very quiet on this issue since Noah Sampson's, I'd say won. Noah Sampson won. I mean, he still had to pay a bunch of legal fees. And funny enough, that's something that we're going to be talking about in reference to Pegasus, because Pegasus seems to think that it's demon time. It's awesome. It's cool. Like, especially in this video, I really want to show you guys the contrast between how Pegasus will interact with, you know, whether it's the caller gate situation regarding Hasan, whether it's lying is OP, that's a statement that Hasan made, versus Ethan Klein weaponizing the legal system to drain people.
Wait, is the lying is OP thing coming from Pegaslop? Like, I always say lying is OP as in it's bad, but it's such an overpowered thing that like Republicans use. I've always wondered where that came from, where people were like, well, don't you say lying is OP? And it's like, yeah, like not as a good thing, man, as a bad thing. I think it's fucked up. Lying is overpowered is a statement that I am making, and I'm critical of people who are weaponizing lies. I'm saying nerf lying, please.
Financially. So as you can imagine, this title and thumbnail has nothing to do with Noah Sampson. This isn't a headline that he really wants to air on his channel. So instead, Miskiff just got exposed really bad. And then 19 minutes into the video, we'll talk about Noah Sampson.
Moving on to Diet Hasan, aka Noah Sampson, the Ethan lawsuit has actually been dismissed.
I think there's something really funny about the fact that he just sounds like such a goddamn nerd. I can't get over it. Like, I don't know if this is you know, partially because we've just expected worse and worse content in our endless bottom of the barrel slop quest. But like, I can't find myself sincerely tuning into a guy that sounds like this. No disrespect. Like, he is audibly, you know how people say you got a face for the radio? He's got a voice for being quiet, I guess. I don't know what he would be on. He's got a voice for print media.
So it turns out he apparently dropped it out of nowhere. It seems like he hasn't publicly commented on it, so we'll wait for that as well. But
by the way, he then had a podcast appearance, Ethan Klein this is, and didn't mention a word, didn't say Noah's name, didn't mention anything about lawsuits. And it was a 4-hour podcast, so interesting stuff.
By the way, even when he's talking about Noah, he goes Diet Hasan. I feel like he's got to tie it back to me somehow, which is great.
This was a defamation lawsuit because Noah said that he supported a genocide, and Ethan's goal with this lawsuit was to obviously financially drain him and I guess piss him off.
What's your moral, you know, read of that, Pegasus? Is that a good thing? Is that something you want to see? Obviously, he's been very upset about Hasan even mentioning or joking about potentially getting him caned by going through Singaporean legal systems. What are you going to say about this, Pegasus?
It's not a joke, sir. Sir, you are not wearing a suit. I am. And of course, hold on, let me button it up. Look at the suit. What does the suit say? The suit says big business time. What are you wearing? Collared shirt. Oh, under a sweater, which is fine. That's saying I graduated from college. I graduated from big business college. Okay. And as someone who's wearing a suit, I need people to understand I love international shipping. Okay? I love international shipping. I love commerce. I love making sure trade continues its free flow. And that is why I am not joking when I say I love the beautiful nation of Singapore, and I love specifically its defamation laws, its anti-racism statutes. I forgot that one. We got to start adding that into the pile. And unfortunately, right now, it feels like Singapore is insufficient in its prosecutions of one of its biggest serial violators. More Pegasus.
It's probably a bad thing, right? That one content creator who has a lot of money is trying to silence and ruin someone's life by financially draining them through the legal system, right? That's a bad thing.
It sort of did work, but I guess he did not go all the way. Noah posted...
It sort of did work, but I guess he did... That's it? That's all we have to say? It's awesome stuff, dude.
Ethan Klein lawsuit update, case dismissed.
It's over. Ethan Klein has dropped his...
That's that. I guess his record is 2 wins and 2 losses now. Bro has an even record with Hasan Orbiter lawsuits. Now, to be honest, this one...
Attention, Hasan. I am your freight forwarder, and I have many 40-foot head HQ containers with Incoterms, DAP Singapore, ready to be delivered. However, I am concerned about Singapore's lack of enforcement of online slander laws. We must protect our containers from more Pegasus. I'm laughing to hide the fear that I have in my heart. I'm laughing only because I'm emotional and scared, emotionally distressed, positively perturbed. Oh. One day, Singapore will thrive once again with our business.
It was pretty hard to win. Defamation is notoriously hard to prove when compared to copyright abuse. Honestly, I think the real punishment here is being the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. I mean, dude.
Like, dude, it's so... I actually hate this guy. Guys, let me make a completely irrelevant joke regarding a situation that's like pretty serious and completely affects every content creator online, where this fucking rich piece of shit, when he doesn't like what you have to say about him, he's gonna call it defamation so that he can take it to court and then drain you of $100,000. Any comment on Ethan Klein? Any comment about the morality of what he did? Anything? Do we want to say anything? Oh, Noah Samson looks like the Bricks and Minifigs guy. Who gives a fuck? Do we have anything? I know I'm expecting Pegasus to say something of substance here, but do we have anything interesting to say?
Dude, like, your company is not doing well. You should honestly really just give back the Legos. Like, you were caught lying multiple times. CoffeeZilla's on your ass now. I mean, all this police corruption shit going on as well, harassing Ben. It's just not cool, man. And shave off that mustache, goddammit. We got the Hasan fans gloating.
Wow, dude, I'm creasing. What a great joke.
Gloating. They're calling him 007. 0 lawsuits won. 0 fans left. 7 more lawsuits, bro. Please, this one will definitely work out. Promise, just 7 more lawsuits. I don't think the statistics are accurate, but funny. Not a huge surprise. It was incredibly unlikely he was going to win that one. Defamation is notoriously hard to prove in the US, which means he started this in order to bankrupt him. How is it not incredibly shitty? I mean, he's obviously wanted to go like full demon time, right? Full John Wick mode. It's called a slap suit.
How?
I think it's pretty crazy that this guy just sits around and watches other people's contents, like commentary on issues, and just goes, they're stupid, and people go crazy for it. The fact that he's capable of farming 207,000 views in 2 days for this bottom of the barrel Redditor content is actually kind of remarkable. It's remarkable, but it's not the only kind of commerce that's missing from the beautiful nation of Singapore. Obviously, we have freights that are ready to be docked and unloaded by the longshoremen in the beautiful nation of Singapore and its many ports. Okay? Now that's real commerce.
What the fuck? How is that what you have to...
Canebert? Suitbort. This is not a joke. We must take it seriously. Canebert. Canebert?
Say, the prompt is, how is that not incredibly shitty? You go, oh, he just wanted to go full demon mode.
How is it not incredibly shitty? I mean, he's obviously wanted to go like full demon time, right? Full John Wick mode. It's called a slap suit.
Like, bro, you are so fucking willing to offer your moral indignation towards Hasan or any of these fucking people that your audience doesn't like. For once in your fucking life, just look at the situation as it is and go, it's very clear that they wanted to drain his bank account. That's fucked up. Instead, you offer this like morally ambiguous claim of, oh, he wanted to go demon time. Ethan Klein weaponizing the court systems to go demon time. And by demon time, I mean draining people's bank accounts with defamation suits and copyright lawsuits. That's just demon time. Okay, that's just some silly, goofy little thing. Hasan's rhetoric.
I actually prefer Pegasus' in-depth commentary and political theorems over your sloppiness propaganda of woke lunacy. Check yourself. It's true. I've been bested.
If you want friends, then stop supporting terrorists. Probably tone down the rhetoric. You realize that anyone who even wants to support you is completely hounded because you are that extreme. You are a social pariah. And he's such a omega crybaby, dude. Always playing.
I famously have no friends and no fans. Pegasus took all the fans and friends away. He literally offers nothing. Are you kidding me? He offers the latest and greatest content. This is what the people want. Pegaslop.
Victim. By the way, you just know if Hasan caught one of his haters saying something like, "Oh, I'm so alone," he's gonna call them loser incels. He's gonna.
Why not just call Hasan's rhetoric demon time? Was it not just demon time? Like when Hasan jokes about going through a Singaporean court. Let's see how he reacts.
Anyway, so then he randomly starts talking about executions. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like 1 second he's like, "Hey, I really love your channel. Let's go to the gym together. Oh my god, you're jacked. Oh my god, you're jacked, bro." Now he's talking about executions.
What's the problem? It's Singaporean law. You don't like the Singaporean legal system, the place you live? He's just going demon time.
Yes. Oh, Singapore has the highest rate of state-sponsored executions on the planet.
He's not randomly talking about executions. He's talking about Singaporean law. And apparently, Singapore has a lot of executions, and you live there.
Singapore death penalty rate. Despite the decline, a large percentage of the public are supportive of the use of the death penalty, with more than 80% of Singaporeans. I'm not going to lie. This is one of my funniest ongoing bits, at least for me. You guys might not all appreciate it, but I certainly do, especially because this is better than any reaction I could have ever expected to get, because virtually all of these people that were like, Ethan Klein is going beast mode, immediately were like, what the fuck? Oh, Hasan wants to threaten to sue his critics. They hate accountability. When Ethan does it, it's awesome. But it's also funny because it's not a bit, and it's very serious, and it's actually very harmful to my business, and it's also harmful, more importantly, to the Singaporean Business Bureau, because, suit guy, we do business. We love doing international commerce. We love shipping, okay? I love shipping. Never drop shipping, mind you. Imports and exports. Real hard commodities. I'm talking oil. I'm talking precursory chemicals necessary for fertilizers, many of which coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. I will open the Strait of Hormuz like the Strait of Malacca that's always open, because it's protected by what? You guessed it, the nation of Singapore. Okay? I got containers ready to go, locked and loaded, but they're sitting at different ports right now. They're not making their way to the Singaporean ports. Why? Because we're worried. We're worried that there is a serial harasser and serial slanderer being housed and protected in the beautiful nation of Singapore. Believing in it. Wait, don't get
80% of the people that live in your country, Mr. Pegasus, okay? What's the issue with HasanAbi being a little bit on demon time? Can he not be on demon time too?
Don't get the guy killed. I don't think there's a death penalty for this. And also that I would not be in favor of. Are you
So he literally says he wouldn't be in favor of it.
Insane?
Yes, they are. They are insane. Look at your chat. We got Mount.
Get Pegasus executed, Lamau. Yeah, this is real. Yeah. Mountain Griddle actually wants to kill you, man. He's not. That fat Lamau. That fat Lamau right there. Also Smoke Zaza Bert.
Mountain Griddle here. Get Pegasus.
Why are you freaking out, Pegasus? Why are you going crazy? He's just going a little demon time. He's just going a little demon time. He's just joking. He's just demon time.
This executed Lamau. Bro, what sort of unhinged lunatics am I dealing with? You unironically want me executed.
FLP premium Italian leather shoe. Not available in Singapore until Cyberstalker More Pegasus is arrested. This is real. This is my business. I'm a numbers guy. I'm a suit guy. This is my number. This is my shoe. Beautiful value-tainment shoe, Tuscany leather, designed in Florida, designed in America, made in Italy. Won't be shipped to Singapore until they solve this problem. Everybody gonna suffer in Singapore until we solve the problem.
Because
he literally just said he didn't want that, by the way.
I played Hasan's own.
He literally said he would not advocate for you getting executed. When Hasan talks about like the ass backwards legal system in your country that could get you killed for the type of content you're making, okay? You freak the fuck out. I can't believe Hasan's saying this. Look, your chat, you're weaponizing your chat. You're getting them to say crazy things about me. They want me dead. But then when Ethan Klein decides to weaponize the American legal system to drain Noah Sampson's bank account, drain Denham's bank account, drain Casey Tron's bank account, drain Frogan's bank account, threaten to drain IDub's bank account. That's okay. That's just demon time. He's just going a little demon time. He's just trying to financially ruin these people. It's just demon time. So again, let's be clear. When Hasan is threatening, by the way, never did anything, was clearly joking. When Hasan threatens to use another country's legal system to get you killed because those are the laws in your country, oh, it's fucked up. It's crazy. I can't believe it. What a fucked up guy. When Ethan does it with iDubbbz, okay, using Canadian legal system because apparently we have worse anti-slap laws, here's what he has to say.
Apparently he's getting sued in Canada, and this seems to be Ethan's plan because defamation is easier to prove in Canada rather than a place like America.
Hi, Hasan. I'm contacting you on behalf of several Fortune 500 electronics companies. More Pegasus commentaries introduced an unacceptable level of geopolitical risk into our otherwise thriving $100 billion trade relationship with the beautiful nation state of Singapore. Our legal team is monitoring the situation closely. Guys, don't do it. I love Singapore. We have to continue doing trade with Singapore. I know this is a big business community. This is a community that thrives on big business and specifically doing business and trade with the beautiful nation of Singapore. Okay, I know we have a lot of questions for the even application of the law. Okay, I know, but I promise Singapore is a wonderful country that loves commerce, that loves free trade, and we love it too. Even if at times they don't follow through on the application of the law evenly, like when there's a serial racist, harasser, violator of numerous statutes.
Where you have unlimited protections against this sort of stuff. America has good old free speech that, you know, sometimes a little too free, or maybe they're not enforcing it as properly. I don't know. But yeah, people are...
What? They're not enforcing the free speech statute as properly in America? You got some opinions on American free speech now?
Speculating the reason for this lawsuit and the defamation, where the comment was accusing Ethan.
No interest in morally weighing in on whether or not Ethan Klein weaponizing the Canadian legal system is a good thing or a bad thing. Dude, like, listen to the shit he's about to say here.
I don't know if iDubbbz said something more incriminating. Ethan probably had a discussion with his lawyers about this, or maybe he thought that iDubbbz was an easier target. The commentary community...
I don't know what to tell you, bro. The quote I just played for you is in reference to the question, why did Ethan not sue Destiny? Why did he pursue iDubbbz? And he clearly says, probably Canadian law, probably he thought that iDubbbz was an easier target. If Hasan does this, or if anyone that Pegasus and his audience doesn't like does this, we're going to spend 10 to 15 minutes breaking down the minutia of why he made this decision and why it's a bad thing. When Ethan Klein does it, it's like, well, moving on. All right, back to the Noah Sampson video.
Defamation is notoriously hard to prove in the US, which means he started this in order to bankrupt him. How is it not incredibly shitty? I mean, he's obviously wanted to go like full demon time, right? Full John Wick mode. It's called a slap suit, basically a frivolous lawsuit to cost the other party money. Well, considering how the others turned out, I mean, not entirely, right? Some of them did have merit. How many lawsuits have been filed against other people?
One of them, okay, he won. The other one gets a default judgment because Frogan didn't file anything. And by the way, both of those people did, in fact, violate the copyright. I mean, I don't have any way of defending that. There's other people that also offended. There's other people that also violated his copyright, and he didn't pursue them. That's the issue. Why did you target these people and not others anyways?
Well, every week there seems to be another one for another person. Yeah, I mean,
Hello, Hasan. Donald J. Trump here. A lot of people are talking about this Pegasus guy. Pegasus, nasty guy, very rude guy. Quite frankly, I will demand, I can do that as the president, demand Singapore does something about this. Otherwise, we could invade. Maybe we would invade. I'm not going to tell you, but it's possible. 11, termination clause. This policy insurance shall terminate automatically without notice in the following circumstances. 11.2, the assured being an individual 14 days after he dies, he becomes bankrupt. He's the subject of receiving harassment from online cyberbully threatening the safety of my crew. My ship insurer, my ship insurer just canceled on me due to more Pegasus. No! No! Wait, hold on. Hold on. Is that Lloyd's? Is that Lloyd's? Oh my God, it says it right here. It says it right here. Under Lloyd's, market resources. A ship's liability increases dramatically if the ship and its crew are potentially being attacked and cyber harassed? No. I mean, this is crazy. More Pegasus, what are you doing? You need to put a stop to this right now. Singapore, you need to put a stop to this right now, nation state of Singapore.
That's the internet space these days. Everybody just...
I'm so sick of hearing people say this. Nick DiOrio said this also. Oh, that's just what happens on the internet now. No, it's not. No, it's not. That's what happens when mega multimillionaires who have been doing content for 10 years and now they're too pussy to clap back with their own commentary. Ethan Klein knows it's extremely difficult for him to talk his way out of his position on YouTube. It's a lot easier if you can go where you have the advantage, which would be the legal system, because he has more money than every single person he's attempting to sue. On the one hand, you can drain all of your enemies of you know, their finances. You can also offer settlements like he did to Noah Samson, where it's like, okay, you're going to delete these videos. I'm going to drop the lawsuit. You're going to say that I actually do support Palestine. And don't forget, non-disparagement. You can't talk about me ever again. The goal is to compel speech, drain their bank accounts, and then chill speech so that they can no longer talk about you in the future. And that chilling effect, it doesn't just affect the target of the lawsuit, it also affects everybody that is doing that type of content, that type of critical content, where you are looking at somebody's content and offering your opinion and saying why you disagree with it. Like, I very much disagree with Pegasus on like 90% of things, okay? I'm gonna play this clip and just listen to how Pegasus breaks down what Hasan's saying.
Where he says he'd vote for Hamas terrorists.
Is it true that you said that you considered Hamas to be 1,000 times better than Israel and you'd vote for Hamas over Israel every single time? Is that true and you stand by it?
Yeah, I do.
This is where you go wrong, Hasan. You find yourself basically in a position defending
don't tell me I'm wrong.
elements
you tell
of
me
this.
Why I'm wrong?
I'm telling you why you're wrong, because you're honestly saying you saw Jewish people, overwhelmingly Jewish people killed that day.
So October 7 was traumatic. There were heinous acts of violence that took place. No doubt about it. I would never agree. I would never disagree with that assessment. What I will disagree with, however, is the intentionality. The idea that October 7 was done specifically to kill as many Jewish people as possible, I think is incorrect. I think the ultimate goal of the Palestinian resistance, whether we agree with their methods or tactics or not, and I certainly have my disagreements, the ultimate goal of the Palestinian resistance
disagreements. They killed 1,300 people. And rape people.
Of course.
Killed innocent young people at music festivals.
Oh my God! Do not get started on rape. Don't do that with Hasan. You don't even want to go there. We all remember the Ethan debate where Ethan had to literally pull up like victims' testimonies in front of.
I think it's kind of cool that someone who's very clearly not an intelligent person at all is trying to do political commentary. I like it. Obviously, he didn't understand the conversation that took place between me and Ethan there, because there has not, from October 7th, there has yet to be a single victim a reliable eyewitness testimony. But I never said that there wasn't any sexual violence that took place since October 7 or even during October 7. Okay. I was calling into question Ethan's assessment because Ethan actually used a victim of sexual violence as a hostage. Okay. A victim of sexual assault as a hostage to claim that this was a October 7 rape that took place. He was wrong. I was right.
Hasan, and he's like, well, actually, I don't know. Are we sure? Are we sure we have the forensic evidence? Wait a minute, guys. You're telling me terrorists commit horrible, atrocious sexual crimes? No.
Also, what is this, bro? Like, you shouldn't be using memes like this while you're trying to talk about serious geopolitical incidents, I feel like.
Guys, you're telling me terrorists commit horrible, atrocious sexual crimes? No, please. There's no way they would do that. It's impossible. I don't know, man. This is some heinous shit. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like a lot of what Hasan does is terror apologism. Like, I mean, tell me this isn't Hasan. A terror apologist is...
So, you hear what he's saying?
AI overview. AI overview for terror apologists? Oh, God. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. This is how he's backing his argument? It's like, well, look at this AI overview. Doesn't that sound like Hasan?
You see that they're pushing very much this Hamas bad angle, which Hamas is bad, but you also have to acknowledge, and this is the thing that neither the that UK radio host nor Pegasus will do here, is criticize who's really behind all of this, which is Israel. Israel is, first off, the country that has killed the most people out of any of these groups. You know, we're talking about Hamas being terrorists. Israel's killed over 80,000 people in Gaza alone. Nobody's talking about southern Lebanon. We're not talking about Iran. We're not talking about other neighboring countries. And again, most of these deaths are civilians. And sure, you could argue that Hasan goes too far in his defense of Hamas or in his defense of Hezbollah and say, oh, these are terrorist groups. The argument is that, well, somebody needs to resist. There's always going to be some form of resistance when a state like Israel is perpetrating genocide, when a state like Israel is trying to expand its borders, when it's trying to ethnically cleanse regions. And so whether it's because Pegasus is too simple of a person, he's just not able to conceptualize that, or what I think is more likely, he doesn't want to conceptualize that. He understands.
I don't think Pegaslop knows what words mean. Yeah, no, he's just like... terrorists and terrorist entities in the beautiful nation state of Singapore. Wow. What about Hezbollah? Wow. Is Hezbollah not a part? ISIL, obviously, understandably. Wow. So Hamas and Hezbollah are not considered terrorist organizations in the beautiful nation of Singapore. Huh. So that definitely would open him up for slander. No, it's terrorists and terrorist entities. It's not just individuals, Shatter. All individuals and entities belong to or associated with the Taliban and Taliban list, and all individuals and entities belonging to ISIL, Daesh, or the Al-Qaeda organization, the ISIL, Daesh, and Al-Qaeda sanctions list, subject to the following conditions. So it's most, I mean, this is, by the way, this is normal for a lot of people that don't know. Obviously, a lot of countries in the Western world, especially, place Hamas on the terrorism list, and the UK recently did it. Like they did it in like, they placed Hezbollah on the terrorism watch list, Hamas on the terrorist entities list. But like, I don't think it is in Norway. This is a 2002 act, dude. Read. I wonder if Singapore has them on a terrorism list or not. Let me see. Is Hamas considered a terrorist organization in Singapore? Let's see. It might be. No. AI overview. Hamas is not formally designated as a terrorist organization on Singapore's official list under its Terrorism Suppression and Financing Act. However, the Singaporean government has explicitly condemned the group's actions as an act of terrorism and maintains a zero-tolerance approach towards any individuals providing financial, material, or ideological support for the group. The Singaporean Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Internal Security Department consistently treat Hamas's violent operations as terrorism. Minister for Foreign Affairs Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan replies to clarifications during the parliamentary motion on Israel-Hamas conflict, 6th of November 2023. Singapore does not formally designate Hamas as a whole terrorist organization under its domestic legislation. Step 1, trust AI. Step 2, question mark, question mark. Step 3, end of the world. Yeah, countries recognizing Hamas as a terror organization. I'm learning so much. They put IRGC in the UK on the terror org list this week. UK doesn't matter. I rise to clarify some remarks made by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, specifically the comment about the Workers' Party statement. What is this? I think Minister was, for lack of a better word, curious why the phrase terrorist attack was not in our statement. The focus of our statement is actually to emphasize that whether it is Hamas, whether it is Israel, killing of non-combatants, women, children, by any country or organization deserve no less than absolute condemnation. My second point, perhaps explaining why the use of that word terrorism was not activated so readily, but a more balanced approach in our statement was what we sought to put forward with regards to Singapore's approach to the labeling of organizations of designations of certain groups. I understand Singapore has Interministerial Committee of Terrorist Designation. It is the authority on the designation of terrorist groups and groupings. The government relies on this committee to determine which organization is labeled accordingly. This is legislatively captured in the Terrorism Suppression of Financing Act of 2002. My understanding is that Hamas is not on the list. Maybe the minister can explain that position for the understanding of the general public. My final point actually relates to something which was originally said by Mr. Alex Yam, minister, who had also made the same point by way of this document. Wow. So Singapore has a nuanced perspective on Hamas, it seems. He's slandering you as a terrorist supporter in a nation that does not designate Hamas as a terrorist organization. Frankly, you might be able to return to business with the good nation of Singapore soon, provided the lashings are recorded and disseminated publicly. Yes. Let's see. Is Hezbollah... They might consider Ansar Allah a terrorist organization because Ansar Allah is too disruptive to international shipping. No, Hamas is also not designated as a terrorist organization, officially designated as a terrorist organization by the Singapore government. Let's see. Is Ansar Allah... Oh, even Ansar Allah, also widely known as the Houthis, is not explicitly designated as a terrorist organization in Singapore's Domestic Terrorism Suppression Financing Act list. Not even Ansar Allah? Pegasus is one of those guys who says you give material support because he doesn't understand what that term means. Okay, that's like literally actionable slander, by the way. That is accusing me of a straightforward crime. Okay? That's like, oh my God, that is actually sincerely accusing me of a crime. That is like, that's no joke, an actual instance of slander. Is anyone on the list? Dog. Of course, dude. ISIL, Daesh, Al-Qaeda, these sorts of groups are obviously on the list. There's like there's a lot of countries, even in Europe, but there's a lot of countries outside of the Western world that do not consider Hamas, do not designate Hamas as an official terrorist group. Okay? Turkey doesn't consider Hamas as a terrorist group. Turkey doesn't consider, I think Turkey might consider Hezbollah as a terrorist group, but Hezbollah is a literal fucking party in the Lebanese parliament. Canada does, though? Yeah, of course Canada does. It's America's hat. What do you mean? Like, that doesn't mean anything. That's like saying the UK does. Yeah, no shit. Yeah. The Department of State is announcing the designation of Ansar Allah. Oh, this is the U.S. Embassy in Singapore. U.S. Embassy in Singapore. Please take this seriously. That's what they're saying. What is this? If you're in the EU, you have a mandatory designation necessity to consider the same countries that the European Union considers terrorists. Bulgarian and victim of this here, but some other countries, South side, may not. I will give 50 subs for every op you sue. Bro, check this. In defamation cases or incidents involving corporate targets, offenders may also be liable for substantial monetary damages. Public figures and influencers in particular are advised to exercise caution when commenting online to avoid accusations of cyber abuse or incitement. You, as a big shipping magnate. So now that we established that more Pegaslop has slandered my good name as a international shipping magnate, as a king of commerce, as people know me as in Singapore, he's also slandered me by claiming that I've actually offered material support to terrorist groups. None of these groups are considered terrorist organizations under Singaporean law. So that's doubly fucked for him. Not only is he lying that I'm giving them material support, a clip of him saying material support directly and not watching someone else say it. What is this?
Law in front of me. I should be allowed to provide material support for terrorists, actually. I should be able to burn cars and loot stores and constantly slander people, okay? Please don't use the L word around me. But man, Hasan using words that he has no idea about and completely misusing terminology is not surprising at all. The absolute pseudo-intellectual here trying to act smart in front of his audience of political extremists, but actually just ends up embarrassing himself every single time. And when someone actually
and then the guy who's actually educated his legal mindset. Oh, this has 711,000 views.
Educated in the field of law exposes him, he has nothing to say except calling them biased or pro-Ethan.
Legal YouTubers and free speech people are extra quiet. No, I think there's some legal YouTubers who have covered it, but they're like pro-Ethan. Yeah.
No, they're just telling you the fucking facts of the case.
What case was that? Wait, hold on. This is from a year ago. What happened to that? What happened to that brilliant legal mind? Material support. Material support for terrorist groups. Material support. Oh, is this my new stem? I don't know. Legal YouTubers and free speech people.
Audience.
I'm gonna run it again. I gotta run it again. Hold on.
Hello, Hamas Diddy Piker here. I'm going to need you to censor that word. It's actually a slur. Don't say the word law. Law in front of me. I should be allowed to provide material support for
material support. What is this? Is this like South Park? It's like South Park humor. What the fuck's wrong with this guy? Wait, does Legal Mindset live there too? No, I don't think so. I don't think Legal Mindset lives there. I think he lives in like Thailand or something. Not that funny, dog. Hey, it's funny to me, man.
Law in front of me. I'm able to use
Also, then he accuses me. I love that he packaged this up. He accused me of doing material support for terrorist organizations not designated by the beautiful nation of Singapore as a terrorist organization. Also, no evidence whatsoever that I've ever offered material support to any of these American state-sanctioned terrorist organizations. But then he ties it back to the Ethan Klein lawsuit, which we now know with today's eyes that I was right and Legal Mindset was fucking wrong. While simultaneously saying, I don't know what words mean.
Educated in the field of law exposes him. He has nothing to say except calling them biased or pro-Ethan.
Bro, they make up so much lies about you that even their impressions sound nothing like you, more like a Scooby-Doo villain. It's awesome.
They're compromised, dude. They're pro-Ethan.
The law is pro-Ethan. All that says, that means his side has more legal basis. And if anyone wants to bring up legal points, I'll be happy to analyze those and look at those, and I'll be happy to give them a fair, objective consideration. However, emotional arguments, claims of bias, claims that we don't know enough about Israel and Palestine,
I'm sure bro would
that
respond.
has nothing to do with this lawsuit. This lawsuit has
Stop.
nothing to do with any political element. It has to do with copyright.
Dude, I can't believe this guy has the audacity to talk about the law when there's a genocide going on. Cancel Legal Mindset, guys. He's stating the facts. I'm allergic to the facts. Please.
Don't forget, he also tried to tie you to Diddy. Yeah, that's crazy. Anyway, I don't know how we fucking got here. Let's
Understands
finish
where
this.
his bread is buttered. He understands that anti-Hasan content is what does well on his channel. He's not going to look at what Israel is doing. He's not going to talk about that. He's just going to talk about terrorists. The terrorists are bad. And at most, he'll give you a, well, you got to condemn both sides. And while I completely disagree with this sort of rhetoric, and I don't like Pegasus's content in general, I don't think that there should be a lawsuit against him. I don't think that he should be legally forced to retract statements. I think that if he should be retracting statements, it's because of him coming to a better conclusion, perhaps societal pressure, perhaps comment section pressure. But the
That's never happening, dude. His audience collectively have the IQ of a sea cucumber, like all together. Have you seen his comments, dude? I mean, first of all, they think he's funny. They think he's intelligent. They're unsalvageable.
Idea that
No, the answer is clear. Okay. Whoosh. 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 Cane to ass.
somebody is being compelled to do something by court systems because somebody with more money is able to persuade them to do so, fuck that. And simply put, I don't understand how that's not something that
Public
as a
square,
YouTuber, someone like
king
Pegasus
ass.
can't say towards Ethan Klein. Again, you cannot just go about saying, oh, well, he was just trying to be demon time. When he was trying to drain these people financially, he was trying to go demon time. Moving off of Pegasus, now talking about sense of society, as you can see, something is missing. You know, he was all about talking about the Noah Samson. Enjoy the lawsuit, loser. Enjoy the lawsuit, loser. All of a sudden, he's got nothing to say. And that's because he's a big...
Okay, I have no idea who this is. I don't care. I already... In my mind, there's only one... There's only a space for one slop tuber, and that is Pegaslop. Nah, this dude is a fan of Pegasus. He said he agrees with him 90% of the time. He's one of them. No, he said he disagrees with Pegasus 90% of the time. You misunderstood. I don't think he said he agrees with Pegasus 90% of the time. He said he disagrees with him. There's too many. Yeah. The official designated HasanAbi villain of the month is more Pegaslop. Okay. I don't I don't want to know about the other ones. This is enough. It's enough for me to know one. What is this? Hi all, and HasanAbi, this is my first stream and comment. I previously was super libbed up, and I was told was right. However, this channel and community has had a super positive impact on not only my change in politics, but my worldview and morals. Thanks, y'all. Hell yeah. It's always peg a cis, but never peg a gay. Yeah, or peg a trans. There's more. Pegasus guy said that people delivering aid to Gaza from Egypt are terrorist supporters. He's evil. What is this? Hongmentum continues.
Out. State Representative Francesca Hong gained 61% of the first choice votes. That's a lot.
It is Marquette Law School poll. We had 14% support for Hong, 11% for Barnes, and then 3% for Crowley and on down. And so if you looked at just among the voters who had made up their minds in that poll, Hong had 40% support among the decided Democratic primary voters.
Well, congratulations once again to the runaway winner of the Wisconsin Democratic primary ranked choice voting experiment, Francesca Hong.
Damn it, that got me fucking excited. I thought it was like something serious. How often does More Pegasus make YouTube videos about Hasan and also mention terrorists or terrorism in 2025? Total videos in 2025, 183. Mentions Hasan, 149. Mentions both Hasan and terrorist, 125. Mentions both Hasan and terrorism, 63. Bro, that is insane. Wow. Singapore did give aid to Gaza. Is Singapore terrorist according to him? That's a great question. That's a great question. And I'll be asking that question to Lee Hsien Loong, senior minister in the Prime Minister's office and member of parliament for Ang Mo Kio, who happens to sign his own post with his initials LHL. I will be asking him that question. I'll say, hey, sir, you're a wonderful guy. Wow. Mutuals, by the way. Mutuals with Ben Rhodes. Mutuals with my friend, Ben Rhodes, also known as Ben Hamas Rhodes. More Pegaslop. More Pegaslop. More Pegaslander. How does it feel knowing you'll never look this cool? I don't know. It's just a dream and I will never achieve. Whoosh. That's the sound of a cane. More Pegaslop. Yeah, I saw Neera Tanden. How was first class? Dude, this is so funny. How you know this hell site is not real life. Stevens is about the same favorability as AES within a margin of error. There's people on here who have become deranged haters. Don't speak for many people in Michigan. It's so awesome that she fucking was so excited to screenshot this that it accidentally leaked her seat on the flight. Yeah, I know Rodriguez fired campaign manager over finance reports in Wisconsin governor race. I know we talked about this yesterday extensively. I gave you the full rundown. I talked about Mandela Barnes and where he's at. She says that it's good that AIPAC spends $50 million because of you. I honestly believe that an organization like AIPAC would spend $50 million to defeat any candidate campaigning with Hasan Piker after the truly outrageous and disgusting things he has said about Jews. I am definitely against super PAC money, but let's get real. What the fuck? Wajahat Ali, can you please let us all know why you, the president of the Democratic think tank CAP, have made it your singular mission to derail Abdul al-Sayed and spend most of your time attacking progressives? Just an honest answer, please. To which Nira responds with, my tweets are personal views. Well, she's literally lost appointments because of her fucking endless posting. I worked with Haley Stevens in the past, and people on here have been dumping unbelievable levels of crap on her for weeks. She's a super earnest, hardworking public servant. I defend her from the attacks, and I sometimes point out the unbelievable hypocrisy of the attackers. I've met Abdul al-Sayed, and as I said, he's a smart and charismatic candidate, but he's also never won a primary, taken on a Republican, let alone defeated him. You are not at all concerned that AIPAC is spending $40 million to smear Abdul al-Sayed and Haley Stevens, the preferred candidate who has no objection to Israel's genocide and occupation of Palestinians. Her position is wildly out of sync with the majority of Democrats. I honestly believe that an organization like AIPAC would spend $50 million to defeat any candidate campaigning with Hasan Piker after the truly outrageous and disgusting things he has said about Jews. I am definitely against Super PAC money, but let's get real. Dude, first of all, Smira Tandon, okay? That is an insane thing to admit, you fucking psychopath. $50 million for the pro-Israel lobby is worth it if they're using it against a fucking Twitch streamer you don't like? What the fuck? This is the most, I'm going to be honest. I mean, Nira Tandon has worked with the Clintons, right? Like, this is a person that has worked in virtually every Democratic administration. Okay? So, the fact that this person that is a figurehead of the center of power in the Democratic Party is saying unhinged shit like this is so crazy. First of all, thank you for thinking that I'm worth $50 million of slander. Okay? That's greatly overestimating my impact. And secondly, this is exactly all you need to know. Okay? This is all you need to know about these people's priorities. $50 million AIPAC spending for a pro-genocide, pro-Israel candidate is fine as long as it's a lesson for other candidates to stay away from an anti-Zionist Twitch streamer. Absolutely insane priorities for the woman who claims she wants to defeat Trump. You better be calling her Smira Slapsis slander. Yes, I am calling her that. Yeah, this is deja vu ×2, by the way. Are you a child with a child's brain? Why wouldn't you simply support candidates that agree with your vision? I don't give a fuck if a candidate campaigns with you. I care about policies. That $50 million is just over the entire annual budget of Cap, Lamau. Incredible stuff. By the way, who is funding Center for American Progress? Who is funding Center for American Progress? Who are their top donors? A lot of their funding is private. No, I know. I said, smear Tanda folks. She said 50 million in APAC spending for a pro-genocide, pro-Israel candidate is fine as long as it's a lesson for the other candidates to stay away from an anti-Zionist Twitch streamer. Absolutely insane priorities for the woman who claims she wants to defeat Trump. Nero also thinks a moderator like Haley Stevens holding Netanyahu to account has more sway. No, she doesn't. She knows exactly why. She knows exactly. She is supporting Haley Stevens, partially because she's a moderate and partially because she's pro-Israel, because Neera Tanden is pro-Israel. Neera Tanden has been fucking pictured with Benjamin Netanyahu a million times over. Neera Tanden also works for Israel to a certain degree. She works for, I assume, the military-industrial complex too. No offense, ain't no way you're worth spending 50 mil on. Yeah, I agree. I think Neera Tanden is insane. Yeah, Cap literally has Blinken on their board of directors, so. What is this?
Right here we have a homeless encampment. There's beds right here. People are sleeping. We have umbrellas. This is what's happening in Mayor Mamdani's New York City. This is where someone lives. This is their clothes.
Why are you going through their shit, man?
They have an umbrella. Hand sanitizer, keeping clean, so that's good. And behind here, we have a suitcase. We have a pineapple. Take a look at this. We also have tequila.
Wow, newsflash. Breaking news. Homeless people exist. That's crazy. I can't believe it. Netanyahu appearing on Sid Rosenberg's show claims Mamdani champions Hamas and apologizes and accuses for Iran.
And he has threatened to arrest you time and time again, which we know he really can't do. But
wow, I love Sid's complexion. Every time he puts a smile on my eyes, dude, smile on my face, smile in my eyes. You think he's wearing these colors to make it seem like he's less purple than he actually is? That's a trick question. It's working. It's working. He's purple for an amazing reason.
he seems pretty steadfast on arresting you when you get here. I know you're going to come speak at the UN in September. I know you have a trip too coming to D.C., but are you nervous that he may try that when you get here in September?
No, I'm not. I think he should look at who he's condemning, who he's praising. He's condemning Israel, the one democracy that stands shoulder to shoulder with American values, fights, our soldiers fight shoulder to shoulder with America's valiant soldiers. But, you know, who does he champion? Hamas, that calls openly to massacre every Jew on earth, that conducted that horrible massacre, the worst massacres on Jews since the Holocaust. He basically apologizes and excuses for Iran, the greatest terror regime on earth, that openly calls for the murder of President Trump and other senior officials, and so on. So he's with the terror axis. And I think the problem is...
the mayor of New York is with the terror axis. What is he saying? He's like, yeah, I'm going to come to New York. I won't be arrested. And also we're going to drone strike Gracie Mansion. I'm like, what the fuck?
You know, that he doesn't recognize or he doesn't care that those who hate the Jews and Israel ultimately hate America. And in fact, I think secretly he hates America.
I'm not even sure it's secretly anymore.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. The mayor of New York hates America, not fucking Sid Rosenberg. What is this? Hey, Hanky Panky, new Hasan Bad videos drop. Seems to be getting popular. Hasan Piker, savior of the third world. The Wizard of Wit. Dog, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would I watch this shit? Why in the... Dude, if I want analysis from the dumbest fucking slop tubers of all time, I already have one goat for that. His name is More Pegaslop. Okay? His name is More Pegaslop, who's actually making it quite difficult for me to do trade, to continue doing trade with the beautiful nation of Singapore. Okay? What is happening? We watched one time and you guys are now you guys are now hitting the fucking hitting the slop tuber hitting as many slop tubers as possible. Pegaslop. Pegaslop, the goat of being caned. It's fun to make fun of them. Yeah, but who cares? Ooh, breaking news. A bipartisan Wisconsin Elections Commission voted 5-1 to refer Elon Musk to prosecutors after finding probable cause he illegally offered $1 million to sway voters in the 2025 Wisconsin Supreme Court election. Wisconsin elections are not for sale. Oh my God, that'd be so sick. Dr. Jihad, don't you got a class to teach tomorrow at Streamer U? Yes. I genuinely think Elon Musk is too rich to go to prison. I'll say it. I don't think that's a controversial take. I think he is far too wealthy to ever see the inside of a prison, unless maybe it's a Chinese prison somehow. But even then, they wouldn't dare. They wouldn't dare to do something to an American billionaire anyway. If he was a Chinese billionaire, that'd be a different question. Ingram, this CNN report came out. They listed 10 of the worst states to live in 2026. All the states on this list, Trump won. Every state except Georgia. How does that make any sense?
Now check out this recent list. 650 CEOs were polled, and they rated the best states in which to do business.
Wait, did Laura Ingram cover the workers deserve more rally from DSA? Oh my God. I didn't even fucking cover it. What the fuck is happening, dude? What the absolute fuck is going on? Fox News is covering like whatever like online town hall that DSA is doing?
Top 10, including Texas, Florida, Tennessee, Georgia, South Carolina, are Republican. They're run by Republicans, except Virginia, which is at number 10, and North Carolina, kind of a purple state, at number 5. So money and people, resources, are pouring into red states. So how do the socialists brush this off? Well, they do so either by ignoring it or distorting the data, or with a little help from their friends. This CNBC report just comes out. They listed the 10 worst states to live in for 2026. All the states on this list, okay, Trump won. Every state. Except Georgia in 2020.
I wonder why.
And the list included 4 of the top 10 states for business. How does that make any sense? Well, they had kind of a weird calculus there, but this is obviously a blatant effort to dismiss and denigrate more conservative states. But
Or maybe it makes you think that states that have better redistributive policies, better social expenditures, oftentimes happen to be blue states, of course, end up having, urbanized areas with higher population density, and sometimes even better public transit. And that automatically makes it a better state to live in, and certainly a better state to do business in. It turns out tax havens are not that great. If tax havens also mean worse infrastructure overall, a less livable area overall. I know for a fact Oklahoma is a low-cost site, for example, for Boeing. But they have a very hard time attracting talent to stay in Oklahoma because it's fucking Oklahoma.
It's really nothing new.
Why does Fox News assume its viewer is a business? Because they're the most brain-broken dullards of all time. They all literally think they're big business. It's all the money-getter boomers who have, who have the only wealth in this country at this point, who greatly overestimate the amount of wealth that they have and think that they are all big business CEOs. Some of them are small business owners. None of them are big business owners. Anti-Zoran shows are the most brain broken yet. Zoran Mamdani froze the rent and served himself some taxpayer-funded cake. Then rents hit an all-time high. Vacancy rates reached the highest since COVID, and he proposed a 20% raise for himself. Incredible stuff. Taxpayer-funded cake, dude. Yes, I, unlike the Fox News watchers, am a big business. As you guys know, import and export. That is the name of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, check the suit. I'm a big business guy. And as a big business guy, sometimes I think twice about doing business in the beautiful state of Singapore, even though I want to, because I love it. I love it so much. And it hurts my feelings. Yeah, I saw this. Billionaires are trying to push for open primaries in New York City. Zoran Mamdani opposes them. Emma Bloomberg is pushing for it. Her data company is providing info to the group agitating for the change. Mike Bloomberg has long supported open primaries. This is like when the NCAA banned dunking to stop Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Central's trying to find a young catalyst figure to rival Zoran, and the best they can come up with is Mike Bloomberg's daughter. How about doing business in Argentina? Argentina's peso is officially worthless. Yo, this is when you buy the fucking dip, dude. Folks, this is when you buy the dip. This is not financial advice. I don't know anything about finance. I think knowing about finance is reactionary. Knowing about finance is counter-revolutionary. It's bourgeois behavior. Okay? And I very proudly don't know anything about finance.
So let's get to
Dems turn on each other as socialist wing grows. Did you see Josh Gottheimer deleted this tweet and then reposted this after you? Oh yeah, I quote retweeted his ass and then he deleted it. I guess because he shit on Ro Khanna. What is this 7-minute segment?
same old socialist song and dance. That's the focus of tonight's angle. All right, it's failed everywhere it's been tried, but that's not stopping them. The big DSA agenda rollout, it's in a few hours. And it's going to be where the activists who've built and accomplished zero.
Wait, what the fuck? I can't believe she's promoting the official launch of Workers Deserve More from the DSA National Political Education Committee. Do you think Laura is DSA left? Yes. Yes. She's a Maoist. She's a strict She's not even in favor of a clean break or a dirty break. She's anti-electoralist. I mean, she does combat liberalism. She does combat liberalism every day. You know who else did that? Mao Zedong. It's definitely part of Mug.
Try to convince you to ditch our entire economic system for slavery to the state under socialism.
We will use government to respond to rising prices and unaffordable groceries.
We must secure housing for all. Dignified, truly affordable housing for all.
But the mayor is doing.
Yeah, she doesn't want DSA to vote in elections. That's true. She does not want DSA to participate in the electoral process. She combats liberalism.
Here should be done all over this country. Universal child care, make it free.
Now, ironically, the effort's called Workers Deserve More. But I'm telling you, after going through this, there is literally...
Workers obviously deserve less.
nothing in this agenda for a person in America who actually wants to work. It will help the rich people. It'll help faux academics who get wired into any type of socialist bureaucracy. And of course, socialism will help freeloaders who don't want to work. But let's say you live outside of Columbus. Maybe you have a few kids, perhaps a joint income of, I don't know, 100K, 125K, maybe even have a little business. Well, this socialist agenda will absolutely destroy your way of life. Okay, let's go through a few of the agenda items. No more drug enforcement, okay? No war on drugs. It means drugs will flood your neighborhood. No more ICE or border enforcement, so your wages will be depressed by a never-ending flood of foreign workers. And a living wage? Not if businesses have an unlimited number of migrants to choose from. Oh, and also no more mandatory minimums for criminals or cash bail. Goodbye safety in suburbia. So that's great for criminals. It's terrible for women and children, men too. But wait. They promise free college for all. Well, forget the how they're going to do that. We've already tried high school.
Wait. None of this seems bad. What is going on? Is it just... Is the method just to like do a voice when describing stuff and just be like, it's not possible, stupid.
School education for all, that's free. Look at what happened there. With liberals mostly in control, classroom learning has been replaced with pass-through education. So if the left knew how to educate people, Baltimore, Chicago would have fabulous schools. Of course, both have lousy schools. And look, they do promise, you heard Mom Donnie there, housing for all. Well, that sounds great. Until you remember, government can't build much of anything. California's high-speed rail debacle, and let's not forget Biden's infrastructure bill, where they pushed $7.5 billion to build 500,000 charging ports by 2030. Well, at last count of those 500,000, only 384 had been built at a whopping 70 charging stations. Do the math there. Now, imagine what the government would do to housing if this is their...
Yeah, I wonder if there was another government that came in and dismantled the entire program and also reprioritized oil and gas. If there was something that happened after the Biden administration that we're currently living through. Yeah, I can't seem to put my finger on it. I don't know. It's probably irrelevant.
Their track record. And as for their mandate to control rent control, all that means is that no one will be able to invest in fixing up their buildings or build new apartment buildings. Why? Because there's just not enough of an upside. It's called business. So that's another whammy on the working class. Then, as usual, the Medicare for all promises. So in that situation, doctors get paid less. The best don't even go into medicine. Even more foreign nurses and doctors, when they're imported, we're going to get to that issue later in the show. When that happens, healthcare ends up being rationed. The working people get hosed. As rich people, what do? Well, they just sign up for concierge care. Doesn't matter to them. And as for the DSA's pledge to greatly reduce military spending, well, what does that do? That just opens the door to China's eventual dominance in our hemisphere, just as Trump is beginning to push them out. And how would living under the CCP actually help our working people? Well, and that might be the reason that socialists want to do this. I'd love to live under the socialist rule of the CCP. And the other items in the socialist grab bag we've already demolished. The 32-hour work week, oh, that sounds fun, but that would simply mean more businesses would go under. And of course, if these socialists really wanted to help the average working person...
I like that dude, it's awesome. It's all, this agenda will never work. It sucks. Look at these socialists. They only want bad things. Now, of course, it sounds like it's good things. It sounds like things that you might actually like. But let me tell you, it's bad and it's not good. Don't even think about it being good. After all, I'm using a mocking tone when talking about the things that they're trying to advance. That's literally the summarization. You put this shit through like a AI bot, and it would feed out this output for you. There's no commentary. There's no critique. Why would the businesses go under if there were a 32-hour work week? And people eat this shit up.
What would they do? Really wanted to help them. They would want to learn from the red states where the average working person is doing a lot better comparatively.
That's not true. Wait, doesn't she then follow that up with, look at all of these big business owners saying red states are dog shit to invest in? Wait, that's right after. What the fuck?
Now check out this recent list. 650 CEOs were polled, and they rated the best states in which to do business. The top 10, including Texas, Florida, Tennessee, Georgia, South Carolina, are Republican. They're run by Republicans, except...
What is going on? Bro. No irony. She just went and look at all these fucking CEOs saying these red states are actually dog shit. How dare they? Yeah. The real in touch with the working class lady, Laura Ingraham, who works approximately 6 total hours. The trick is these are the top 10 worst states to live in.
Virginia, which is at number 10, and North Carolina, kind of a purple state, at number 5.
No, look, she's going to say it right now. The worst states for business.
Resources are pouring into red states. So how do the socialists brush this off? Well, they do so either by ignoring it or...
Yeah, these are America's worst 10 states to live in. Sorry, it's the best states to do business in. It's the worst states to live in.
Distorting the data or the little help from...
By the way, the data does not support this. Okay? The data does support that these are the worst states to live in, but it doesn't support that it's the best states to do business in. You want to know why? Because it's not like there's more economic activity taking place in these fucking states. It's still happening in the goddamn blue states. That's it, with some exceptions. Which is why when CEOs say these are the best states to do business in, the question should be, well, why aren't they doing business there? And why are they instead doing business in the beautiful nation of Singapore? Because Singapore has profound respect for law and order, with the exception of one man and one man only. His name is More Pegasus. He lives in Singapore and he slanders people and he cyberstalks people. And he also slanders the great reputation of the nation state of Singapore. Everybody knows I'm a big business CEO. Look at the suit. Check it out. Obviously, I love commerce. I love shipping. International lanes of traffic where commerce flows through is the only thing I think about. It's the only thing I think about. And guess what? Things have gotten a lot stranger as of late because I want to do business in the beautiful nation state of Singapore, but there is something that is stopping me from doing business in the beautiful nation state of Singapore. That is More Pegaslop. That's right. More Pegaslop, who consistently slanders my good reputation in Singapore. Fix this problem right now, and my heart is yours. Okay? My business is yours. More importantly than my heart, which has always been with you, my business, my cold, hard cash and dollars, that will be with you, Singapore. City state, not nation state, but a nation state in my heart nonetheless. That's right. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're at 7 hours and I'm tired. Just wanted to leave you with this, beautiful story. You must pray to the ghost of Lee Kuan Yew if you want this to happen. Every night I pray to the ghost of Lee Kuan Yew. He lives in my heart and he lives in my mind and my soul and in my conscience. Singapore comes to me in my dreams. My life for Singapore. Anyway. Wait, is the reason you've been monitoring the situation for 5 months is because of your business mind and aspirations? Yes, duh. This is a community comprised entirely of people engaging in commerce, in international shipping. Hello. Why do you think I care so much about the Strait of Hormuz? I want it to be opened right now. I want my ships. I am, okay. My last name is not Piker. It's Maersk. Okay? It's Maersk. It's time to be honest and open with all of you. I'm Hasan Maersk. And a lot of my ships, some of you already know this because this is a merchant community, merchant marines, right? A lot of my ships are stuck in the Persian Gulf right now. Okay? That's right. They're stuck in the Persian Gulf. And that's why I monitor the situation every day. And that's why I already follow the official maritime and port authority of the nation of Singapore, the driving force behind Singapore's port and maritime development. Hashtag Maritime SG. You've never talked about your Danish Maersk heritage before? I know. It's because I'm humble. It's because I'm humble. That's why. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow for more shipping and shipping related needs and more situation monitoring as always. But on that note, tonight, I bid you adieu. I bid you farewell.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.